Infinity. Part 1. We give the book Infinity. Is it worthwhile to speak of infinity if it is unattainable? But it does exist, and everything great, even if invisible, compels us to think about the ways to it. Thus, even now let us ponder about the ways into infinity, for it exists, and it is terrifying if it is not cognized. But even in the earthly life one can approach and can temper the spirit toward acceptance of the unfathomable. A great deal remains unknown to us, yet we do overcome our ignorance. Thus, even if we do not understand the meaning of infinity, we are able to realize it as something unavoidable and therefore meriting special attention. How else may we temper into commensurateness our thoughts and actions? Verily, by comparison with infinity we realize the scope of our grievances and triumphs. Hence, the levels of thinking in many countries should be stabilized just now, since the reminder about infinity is especially important when arguments over falsehoods are taking place. Therefore, we shall offer the radiance of the rays of infinity, into which there is carried not only the spirit but even stones, in a blending, as it were, of loftiest creation with grossest matter. But in the whirlwind of eternity the stone and the spirit are imponderable, for they are drawn into the same magnet. The very realization of the magnet increases the attraction, focusing it upon intensification of currents. These same vortices conquer space, and you do not know from what spheres the indivisible electron, nucleus of Tamas and Taros, reaches you. Ponder to what extent you can understand my language and express it in your tongue. Similarly, understand your reciprocative feelings and express them in the language of your heart. This language of understanding and sympathy will open the first gates to infinity. 1. Humanity is distressed because of lost currents, but its explanations of the shiftings on Earth and of the manifestations of cosmic perturbations are geological. Despite these explanations, the factual evidence, the manifestations of fiery, subterranean, and supermundane currents, reveal to the world the concept of infinity. The rays of the supermundane spheres can penetrate the crust of Earth and induce in any part of the planet intensified magnetism evoking subterranean currents. Your astronomers are concerned with the measurements of the luminaries only, but how greatly the science of fiery rays and infinity would enrich our being. Even the ray of the eye creates and smites. The preordained date begins to bring closer a new planet from infinity. Therefore, observe the earthly perturbations. But the dimensions of the planetary bodies are not important, for the intensity of the cosmic rays from infinity, through our relativity, together with your psychic energy and the cooperation of the spheres, can create an earthly realm equal to the spheres of the higher worlds. 2. Where the earthly crust ends for geologists it begins for us. Impregnated with the emanations of your actions and saturated with the crystals of darkness of human thought, this crust presents a resistance harder than flint. But through the ceaseless striving of thought this dense sphere, which holds Earth tightly in its clutches, can disperse like a thin vapor. Should we not dissolve these accumulations, when we may choose between the thread into infinity or a pile of obstructions? Is it so difficult for the consciousness to propel itself to that source the streams of which are endless? Can the obstacles be so resistive when the teaching says that it is easy to lift the curtain of the future? Decide to apply this to life, so that the ability to make use of our advices should not be limited to exclamations or assurances, and let your spirit say, "The wisdom of the Lord is the power of the far-off worlds." The fire of infinity and the radiation of the star of the Mother of the world are sending to us the affirmation of our being. If one spatial thought can uplift the nations, and if one spatial thought fixed upon an earthly cliché can give to the planet a precious science, would those who reduce the wisdom of the ages into grains of dust deny that, while yesterday the sun shone, tomorrow the stream of its rays may be exhausted? Verily, my advice is that you become imbued with the realization of infinity. Prana is saturated with power, try to extract its gifts. With one sigh one can surpass the labor of ages, but one glance of denial can erase a pattern preordained by ages. 3. A concept completely foreign to that of cosmos exists in the human consciousness, the concept of the void. How can the labor of evolution, the fiery construction of your planet, be limited by void? It is not difficult to understand that the very smallest beginning is conceived within bounds. Then why not admit that it is boundlessness that permits the manifestation of physical changes? Could one diminish this manifestation? The concept of boundlessness does not mean complexity. Simply picture the earthly undergoing transformation into a higher state. There is no limit to upward striving. It means that the idea of continuity in everything and in all dimensions is not complex. Do not limit the manifestations. It is difficult to realize that the thread of the fire of space stretches into infinity, but beautiful is the thought of him who has adhered to this unusual concept. Humanity does not even realize what extinguishing means. But you know that each extinction of a flash of fires ignites supermundane torches. Benefit or harm, it is you, the people, who predetermine. As the sending, so is the receiving. One may create a shower of radiant sendings, but one may also fill the space with locusts. Such is the law of cooperation between thoughts and space. Consider thought as a creator. Joy is the realization of the beginning of the manifestations of our decrees, revealed to humanity. When we renounce ignorance, we shall understand the entire beauty of infinity. 4. Human consciousness can be directed toward the disciplining of unbridled and unconscious thoughts. But to impart too much is difficult when so many minds are creating chaos. The development of straight knowledge will help humanity. When straight knowledge will dictate where is chaos and where infinity, when straight knowledge will distinguish a cosmic manifestation from an arbitrary one, then humanity will become the possessor of the key of knowledge. We appreciate that science produced the telescope, but the telescope of straight knowledge penetrates into infinity. Your telescope demands expenditures and exertion, but when one possesses the sensitiveness of our apparatus, one penetrates everywhere. The mastery over unconscious thoughts will provide the understanding of the dimensions of infinity. Limitless is the stream of thought. Verily, I say, the possibilities flowing from the streams of luminaries are endless. The luminaries in the invisible and visible spheres battle for the affirmation of truth. Rays can heal, rays can create, rays can protect like a shield, rays can manifest the flame of the chalice. Often you hear the outcry, the moan, why is there leprosy, why calamity, why is the evidence of beauty obscured by a twisted smile? Poor humanity, we regard your ailments as your own progeny. Evolution does not need so many impediments. The ladder of ascent does not need so many superfluous steps. Our shield does not need your recognition, but you are in need of our shield. 5. Have you thought about the spirit creativeness on the future planets? Is it possible that all began with you and will end with you? Does any process cease? The chain of worlds is endless, where one planet crumbles another one is born. Truth wrestles with death, and when skeptics say, it is the end, we say, it is the beginning. Understanding of the manifested evolution will reveal the triumph of truth. Shall we not share in the triumph? Shall we seal our vessels still empty? Shall we reject the transmission of the power of consciousness? When I say utilize the manifested rays, when I say fill the chalice of knowledge, when I say design the best creations through straight knowledge, when I say strength lies in the limitlessness of knowledge, it means lend an open ear to the cosmic whirls, it means search the radiance of Fohat, it means manifest understanding of the music of the spheres. On your planet we have our entrusted one, who has drained the chalice of sublime experiments. She is sent to you as a witness of cosmic manifestations, as a bearer of my missions, as your prophetess of the future. Therefore, the concept of redeemers is so vital. Precisely the fact that the sublime experiments were undergone is convincing. Humanity should learn especially from such experience as that issuing from the higher spheres and live through on earth. Verily, you have the highest and the lowest. 6. Understanding of infinity does not detach men from earth. The disclosure of new possibilities does not sever men from earth. What is said about the Samyama of yogis is not just invention, it is a scientific method confirming cosmic forces. The broad utilization of metals in medicine, in India, is the result of contact with the fire of space. The consciousness of the yogis is in communion with the luminaries. One may receive in life the effects of the spheres. The human attitude toward labor, and human reluctance to change the tendency of thought, are like clutches. Has it been ordained by the Lords that the concept of cosmos should be diminished into your human understanding of a short cycle? The span of understanding will define the outline of possibilities. Everything gains substantial nourishment from the same source, prana, the manifested power of cosmos. You accept the affirmation of this need quite simply, with equal simplicity accept the fact of psychic influence of the rays. When you will accept the wisdom of the ages according to our indications with your entire being, then the whirlwind of calamities will break against a wall of light. The scope of your possibilities depends on your acceptance or rejection of the shield. Do not reject that degree of spatial fire which opens the way to the far-off worlds. In it is contained the shield of the future. The manifestations of clouds, winds, and rain are the irrigation of the planet, but the assertion of cosmic forces cannot be conceived as being only atmospheric manifestations. At the threshold of night no streams of light appear. Light the torches. 7. Accept in spirit the concept of infinity. Affirm infinity in your consciousness. Apply all thought on a broad scale. This lever of the fire of space is manifested everywhere. Throughout the limitless consciousness the hand of the Lord's acts, apply likewise your striving. Where does the fire of infinity not live? Is not the concept of the Creator affirmed by straight knowledge in the spring of eternally flowing love? To us is manifested the symbol, the spring of love. Is there not boundless labor in eternity and in the works of cosmos? Is not the eternally living seed of our striving implanted for the help to humanity? Eternally moving, eternally striving, eternally aspiring to the heights, eternally manifesting vigilance, affirming truth, manifesting the radiant thread of the Mother of the world by the armor of infinite beauty, assailing the darkness of ignorance, promising to the abode of humanity the glory of the stars, thus walk, saying, World, I wish to accept all thy gifts, I wish to fill to the brim the chalice of attainment, I wish, O Lord, to drain the chalice of the wisdom of thy covenants. Give us the possibility to manifest our power, to extend the hand of help. The law of gravity is acknowledged by all. Why not apply this simple condition in life? Joy can attract with a magnetic current the joy from space. But the thought of darkness gives birth to layers of heavy clouds. We vouch for the reality of the gravitation of thought. When the trend of human thought is not toward spirituality, evolution is not accelerated. 8. The evolution of all that exists is not separate from the evolution of each spirit, it is as one spiral in eternal motion. The spiritual consciousness impelled to our heights accumulates treasures and offers those gifts to space. Through spiritual consciousness your planet is enriched. Materialism does not move evolution. Materialistic consciousness, pushing toward immobility, breeds the mosquitoes subsisting in the stagnant waters. The cause of the immobility of thought is terrifying. There is no endless rest. Therefore, do not tarry on one spot, either the shifting will swallow you or you will help the cosmic revolution. The basis of everything is the spiral, and you must understand the essence of the eternal spatial fire. Many fear to understand eternity, but how beautiful is the realized grandeur of eternity. Only the spirit that has contacted the fire knows the full beauty of its radiance. A spirit deprived of the power streaming from the luminaries is deprived of the essence of the cosmic fire and cuts off the current manifested by Fohat. The definition of eternity lives only in consciousness. The broader the consciousness, the more vividly glows the ray of consciousness. The more clearly, then, resounds our call to him who has realized the beauty of evolution. Verily, what has been said about universal thought must be applied in life. 9. People are often perplexed as to what lies beyond consciousness. Of course, in the human understanding the concept of consciousness is limited. This results from the acceptance of the visible world only. Knowledge remains confined within limits if the boundaries of visibility are not broadened. But let us look beyond the boundaries of human consciousness and knowledge, let us find a minute grain of cosmic understanding. How beautiful is the vast horizon! How powerful is the thought-penetrating space! What new ways are disclosed by communion with infinity! Seek these treasures, in them is the guarantee of your advancement. Of what use is knowledge which brings one to closed gates marked by the sign, we know no more? Limitation of knowledge is a grave. Therefore, fathom infinity. The limitation of consciousness is the death of spirit. One must study not the customs of peoples but the substance of consciousness. When we will train ourselves to sense the current of infinity, then people, instead of praying, will command the elements. Instead of God working for us, we, through our own labor and psychic energy, will help ourselves. Why does there exist in the world the custom of worshipping the cosmic powers in the moment of distress? Why only then the attraction toward infinity? Why just then the recognition of the so-called supernatural forces? I advise that the name of the Mother of the world be pronounced not as a symbol but as a power giver. I advise that the source of infinity be invoked not as a symbol but as a manifestation of eternity, as an eternal generator of beauty and the creator of the firmament. 10. The cosmic breath of the Mother of the world is all-pervading. Verily, all is imbued with it. From infinitesimal grains of dust to immeasurable magnitudes, life moves and breathes by this breath. How then not to cognize the power which moves the universe? How not to ponder upon the essence of being? Fathom the rhythm of cosmic energy and understand the rhythm of evolution. The essence of evolution is unalterable and is measured by the manifestation of infinity. You who fear the end, turn your face to the radiance of the Mother of the world and affirm yourself in the understanding of evolution. There is no limit to the sendings from the mountains. There is no limit to the warranty of the far-off worlds. There is no limit to the natural treasures of the visible and invisible spheres. You who fear the end, turn to all four directions and say, let us realize infinity. The summits and the recesses of earth are your sources. Limitless are the currents of these sources. If people would only know how to gather the eternally flowing currents of infinity, then verily the laboratory of life would be realized. The era of fire is approaching. Find courage and wisdom to accept it. The symbol of the serpent seizing its tail represents the circle of the events of evolution. The spiral is applied to the path of ascent. You who fear the end, affirm yourself in the power of the spiral of light and of the fire of space. Let us say, beautiful is the breath of cosmos. 11. Those who know the future walk toward evolution. Those who fear evolution walk the pace of death. They will ask why there are ascents and descents. They will be perplexed by the course of evolution. The realization of cosmic waves will explain the course of evolution. When you realize that even from ashes may emerge a beautiful flower, you will understand that destruction is fearful only to the coward consciousness. The cosmic motion acts in waves. One should explain that the deep curves may be avoided, thus hastening evolution. Apathetic humanity does not discriminate wherein lies progress, it basks in a temporary fluorescence, evading the realization of that which eventually may become the destruction of our planet. Builders for today, realize that you build for the whirlwind of destruction. How huge are your undertakings? How useless your castles? How vast your expenditures? How revealing is your inability to advance into the chain of actions? But let us look upon those who walk straight, who affirm the beauty of infinity. Instead of faint-heartedness, which denies the reactions of space, we shall see the keenness of attainment, the beauty of striving, and the grandeur of achievement. Therefore let us say, limitless are the cosmic manifestations. 12. To reverberate with the rhythm of the cosmos means to realize the entire magnitude of infinity. 3 principles are affirmed by the way of evolution. Begin to show understanding of the pledge. Do not, indeed do not, manifest indifference to the source which nurtures you and all that exists. Ponder deeply and you will see that the great spiritual toilers of humanity have nurtured their psychic energy by merging with the infinite. Their striving ecstasy toward the highest beauty was limitless. Their achievement toward the manifested ordainment was boundless. I have said that the merging with the cosmic rhythm will provide the synthesis of all being, in the invisible and the visible. Each cult in turn has pointed out the symbols of synthesis, but with the mutilation of the concept there have remained only distortions of the ancient mysteries. One cannot predetermine a cosmic manifestation, but it is possible to evoke a cosmic whirlwind. It is likewise possible to evoke from space elements needed by our planet. You have already experienced the two sharp points piercing the region of the shoulder blades, and with the same piercing the centers of the lungs may be opened. These centers control prana. Only to the higher spirits do we send these rays. To those who have not realized the beauty and power of cosmos in its entire scope, this experience is inaccessible. Only straight knowledge is applicable in this cosmic experience. Therefore say, verily, I affirm the beauty of infinity. I wish, O Lord, to sense the pulsation of the grandeur of the cosmos. 13. How simply people accept the immutability of the rhythm of day and night. Why do we not apply this same conception toward the foundation of our human cycle? Macrocosm and microcosm reflect one and the same manifestation. Why, then, do people try to convince themselves of an eternal night, when they await so simply the coming day? Let us accept the currents of unceasing motion. The realization of our adaptability will be affirmed as wisely as the pulsation of the cosmos. Unfit are sorrow and grief. You must accept the true life of the cosmos for the full contemplation of infinity. You accept simply the rotation of the seasons of the year and await the fruit of the rhythm of nature. You prospect ore beds, you build dams for electricity. Turn instead to the buried treasure of the invisible spheres, and direct yourselves toward a creation manifested beyond the limits of your comprehension. Vast is the field of labor. Therefore, perceive and enter into the rhythm of infinity. And where will be the night? Where you seem to perceive its hush, the hymns to the Mother of the world begin. Neither day nor night, only her radiance. 14. Coordination of the planetary life with the higher spheres will provide a better possibility for men. Then the rhythm of our forces will increase threefold and the reason will accept this power. Thus will the covenant of the wise ones be fulfilled. Inseparable is the blending of the higher invisible spheres with the visible. Therefore, comprehend the indivisibility of our life. The breath of cosmos is immutable in everything. The manifestation of planetary periods depends on cosmic waves, therefore, those who deny the link between spirit and the cosmic worlds do not walk the path of knowledge. Is it admissible to perceive only one essential point in the all-existing? Is it admissible to separate one tiny grain from the great whole? Can one outline the boundaries narrowly without loss of one's development? Only madness sets limits for itself. Only those who are ignorant of the manifestation of beauty will say, we are content with the existing. The assertion of cosmic and limitless forces is clear, the life-giving and eternal process goes on in all things. A spark ignites the cosmic fire. Verily, by the spark of desire is the torch of knowledge kindled. But do not impede your own path. Only strive, and your being will be flooded by the radiance of infinity. 15. One must choose between the darkness of error and the grandeur of truth. The spirit will determine the understanding affirmed by ages. It is unbefitting to traverse by way of a very low arch, starting from a point on a low plane and returning to the same plane. Why waste the energy, if we must knock again at the lowest gates? Prepare for your spirit a beautiful garden, not in the desert waste but on the summit of attainment. It is ordained for each one to adorn the path of evolution. The help of the spatial thoughts is ordained for each one. The treasury of infinity is open for each one who penetrates into the understanding of cosmic forces. It is no joy to discover what saturates the strata of your planet. On one cup of the scale let us place the manifestation of all vices, anger, cowardice, treason, prejudice, hypocrisy, complacency. On the other cup let us place the impelling force of psychic energy, straight knowledge, affirmation of the covenant of the wise ones, inviolability of the origins, gratitude to the shield, attainment of knowledge, and unwaveringness on the path opened by infinity. Since it was the Lord Buddha who defined the essence of the human ego as a process, we can accept this formula of the lion. In your daily life accustom yourselves to the thought of eternal motion and do not tarry in the recesses of darkness. Creativeness attracts the creative power. Therefore, observe the sparks of cosmos. Let us choose between ignorance and the radiance of infinity. 16. Reality and illusion will begin to appear to humanity as issuing from one source when we understand that the life-giving vessel is one. The universe becomes devoid of all reason with the adoption of the concept of separation of the invisible world from the visible one. If we assume that our path is a casual one, with a void beyond, then our imagination is very poor indeed. Illusion is that which does not exist, and the concept of reality must be expanded. All lives and all propagates. Space carries your engenderings. Let us utilize the entire creative force of space. An imaginary fixity, with a void beyond certain boundaries, is termed oasis by us, as it contains the spring of your wisdom. Verily, one may term most irrational the illusory concept of void. Picture the entire space radiating fire, with an unprejudiced eye. Imagine the space containing prana and akasha. It is not the creator nor the great builder, it is infinity. At the approach of Satya Yuga these spatial forces will be utilized. True, in the consciousness of the self-crowned ignoramuses the frigidity of the Stone Age still prevails. 17. You are right in speaking of the one origin. Herein precisely is the core of evolution contained. In this cognition is the Arhat's highest attainment on earth. When humanity will realize the great unity between infinity and the particles, and know the mutual relationship between light and darkness, then may it be told of the path of the lion of the desert. So much is imposed upon the cosmic fires, yet recognition is denied them. Where men see a boundary between two beginnings, the Arhat sees only one great origin. The truth of relativity has been accepted in mathematics, and all former calculations have proved erroneous. A like relativity exists in the world of evolution. The concepts of light and darkness, happiness and unhappiness, labor and rest, are likewise subject to the same law of relativity. When we speak of progress in thinking, we foresee the need of accepting this relativity. Precisely, the concept of the steps of ascent is beautiful. The spirit realizes that ascent is the page of wisdom on which is traced the entire power of cosmos and the manifestation of motion. Progress cannot be affirmed on the lowest point of the great origin. The temples of Atlantis knew this great principle. 18. Like an all-containing flame, the heart of cosmos is all-encompassing. How wondrous is this all-inclusiveness! From the small to the great, everything is refracted in this manifested crystal. Since all the cosmic possibilities provide a direction for each manifested scroll, since each beginning has its propelling currents, since one must realize the magnitude of the cosmos, let us gather all power of the Spirit that we may embrace it. There is no deviation, no renunciation, no repulsion, no negation, there is only containment. The teacher manifests the significance of the concept of containment. As the creativeness of cosmos is inexhaustible, so let the understanding of infinity be indefeasible. The manifestation of ages in eternity, the work of transforming the oceans and the crust of earth, may serve to illustrate the eternal motion. You did not realize the achievement of the difficult task, and you do not ascribe human obscurity to the prototype of your actions. There is no ground for blaming devastations upon the cosmic whirls, in this is not evil but necessity. Each manifestation of cosmos has its application in eternity. And, as is the devastation, so is the accumulation subject to the rhythm which is inseparable from the affirmed course of your earthly events. The difference is that Zeus, in creating a cosmic storm, fills space with ozone, whereas your earthly Zeus, creator of wrath, fills the sphere with suffocating smoke. In this, the lowest and the highest do not meet. Verily the beauty of striving toward limitless encompassment will provide a radiant rainbow, and we shall say, Mother of the world, all-bestowing, all-embracing, we wish to adorn our far-off firmament. 19. Why do people accept the images of Maya to such a great extent? Life is filled with these phantoms and deceptive manifestations. This satiety fills existence with unnecessary images. The spirit cognizant of eternity is impelled to the great origin, and in him is contained the seed of the understanding of cosmos. That spirit which is receptive only to the customary is directed to the petty reality of Maya. He is attracted only by the manifestations of the ordinary life. The absence of containment does not aid him in opening the book of life. But there also exists a class of people whose fate is deplorable. These are the consciousnesses which do contain the seed of understanding but which, being obscured through negation, do not perceive the cycle executed by cosmos and thus retard evolution. That which is predestined will be fulfilled, but those who retard the dates of advancement condemn themselves to regression. He who is unwilling to realize the future is like a crawfish, both walk backward. There is either the sword of achievement or an emulation of crawfish. Intentional arrogance is similar to the call of one who summons in the name of ignorance. The accumulation of cosmic fires may easily sweep away this dust. But, friends, your progress lies in your forging of the future sword. Accept these truths molded by the ages and ponder upon them. How may one affirm the beginning of understanding? The Spirit will teach one to apply the signs of straight knowledge, but let the treasury be filled. Only desire to enter into the rhythm of the cosmic pulsation. 20. It is customary to consider karma as the will and recompense determining the course of one's life. It is also customary to consider karma as retribution. But in its true significance, karma means labor. Do not limit the work of the laboratory of the Spirit and you will see the results. When the Spirit is seduced by Maya and by the manifestations of self-satisfaction, then a hammer and the development of straight knowledge are required. When the Spirit is dazzled by the glamour of wealth, without realizing its impermanence and considering that a bar of gold leads to happiness, then let us recall all the menaces of sickness and disaster. But the warrior of spirit glows as a manifestation of light, he is illumined by the rays of the fires of infinity. The response must be understood, and one must strive to the cosmos with all fires and all flowers. Upon the summit of consciousness is affirmed the path of the Lord. On the summit of consciousness achievement and evolution resound in unison. Eternal, indefatigable is the labor of ascent. This eternal motion is your karma. You are right, only currents of will direct the karma. But to stop the course of karma is as perilous as to invoke eternal night. With what will you fill the chalice of Amrita if you sink into the pool of darkness? We shall answer that the ocean of actions is verily more beautiful. 21. Perceive that the power of the law of the life principle is invincible. The tension of the spiral of the higher energy puts all elements to work. The accumulation of energy in the spheres of the world gives variety to the substance, and it calls for the manifestation of creativeness. Cosmos manifests no periods of lull. There is no refusal, there is only a summons to humanity to accept all the gifts of space. Why then not apply the cosmic energy to the broadest task, to the glorious acquisition of treasures new to us? The advance of consciousness to the cognizance of will reveal infinity. There are witnesses to the cosmic manifestations in our sphere. This formula may be repeated because the course of evolution is disclosed to the fearless spirit who knows the entire mystery and all the striving toward infinity. The kindling of the fires of the lotus is the highest manifestation of the cosmic fire. Verily, when the synthesis of affirmation of the cosmic energy is manifested upon earth, one may say, our planet is encircled by a spiral upon which we may also descend, but how beautiful is the spirit that ascends and transmutes life into the radiance of infinity. To this bearer of the supermundane scrolls is revealed the entrance into the higher spheres, and he will bring to the lower spheres the key to the realization of infinity. 22. Spirit knowledge is revealed in the consciousness of a true Agni yogi. The consciousness that embraces the currents of space and grasps the formula of psychic energy may enter the vortex of Kundalini. When humanity will learn to realize and coordinate world events with the complexities of cosmos, the progress of insight will be affirmed. The manifestation of the chain of events, and a full realization of that which as the heritage of the ages proceeds from one period to another, can impel the consciousness toward the understanding of cosmic infinity. Spirit, glance back. Whither hast thy past knowledge led thee? Where dost thou perceive boundaries? Where is cessation? Where is permanency? And where dost thou see the manifestation of submissiveness? It is said, I do not see all these declarations, verily, I see that endless domain which has created our being. Thou, Spirit, striving to the Creator of cosmos, turn to the Mother of the world. Proclaim what thou sayest. Space is revealed as manifesting the utmost creativeness. The immensity of space and the inalienability of the cosmic forces enrich the kernel of our being. The levers of evolution are the finest energies which may become the possession of men. When you will accept the predestined, then the direct result will lead you on. When you will understand how to fly in the kernel of the spirit, then you will communicate with the higher worlds. Learn to understand all the grandeur of flight in the kernel of the spirit. 23. Whence came the engulfing wave that obscured the consciousness? Religior was pronounced even in antiquity. The property of causativeness and resultantness, the law of concatenation of the universe, applies to this same manifestation of a bond with infinity. Humanity is bound to the cosmos by inseverable bonds. It is not difficult to establish that immutable point where all things meet, where the earthly accumulations meet the strata of higher spheres. By the will of cosmos all things are attracted to each other. All strives toward mutual creation. Religior is bestowed on humanity in the form of a religion for unification, for the development of community, for the avowal of the primary source, which contains all principles of being and which creates all substances for our good. The concatenation of the universe with all higher spheres should be adopted by the consciousness as a saving anchor in the advancement of the higher foundations of the future. The scientists have already found that which is most evident, but much is as yet unperceived. It is not denied to humanity to draw from space, but the principle of prejudice is destructive. The action of Earth's magnetism upon an apple is recognized by all, but the realization of the very great magnet of infinity is emerged by ignorance. The ozone of space and the rays of far-off worlds will provide the planetary substance for the accumulation of new energies. 24. Causality is that factor which moves the universe. It is incongruous to expect that the lotus of benevolence will result from an evil act. One can understand that the result of each action will be a direct reflection of the beginning. It is generally accepted that the kernel of misfortune easily resounds in the same tempo. A conceiving of ignorance gives rise to a poisoning of dormant elements. But the raging element gives growth to the rhythm of cosmos. When the radiation is directed toward the conscious assimilation of all designs of cosmic waves, accept them. The unutilized energies are speeding through space like discharged cannonballs. Observe that first of all it is necessary to harness the ocean of the world, later the effect will determine the experiment. Our earthly firmament requires a great deal for the healing of the breaches. Many fountains of formulae of the Lord's have been poured out. The help, through the shield of the teaching, was sent, but the priceless treasures of spirit were scattered as chips into space. However, space is a great collector and accumulator of all treasures unapplied by you. Nothing is wasted by cosmos, and the reserve is guarded. When you realize this, the sparks of knowledge will reveal to you all mysteries of existence. The element of fire is dreaded by him who knows only the decay of contemporary life. But he who sees and welcomes causativeness as the affirmation of results is the evident votary of evolution. The hidden manifestations of cosmos emit light for the eye of the seeker. But bereft of any glimmer of light is the world of him who sees its expiration with his own end. 25. The renaissance of a country is always created through cosmic influences. The agglomeration of propelled thoughts attracts from space the necessary layers of manifested sendings. Clichés of great discoveries float in space. Those who can intensify their psychic energy with the rhythm of cosmic energies will absorb treasures into their consciousness. The broadening of consciousness will propel toward the chain which connects all creative forces of cosmos. The decline of a country that has already accumulated much from the treasure house is the result of its denial of the causality of cosmic actions. When human conceit drives the consciousness to the turning point and the ego becomes an idol, then are the gates closed. The personality becomes a reflection of the smile of cosmic action when it considers itself as an inseparable part of the existing, manifested cosmos. Verily, man is the highest manifestation of cosmos. Verily, he is chosen as the predestined builder and collector of all treasures of the universe. Verily, the term man means the affirmation of creativeness. Long ago was the key entrusted to men, but when revelation illumined him there appeared the extinguishers of the fires. We shall say that when our paths converge within the sun, then you will realize the entire grandeur of cosmos. Conceive the sun as a guarantee of a new science. Accept the fire of infinity as an illumination, as a manifestation of our real presence. Accept what is ordained by us. 26. All that contributes toward accomplishment of the task of humanity's advancement in the chain of evolution coordinates its earthly direction with infinity. The task suggests that creative thoughts be applied toward discoveries in the realm of space. Great is the loss when designs force the closing of that which induces the perfecting of all forms. Only when the evidence of all spatial riches will be realized will it be possible to give perfection to our earthly forms. Beingness was affirmed before its full realization by humanity, and all forms of life were then in varying stages. There are as many stages in infinity as there are steps of consciousness. All things are interrelated. All things are mutually attracted, and everything is reflected in the depthless ocean of creativeness. The spirit able to assimilate the highest on the planet and cognizant of the incompleteness of one life is an eagle spirit, soaring unfettered in life, in the sun of knowledge above the desert. It is given to the spirit to know the cosmic fires. 27. The concept of non-golfedness is excluded from the annals of evolutionary movement. The symbolic assertion of the ancients regarding fire provides the best conception of the fact of indissolubility into void. The ancient covenants assert that fire, after consuming all fuel, is not annihilated but returns to the primary stage, to the form of invisible fire, to the stage of the highest manifestation of the fire of space. Thus manifested is our life. When the body is consumed, on the path of life, can one assert that it has dissolved into nothingness? When every chain of action is utilized by cosmos for application, and each change draws after it a chain of other changes, how then can we not perceive all the endless chains of ascent of our spirit? A token is manifested by the fire, which contains all elements in its invisible higher form. The spirit departed from earth and the spirit returning to earthly manifestation contain in themselves the assertion of all principles. The difference is only in the extent of accumulations. Thus, up to the unattainable heights of infinity. 28. The mind of cosmos is omnipresent. In all space its rule is manifest. Incalculable are all its effects and new combinations. From the chemism of the luminaries to the functions of life's manifestations, it rules the principle of being. This question has troubled many consciousnesses. It is difficult to deny the almighty mind of cosmos, which suffuses all strata of the firmament with its breath. But people usually turn away from the truth consciously. When the spirit attracted to delusive Maya strives for momentary rest, it dissipates the best light rays of cosmos. Illumination can frighten him who does not desire enlightenment. You are right in asserting that the Lord Buddha had to give the concept of nirvana to the world because there are few who are willing to labor eternally for the creation of new forms. Nirvana is only a step in the endless cosmic periods. Our disciples, accumulating the earthly inheritance, can rejoice, transporting themselves with striving consciousness toward the higher worlds. Is it not better to serve the manifestation of the great eternal reworking and transformation from the lower to the higher than to be slave to stagnation? Note that even insignificant dams cause decay. There are many instances when long-standing remains generated the destruction of spheres. What then will be the result of the stagnation of will and consciousness? The generator of rest can call forth the most dreaded explosion. But one flash of the fire of spirit, in unison with the cosmos, can evoke the pacification of an entire nation. The spirit determined to labor ceaselessly draws along with him those who strive. Thus, the fiery thought kindles a bridge in space, and the magnet of spirit glows with the impulsion of cosmos. 29. The higher world sometimes seems to people like a hallucination or delusion. Each one understands it in his own way, and each one is afraid to confess his understanding of cosmos. From the point of view concerned with the elements to that concerned with the mighty Creator, man does not fear to create various phantasmagories and will not cease the creation of excess baggage. The human spirit carries many bundles, and hence comes the difficulty of ascent into the higher sphere. The reorganization of life by way of cosmic fires will provide the salvation, but fear overcomes people at the thought of a reorganization of life. The old outworn forms attract, and thus do traditions originate. If the concept of tradition is regarded as one that leads to a foundation, then benefit may be derived, for a broadened consciousness will lead to a covenant of wisdom. But the traditions of our contemporary life do not allow the spirit to strive toward the higher spheres. The church has its dogmas, families have walls of restrictions erected by the forefathers, nations have laws which deprive them of the affirmation of independence. Thus, deprived of the spirit of beauty, how will they perceive infinity? You are right in desiring to give school children an understanding of the whole boundlessness of creative activity. Why endue with new radiance the garment of a grandfather? Try to resemble builders of new powerful bridges, and strive toward the radiance of the higher worlds. Not phantasmagoria, but life. 30. The best path to choose is not pointed out directly. Protection and the designation of an affirmed path is made manifest, but in essence it must be found by the men, and this will determine the consequences. When you hear defamation of our covenants, which provide endless vistas for the expressions of the spirit in its striving toward beauty, is it possible that this seems to you an achievement breathing with true beauty? When incomprehensible grimaces of spirit are manifested, is it possible that you will follow those who cannot keep pace with the rhythm of cosmos? We revere the freedom of will, and endless are the paths for the application of it. Therefore, not violation but the flight of striving spirit. The mighty warrior, builder of life, proceeds straightforwardly under this banner. 31. The utilization of all manifestations of the primary formulae of the lotus of cosmos should guide humanity in its evolutionary development. When the spirit will make use of the manifestation of spatial fire, and when the breath of truth will touch the source of life, then will it be possible to vouch for the shifting of consciousness. The top, revolving around its own axis, symbolizes the destiny of the man who has dissociated himself from the eternal motion. He who carries the lotus, who is open to meet the cosmos, and who displays the best differentiation of the lights of the centers, typifies the builder of life, commeasuring his constriction of the centers with their opening. Let us find a correct definition of the vital principle. The open lotus embraces everything, the differentiated lights of its flaming petals rotate to cover all directions. When the sacred fire, representing the spirit, is in touch with the all-existing, then the cosmic ring and the wheel of life move in conjunction. The sharp-pointed top does not correspond to a refined spirit. The spirit who prefers the cosmic waves to a smooth, slightly undulating surface, verily knows infinity. Our indicated formula moves forward, in the direction of the manifold spatial fires. When humanity will accept the affirmation of infinity, destiny will reveal itself not as a punishment but as a cosmic expansion. The beauty of the vastness of life is measured by the consciousness of creativeness. We repeat about fire for the sake of humanity. You know how much in need of a new torch is human thinking. 32. The division of the world into the existing and non-existing constricts the thinking. Rejection of that which is invisible, and denial of the whole expanse of cosmos, results in that narrow measure of cosmos used by humanity. A cosmic spaciousness for the path of life is ordained by infinity. In ancient times the symbols of religions were drawn from the treasury of cosmos. The cults assigned a purpose to the creator of cosmos. The degeneration of the loftiest cosmic images is symbolized in our denials. But there where the principle of the element of fire is still venerated, the consciousness of the primeval spirit has become already affirmed. Only cognition and the rational acceptance of limitless cosmic forces will teach humanity the means of their application. The teaching of Lord Gautama affirmed that light does not fear darkness. The victorious light engulfs everything. So, too, does the cosmic fire pervade all. It is omnipresent, and infinite is its power. 33. In assimilating the cosmic fires the entire organism is regenerated, and the alien elements are eliminated by its own flame. The armed spirit conquers by its own striving, therefore, the manifestation of infinity indicates the all-pervading fire as the ordained healing sign. To each one is entrusted the finding of the path to the higher sphere, but when humanity thinks that the work designated for the transmutation of the spirit and of all accumulations can proceed from without, then the lever of cosmos will devastate the accumulation. Only by one's own hand, only by one's own will, only by one's own striving, only by one's own work can the spirit become a conscious co-worker of the infinite. The lever will descend upon the constricted horizon to devastate that which obscures the course of evolution. But the lever of the actions of the full life, affirmed as a union with the higher sphere, will descend as the regenerating fire. The manifestation of oneness, the manifestation of indivisibility, and the realization of the kernel of the Spirit as a creator, will give the best formula of the essence of beingness. 34. Yes, yes, yes. Cosmic dates and planetary movements can coincide. This combination provides the better formula of existence. You are right in calling the Spirit the creator of cosmos. Subservience to the elements of nature puts men in a corner, like one in ambush awaiting an enemy. True understanding of the elements is not yet alive in the consciousness. The so-called chastisement by the Lord reveals itself as a vivid evidence of the great defamation of the cosmic fire. Sacrifices are not needed. Evolution needs only quickened steps. The unforeseen factor of unbridled elements is not a chastisement, but only an unutilized afflux of the gigantic forces of cosmos. As in the small, so in the great. Means for the lesser and greater bridlings of the elements are found. How insignificant are these checks? Still, they clearly reveal a direction. Why, then, not move in the opposite direction? The result would be valuable. The manifestation of loss will be replaced by a revealed propulsion of the consciousness. This law is immutable and is one with the universal process. We call the consciousness to the awakening. 35. It is the uniformity of life that so strips the life essence of beauty. How could human life garb itself in so drab and monotonous a garment, when the diversity of cosmos is full of beauty? The combinations of cosmos are so varied. The reverberations of cosmos should be reflected in the life of the planet. How could so monotonous an existence take root on the crust of Earth, when each spirit is unique, when each manifestation may assume varied forms? Whence these alluviums? Macrocosm and microcosm are bound together and are one, with the power of one and the same breath. Humanity knows all visible forms of cosmos, and people utilize the manifest combinations for the fertilizing of their existence. If people would admit that cosmos in its invisible aspect can enrich the existence incalculably, then consciousness would utilize all the endless forms of the cosmic fires. Cosmos was created and so was humanity. How could the form of beingness become dismembered in consciousness? When our consciousness will once more return to the acceptance of pure fire as the origin of beingness, then we will understand infinity. Do not think of fire as an abstract concept. Although we do not summon you to the stake, we do not detach you from daily life. Verily, we see fire even in the most humble worker, if in his spirit lives the song of the endless joy of labor. We shall say that we value each manifestation of true labor, leading toward evolution. Search for this identity and you will become identical with the higher. 36. If we were to look upon the manifestations from an opposite viewpoint, we would be astonished at their consequences. As will those of the elements, so also will our own life manifestations lead to one conclusion: cause and effect. In the death of a man, or in the charring of a tree, or the evaporation of water, all returns to its primary seed. Therefore, search everything for its true origin. When you will exhaust the findings of psychic energy, then you may forge out of the human furnace a broad cosmic design. Consider that one may transform the most pitiful existence into one radiant with cosmic fires. If we will apply in the strong current of karma that which is given, then the signs of the manifested infinity will rise not as phantasmagoria but as reality. The veil of the radiance of the Mother of the world will be the crown of our striving. Spirit, in thy essence thou hast revealed the beauty of sacred knowledge. Why then is thy fear so great before the derision of thy brothers? Why, in servility to the petty people, dost thou conceal the sacred seed bestowed upon thee? Let us look at the one who consciously strives to the veil of the Mother of the world. We shall see that, of all the inexhaustible, numberless consciousnesses, this warrior, aflame with cosmic fires, is born there where the power of infinity glows. But here on earth the warrior carries a brimming chalice. Wondrous is the transposition of our conception thitherward, into our true life. Verily, Only the cognizance of infinity will unite all elements. Manifestation of cosmic life will be revealed as a formula in our conscious thought. 37. One thing gives birth to another, in the transmutation and eternal motion of the cosmic forces of our affirmed life. The spirit, despite its innumerable forms, often chains itself to but one of its manifestations. Such adhesion greatly impedes, it infringes upon the course of the circle, for irreplaceable forces are passing by. If we realize the predestined chain of cosmic lives, we will apply the entire cosmic energy, and then the spirit of the manifested Creator will ordain for us the revealed path. Our will is a mighty creator. As a restraining force it soars above the energies that are revealed and unassimilated by us. Evoke this vital force. Learn to strive in the direction of the cosmic waves. Learn to yearn for the spatial energies. Desire courageously. Courageously realize the unlimited number of your forms. Verily, life is transmuted by the spirit and the will. And the manifestation of energies is without end. 38. If we compare the work of cosmos with the work of men, we may find the closest correlations on our planet. Let us see wherein cooperation with the elements has been realized. The vegetable kingdom takes what it requires for its growth. The cooperation between men and the cosmic riches is clear. From the animal kingdom we take what is necessary for our existence, accepting it as being customarily due us. When man built his dwellings upon the lake shores and hewed them out of the rocks, he subordinated the world to himself and proudly dominated it. Now the same man dominates, but, having been enriched by all manner of subtle means, he has progressed toward an understanding of the riches of space. The word materialism has assumed a monstrous significance. And yet, materialism should be based upon the all-pervading substance of the power of the infinite. Why this perversion of cosmic power? The symbol of the mother of the world, giving form and purpose to the entire breadth of cosmos, transforming the kernel into incalculable manifestations, crowns our earth with beauty. The mother of the world is the great creative force in our being. Thou hast abided in the cults of the ancients as earth, as sun, as fire, as air, as water. Thou, the all-bestowing. Thou, the all-revealing. Thou who hast made manifest to humanity the great and joyous realization of the Mother. Thou who hast indicated achievement and who hast veiled thy image. Thou who hast manifested to us the fire of space. Thou who hast taken upon thy shoulders the burden of human actions. We beseech thee, restore to us our lost smile. Grant us mastery of the sacred fiery might. 39. When the differentiation of the elements occurred, the cosmic force did not disunite itself. The manifestation of heterogeneous cosmic fires is but one rotation on the wheel of Fohat. Fohat is in everything, and various manifestations carry its expression. Urusvedi knows the myriads of sparks of Fohat when the sparks of materia matrix fill the space. Each spark is the essence of beingness. Each particle is the essence of various forms. Each atom breathes through Fohat. Fohat and its sparks are one, likewise one is the universe in all its forms. Differentiation comes from rotation, but there is no arbitrariness. The power of rotation and attraction enriches the cosmos with the manifestations of the action of fires. The spatial waves produce an effect which calls forth conscious creativeness. The creativeness of cosmos and the impulse of consciousness are the propellers of energy, hence, nothing can be dissociated in eternity. Space is perfecting construction, and great is the surplus tension of the speeding forces. 40. I have said, long ago, that in completion there is death. Only by incessant action may one advance in the direction of beauty. Even in the state of pralaya the substance of matter continues its motion. It is impossible to conceive a point of cosmic suspension. It is impossible to put a point of suspension in the category of usual manifestations, if we include the fact of a foregoing cause. There is no such suspension of life as that of which people dream. A speedy motion cannot manifest in the slackness of suspension. A process invisible to us does not cease to be a process of the creative fire. When people think about economizing in their reception, we may advise to move on, move on, move on. The quicker the better. A speedy reception will bring closer the reactions. Where forces are intensified, the attraction is inevitable. The law is one in the entire cosmos. Obstacles that generate weakness of spirit are the begetters of failure. Obstacles that summon to battle the entire fire of the spirit serve as a creative impetus. The ancient wisdom says, evoke the date of battle, avoid no obstacles. Where there is evasion there is no salvation but only retardment. He who is unafraid to participate in the eternal unlimited motion may verily assume the image of the warrior. Readiness and the pressure of the rhythm will carry him into the radiance of cosmos. Mark that fear and hesitation are dams for the spirit. 41. The acquirement of the cooperation of cosmic forces brings us closer to the source of atomic energy. Our science can reach the tension of this energy if only the explosion of consciousness will occur. Much can be derived from the complex cosmic combinations. Earthly concepts are garbed in uniform manifestations or in prejudice. Commune with the infinite and be a part of it, part of all the beauty of cosmic energy. We shall untiringly repeat about the energy of infinity. When humanity will understand the sparks of Fohat and accept the countless manifestations of matter not yet in the state of cohesion, then will the new formulae be manifested. Half of the manifestations of cosmic forces await humanity in eternity. Why not utilize all the powers of radioactivity and all radiations of the myriads of rays? What remains for our planet to extract from the primary source is evident through the conception of infinity. Our planet is stratified and permeated by the properties of cosmic fires, and man, as a magician, can propel his magnetic power according to his desire. He can express his striving through the tension of his psychic energy directed into space. Clarity of thought gives impetus to this direction. We are not speaking of magic formulae, but we wish to direct your spirit toward the limitless possibilities. The belief that all is illusion results in curtailment of one's self-expression. Cosmogony and astrochemistry are as applicable as are geography and history. Could you but know what the lords have seen, you would find understanding of the immensity of non-concatenated matter. Not the mystery of a temple, but the sacrament of infinity. 42. The assimilation of the higher energies, upon the evidence of tension, can give form to new energies. Matter and spirit grow through mutual help. When the tensed current of will flows with accelerated speed, matter is absorbed by the spirit and the functions of a spiritual creator are performed. Then the refining of forms takes place. The power of the fire of spirit is like the power of the fire that melts metals. Only through the process of melting may one form new combinations. That spirit who yearns to bring his energy into incandescence becomes the melter of matter. What forms and dimensions the spirit can melt, from all the spatial matter and from our lives. From times immemorial the lords have assumed the task of melting the consciousness. Eternity is the flame wherein new combinations are wrought without end. Verily, the quests have gone on for ages. Where is the beginning? For the present, let us say it is in the eternal desire for new forms. With the same broad vision let us mold our future. 43. Hail the triumph of the prophecy of the herald. The victory is proclaimed by fires and by psychic energy. Each century brings forth its pronouncements. He who has proclaimed the victory of infinity is the carrier of truth. Like stones on the path lie the derisions, and persecutions grow into impenetrable thickets. We will not destroy these thickets, but the conscious spirit will cover all manifestations of ignorance with its wings. To some, infinity will seem an impossibility. To some, the thought of death will seem beautiful. To some, the evidence of labor will seem horrible. To some, labor itself will be a terror. To some, the rhythm of endless cosmic labor will seem like an old encumbrance. But the hand of wisdom points to where there is no end, there where all is incombustible, yet where all is both destructible and indestructible, where all is visibly formless yet where all great and beautiful forms dwell. Yes, we summon you to the affirmation of infinity. The non-realization of currents, and the reluctance to accept them, greatly complicates the evolution. 44. When we summon to the far-off worlds, it is not for a detachment from life but for a discovery of new ways. Only in realizing participation in infinity may one reach the upper spheres. If we trace the development of the human spirit from the very primitive forms, we will perceive that the variety of forms of the primary spirits branch out into corresponding manifestations. One may call the forms of the present-day forms aspiring toward perfection. The forms of the future correspond to the far-off worlds. Having deprived itself of the knowledge of cosmic vistas, humanity has dissociated itself from the manifestations of infinity and has lost the thread of unity with the beauty of life and with cosmic energy. This cleavage is cruel, and the lost thread turns into a thin cobweb of reality. We, the brothers of humanity, know that there exists a great unembellished and indestructible reality. Affirm yourselves in the acceptance of the great beauty of infinity. Let the far-off worlds live in the consciousness of men as a wondrous kingdom. This is just as indisputable and just as real as the fact that a growing seed gives birth to a flower. The far-off worlds are interpreted only as something illustrative of the concept of distance. But let us regard the far-off worlds, the life there is affirmed in beauty and in striving for achievement. There are the fires of spirit, there is the fire of love, there the seeming excrescences of earth are transformed into creations of fire. The fires of the spirit carry knowledge that the passing of the present and the striving into the better future will be the ladder upon which we shall ascend. We, the brothers of humanity, sound the summons to the far-off worlds. 45. The illusion of life is created only by the thought which limits the cosmic expressions. But the true meaning of life impels striving into infinity. Illusion is a drug, but the basis of striving lies in the affirmation of the endlessness of our tasks. The problem of spatial fires cannot be annihilated by humanity, and in humanity's task of rousing from its stupor lies its salvation. Much is said about those who lack understanding of that which joins our beings together. Having accepted life, we must accept the power of the bond. Disunited minds differ in rays of understanding, and this disunity bears the consciousness away from the primary source. The power of the bond is affirmed as the cosmic lever, and man cannot isolate himself. Only after it has abolished the belief in a precipitate fall into void will the consciousness rise to the concept of infinity. 46. The echo of space carries the command of cosmic manifestations. And whatever humanity possesses, it draws from the treasury of cosmos. It is necessary to have full realization of the immutability of our course of evolution. Every beginning depends on the understanding of the affirmation of cosmic evolution. Only acceptance in full faith can bestow the crown of success. The lever of faith will permit penetration into the spirit of man. Only through the lever of faith can one adhere to the infinite. The great lever of faith will aid the spirit in finding its path. Faith indicates the striving toward the teacher. Let us take for example the child who conceived in its spirit the love for the teacher. Faith transformed the child into a warrior of spirit, and the path of solitude was transformed into one radiant with joy. Hope abides, and the wondrous power of cosmos reveals itself when the spirit manifests faith. It is not difficult to manifest creativeness of spirit when thought seeks to picture the universe as an unconfined domain. In the desire to alter its conception, humanity already moves forward. Manifest the desire for new images. Manifest the desire for new paths. Having awakened the desire toward the beauty of infinity in everything, humanity will walk forward without glancing back. Only the grandeur of cosmos will impel the spirit toward the inaccessible heights. 47. If it were possible to convey the concept of infinity in the entire essence of cosmic understanding, humanity could attain great heights. But this achievement is possible only through broadening of consciousness. The spirit of one will be repelled from infinity by fear, the spirit of another will be repelled because of ignorance. The wiseacre of contemporary science will remark dryly, "What have we to do with this problem? Where is our textbook? Let us verify this proclaimed infinity." The bearer of our word will say, "All is being born into the cosmic expanse and everything comes from the cosmic expanse." The threads of our lives are stretched from the depths of infinity to the heights of infinity. The power of cosmos, which is invincible, is of one and the same essence as our own. And just as the element of fire is unconquerable, so also is our spirit. The spirit peering into infinity will say, Our task is only of this urgent hour, our task concerns only reality, but all worlds, formed and unformed, attract us. And the task of the new world is not terrifying, since we endeavor to affirm a new spatial thought. The mother of the world lives and constructs. And we proclaim not the utopia envisioned by humanity but a true striving toward endless construction. 48. Being saturated with wrath and blind to the light of cosmic reality expels one from the chain. It is difficult to foresee how this contagion of the spirit will spread. The sowers of contagion carry the responsibility for all humanity. The understanding of responsibility must be developed limitlessly. The human spirit, being a creator, bears the responsibility for all its actions. Let us not be afraid to meet responsibility. We are responsible not only to ourselves but to cosmos. Of course, cosmos sends succor, but humanity thinks of altering it to fit its own understanding. One cannot break the chain, but one may replace the iron links by a finer metal. All which leads to boundless development proceeds in step with cosmos. The spatial battle runs like a thread through all that exists. In battle, possibilities are born. In battle, the forces are tempered. Manifest understanding of responsibility and of the beauty of infinity. 49. In an epoch of division between spirit and matter, one must consider him as condemned who creates his world around non-understanding. Why build with hustle and bustle? Wherefore all dreams and privations, when your constructions crumble and the tide of human property may not be prolonged? Where the condemned one has marked out a small circle for himself, all space will be measured for him by the same radius. When the clear consciousness will say, one may profit eternally by the fruits of one's own labor, then verily will glow the spirit's glaive which points to infinity. Spirit itself, the ruler, will affirm the choice of the path. And why obscure the path when one may manifest the predestined bridge between the stronghold and infinity? Condemned one, why does your heart not whisper to you wherein lies the truth? In every action is comprised an energy identical in substance with the energy of cosmos. Every atom moves in accordance with exact calculation, and energy gathers from each convulsion of spirit. Let each one understand that he is doomed not because of karmic cruelty but by self-indictment. Cosmic justice is aware of the design of evolution, and the plan is executed in accordance with the design of one and the same law of the fire of the mother of the world. Let the fiery flame illumine mankind. 50. The life impulse lives within man and in everything outside of him. The life essence of cosmos binds all that exists. And all subdivisions into conscious and unconscious must be verified. Thus far, the concept of consciousness is understood only relatively, and it is customary to define as subconscious and unconscious those manifestations of the cosmic fires which humanity has simply failed to understand. When manifesting elements are accepted as the roar of cosmos, and people are unable to discover a further explanation, then blindness must be removed, for mental reclusion is far from the realization of infinity. The inceptions are always accompanied by engenderings of that life impulse which moves the hand of a creator, or by the rush of the wind that bears the seed of life which, on finding a fitting soil, can evince the sprout of creativeness. He who is burdened by the problems of life's construction must accept with his spirit the boundlessness of the life impulse. 51. The yearning for communion with the far-off worlds provides the possibility for adherence to the course of cosmos. The date predestined to humanity for the realization of infinity pierces already the strata of cosmic fires. People have sought the approach to truth in varied ways. Various manifestations impelled them to fasts, flagellations, tortures of their bodies and benumbing of their spirit. Manifold searches are inscribed in the book of striving. But progress of the spirit cannot be achieved without the realization of the endlessness of the battle. Progress of spirit is there where the spirit develops its protective net through unlimited striving. But the one who tries to find his protective net in leisure retreats into the mist of non-understanding. Let the fiery flame illumine the people. 52. That which is created by the one, the universal, law of cosmos is not sundered by the ordinance of cosmic energy. Unity is manifest through all space, and this law is reflected in all manifestations of life. The multiple forms of infinity reflect all cosmic fires. Man alone, separating himself from the infinite energy of the manifestation of cosmos, is precisely eluding truth. Does cosmos ordain the annihilation of that which is held together by the one creative and life-imparting impulse? A limited development clouds the understanding of the fire of space. Group consciousness is destroyed by the lack of understanding of reverence of the origins. The destruction wrought by humanity is great and causes regression. Non-understanding of the purpose, and the excessive expenditure of energy in the erection of mirage, all because of ignorance, is the greatest incommensurability of the spirit. Cosmos creates for infinity. Cosmos builds with co-measurement. Communion is imperative, and materia lucida is the consciousness of the cosmic rays. You are right in terming materia lucida the great mother of the world. You are right in calling materia lucida cosmic love. Verily, the universe is woven with the yarn of lucida and the lever of love. Poor humanity alone has clothed itself in isolation, with the veil of dark denial. 53. The spatial fires of cosmos and the elements of nature set atremor the spheres, calling to life all that exists. The cosmic fire ignites one manifestation of life and combines it with others in the chain of processes. He who cannot surround himself with the realization of the grandeur of the eternal, limitless labor of cosmos deprives himself of the greatest comprehension of life. The one to whom the spatial possibilities are accessible perceives how limited the planet is and sees that it is manifested only as a shield for those who regard reality as just the narrow path of earthly life. When the spirit is able to fly to the heights of the spheres and contemplate the life of the planet as a beautiful stage, and not one bound by a curved line, then one may vouch that this spirit will cross the way of fiery evolution. Verily, one may find in the ray of space the true expression of cosmic energies, and thus may the life of humanity be adorned. The affirmation of infinity approaches. 54. The theory which affirms that life is not moved by a conscious vital impulse, and that it is but a certain combination, reveals the loss of the most precious meaning. With the meaning lost, and deprived of consciousness, the life process becomes void of spirit and its creativeness. Since it is a process of growing energy that creates, one cannot offer mere symbolization by asserting that life is but the manifestation of the creativeness of the infinite. The spark can exist anywhere in the whole of cosmic spaciousness. How, then, to explain that reason which lives in this whole immeasurable expanse, in all manifestations of cosmos? Denying the conscious vital impulse to beingness, humanity destroys the very seed of existence. The motion and breath of cosmos must not be deprived of its spirit. Otherwise, beingness will be fixed within boundaries of annihilability. Let us say that life and infinity weave the infinite life. 55. A limited consciousness attracts only imperfect currents. The power of creativeness responds to the call of the spirit, and the scope of consciousness corresponds to the surrounding conditions created by the spirit itself. The law of reaction is the most rectilineal. Cosmic energy as a propelled creative impulse will provide a culminating life there where striving is manifest. If man would comprehend the great mutual attraction, he would more often propel his energy toward cosmic creativeness. The call is affirmed as a great magnet. The belief that the evocation aum is effective, when consciously made by the spirit, is based on wisdom. But the spirit invoked by an irresponsible spirit can only smite. All causes and effects are contained in the call. The spirit of the one who invokes arouses and summons the cosmic power. The spirit who calls infinity to the aid of humanity becomes the helper of evolution. The spirit who knows not the call will not utilize the manifest forces of infinity. 56. The achievement of drawing near the manifestation of fire brings humanity closer to infinity. Since beingness is flame, all dissolves in the flaming manifestations. Since beingness is fire, all is permeated with it. Since beingness is fiery expanse, our life is filled with cosmic energy. Foreseen in the cosmic fiery energy are all the manifestations which give life, which bear a new combination in each atom, and which bring the planetary life nearer to the construction of higher forms. Observations of the primary forms of the glacial period and succeeding epochs demonstrate to what an extent the form of a solid body gave evidence of the density of spirit. Therefore, fire may be accepted as the creator of the higher forms. The fire of space is the pledge of the future evolution of fire. Evolution cannot pursue its course by way of densification. Only subtle understanding and the refined cognition of infinity will indicate the path of humanity. 57. Realizing that the path into infinity is that shoreline toward which the highest spatial energy is impelled for fusion with the essence of everything that exists, one may affirm that cosmos creates the consciousness of beingness. The particles of matter needed for the vital breath are gathered in the supermundane spheres. The realization that in space there are a multitude of particles waiting anxiously to be awakened will give impetus to the thought of affording to each particle the possibility of manifesting life. Wherever it turns, the mind will find the immutable shield of the truth of infinity. How is it possible to annihilate the power of motion, and how can one not acknowledge this wise and eternal cause of the entire cosmic fire? The evidence of the cosmic fire permeates every corner of the human dwelling, but as an extraneous manifestation. Man has detached himself from the best part of the creative impulse. The finding of materia lucida on the earthly sphere is possible only in spiritual consciousness. Clumsy hands may not touch the veil of the Mother of the world. A crude consciousness may not formulate the manifestation of cosmic energy. Only the yearning to perceive provides the access to higher matter. We say, proceed irrevocably from the lower sphere to the far-off worlds. Strive unalterably toward the ascent into infinity. And we add, strive without end. 58. Space contains the threads which bind souls and induce attraction. But men have grown extremely limited and hardened, and they easily lose the threads in the vortex of life. The hardened soul, steeped in matter, will not answer the call of space. The manifestation of creative joy dwells in the consciousness of the higher spheres and in the spirit of higher tension on the planet. 59. Evolution needs the guidance of our consciousness. Intensified forces are needed. Readiness and fiery action are needed. The pushing on toward extinction is already a detachment from infinity. Urasvedi is correct in saying that the teaching of the Blessed One is a fiery torrent. It is verily a torrent which carries all strivings into infinity. Let us regard an extinct crater, choked with gray, petrified lava. What can the process of extinction convert into life, when to humanity there is manifested a rushing fire? The force bestowed for creation must not be dissipated. One should comprehend the entire cosmic law and the teaching of the Blessed One and of the Lords as an imperative summons to infinity. 60. Each one must find the key to the teaching in his heart. Understanding of the universal teaching can unfold the creativeness of the spirit. The image of the teacher can provide an illumined path into the cosmic expanse. The brothers of humanity are a moving force, but it is difficult for humanity to accept that which is unapparent to a crude sight. When the time will come for affirming the fact that straight knowledge has more power than the eye, then will the consciousness, the intuition, and the subtlety of the human spirit be aroused. 61. He who considers himself condemned to eternal labor bars spiritually his path to infinity. Only he who realizes the beauty of the chosen path can acquire the spatial fire. The formula of keeping pace with cosmos in accelerated rhythm will afford the best understanding of life. Cosmos and our will symbolize the assertion of beingness. And the freedom of will is but a great possibility for the manifestation of the human spirit. When the fire of space directs the consciousness to the infinite, then the rushing stream of energy is intensified. When isolation will cease, then the fusion will direct toward infinity. In all space there is one pulse, and the law of cosmos is one for all that exists. Creation is designated for all affirmed lives and for all space. The far-off worlds are our manifested path. The far-off worlds are our enlightenment. The far-off worlds are our vistas of the mighty vision of the Mother of the world. The human spirit seeking expansion finds the manifested far-off worlds. Let us say that the unattainable may become attainable and that privation may become wealth. Therefore, let us direct our will to infinity, in all its beauty. 62. The world of form is unlimited, and a developed receptivity and imagination can add multifold manifestations to beingness. If we accept the concept of a whole arc of ascent through all directions of space, we will be able to attain understanding of the far-off worlds. Why not enrich life by admitting into the consciousness the fact that beyond its earthly dwelling the spirit has treasures toward which to aspire? Those who deny the life on the far-off worlds deprive themselves of their own obvious wealth. Why not accept the thought that the worlds cleave to a chain which leads from conception to unending evolution? Creation, which expands in an ascending arc, proceeds just as the cosmic fire. Why should one limit the cosmos to Earth alone, in the belief that cosmos provided only the one refuge to men? Let us rise upon the ascending arc in cooperation with the far-off worlds. The Spirit knows that creativeness, for the fruits of the next step, must be intensified. Let us look at our planet from the far-off worlds. How stifling it is, wails the human spirit on the crust. Let us look at the far-off worlds from our planet. The vista of infinity, rejoices the spirit. Accept the profound and preordained sacred paths. 63. The creation and its creator represent one and the same great spatial force and are mutually attracted through the creative impulse. That spirit which enriches the space with his creations prepares companions for himself, and they mark that boundary of life beyond which he can begin a new step. Activity is our eternal and most faithful companion, and we cannot hide from it because of the preordainment of our karma. The Creator and his creations are manifested as perpetual achievements in the cosmos. It is regrettable if the spirit who has lived through his cycle of life arrives at the same point from which he started. It is regrettable if the spirit prescribes for himself a repeat term, for his issue, the faithful companion, will await him at the threshold. A straight line ties man to his companion. But the Creator who sets his pace by the cosmic current is its conscious companion, and he strives not to the threshold of a dwelling but to the far-off worlds. Break the chains and reject the karma of being just an offspring. Choose the manifest path of response to the call of infinity. 64. Cosmos proclaims that life pulsates in all atoms and sets into motion the manifestations of evolution. But Cosmos proclaims not only the organic but all manifestations. It proclaims psycho-life. Psychodynamics of the spirit constitutes the foundation of beingness. Psychovision is the basis of sight. The manifested psychospiritual thought of cosmos is the guarantee of creation throughout the entire limitless life of cosmos. In all manifestations of the spatial organisms, search not only for the impulse but for the attraction of psycho-life in the atom. Then you will discern not one world alone but all the limitless worlds of cosmos. We shall find the meaning of all the surrounding worlds and of the supreme reason. All cells exemplify not only the process of growth but the existing psychodynamics of cosmos. Man and his progeny reveal the same psychodynamics, diffused throughout cosmos. When those who know the principle of psychodynamics will realize that, in order to continue the propagation of mankind and the generation of the sixth race, it is necessary for humanity to advance in psychodynamics, then access to the cosmic energy may be gained. Affirmed principles of life and motion carry with them the concept of shiftings and succession which leads to infinity. The death of the organism is manifested as a kind of chemical reaction, but the man who kills his psycho-life, that of his spirit and of his consciousness, sets himself among the evident destroyers of the progress of cosmic creation. The wings of existence in the psycho-life are measureless and carry the manifested fires into the heart of the sun itself. 65. Let us say that there exists an analogy between the differentiation of cosmos and the blending of the origins of a single atom with a manifested particle of cosmic energy, which affords the highest harmony in life. Whether it be manifested in saturated substances or in the magnetoelectricity of the atom or in the endless quests of the human spirit, in all cosmic manifestations we perceive psycho-life. The psycho-life activates the atom, and the atomic energy is the lever of psycho-life of the atom. The principle of human life emerges from the psycho-life of the atom. It is difficult to see any victory in the restriction of consciousness, but let us learn to discern psychospiritually, and then the planet will be seen as a bearer of spatial fire. The psychodynamic force asserts the life of cosmic fires. The psychodynamic force actuates the progress of beingness and coordinates all combinations. The psychodynamic force unites all dissociated atoms, and it is that force which guarantees the highest manifestations of cosmos in the forms of the elements of nature and in the elements of the human spirit. When we speak of the elements, it is not in the understanding conceived by men. The psychodynamic force and psycholife are verily impellers of the energy of cosmos. And limitless are the manifestations of these highest affirmations of the cosmic mind. 66. Cosmos consists of the several psychospatial foundations of materia matrix. Macrocosm and microcosm have as their foundations, or, more correctly speaking, as a common foundation, the cosmic atom. The separating and unifying energies are one and the same, but the psychodynamic force binds them materially. This is the eternal law of infinity, differentiation, mutual tests, and the eternal assembling of disconnected atoms which carry the manifestations of the origins. Cosmos is designed as the great builder and heart of the cosmic energy. The harmonizing, creative, spatial force, finding the particles which belong to each other, is subjected to the great psychodynamics of cosmic evolution. Cosmos, the builder, and its reflection, the microcosm, live by the same law. An unlimited harmonizing process goes on in cosmos. He who seeks truth will discover the beauty of unending beingness. 67. A concept still unrealized in human life is that of the far-off worlds which fill space. The spatial fire and the far-off worlds, in the cosmic understanding, must live in the human consciousness as a distant goal. The consciousness of the earth-dweller admits the realization of a dream. The realization of a distant goal can bring nearer the understanding of the far-off worlds. Refinement and the striving toward the spatial fire can open the path to the far-off worlds. All the manifestations of the worlds may be affirmed in one transport of the higher harmony. Why should one imagine that the forms of the far-off worlds have a fundamental peculiarity, and that all their manifestations are unadaptable to Earth? The affirmation of cosmic power will be molded through the progress of most subtle concepts, and the spheres of the infinite will become not mere carriers of cosmic dust but a realm of aspiration for the human mind. Thus cognize, and create the conception of the far-off worlds. Like a remote, reflected ray, like a response of the heart, seek in the infinite the expression unattainable on earth but accessible to the spirit which manifests understanding and soars to the higher spheres. When we assert that the creativeness of cosmos is diffused in humanity, it means that only individual striving can propel one to that attainment which the Mother of the world and we Arhats proclaim as the higher sacrament. Cognition of the fiery energy gives direction to the spatial principle, but different degrees of tension of the consciousnesses often impede the unification. The triumph of cosmos is in the harmonization of two origins. I solemnly affirm, that when we present to the world the offering of an achievement, we send our most dear ones for that achievement. I affirm that the path of the world is the path of spatial fire. 68. Incessancy of cosmic action reigns in everything. One may speak of changes in the processes, but the principle of incessancy creates evolution. The incessancy of cosmic processes is like a flame reflecting itself upon all activities of manifested life. The revealed vital tensity carries with it the thread of incessancy. The principle of tension and that of dissociation are a combined unit of the cosmic foundation. When I say that the cosmic incessancy affirms also our karma, it means that I wish to free human consciousness from delusion and to instill in the human spirit the thread of understanding which leads to incessancy. I affirm that a clear understanding will point out the incessancy of all our actions. The cosmic fire is incessant and inexhaustible. One must understand that the infinite is an aggregate of life processes. Cause and effect, thought and action, are the karmic predestinators of the life principle. Whither can the unbroken chain deviate? An unbroken path is open to the spirit, it reveals the symbol of the Mother of the world to him who has chosen the symbol of light. But the erring one who seeks darkness will not touch the fire of space. Attain the understanding of the symbol of the Mother of the world. 69. The basis of being will be inscribed into the book of life, and when the consciousness will reach the level of realization of eternal unity, then will it be possible to tell humanity, construct your life upon the principle of unity. How many spirits will be able to express themselves in the higher way? 70. as a heavy fate the thought of death hangs over the human consciousness. The specter of death is present as an inevitable cup, and having traversed the entire path of life, the spirit concludes that here one must terminate one's existence. Such is the plotting of the spirit dissociated from cosmos. Ignorant of the beginning and seeing only the end, the dissociated spirit aimlessly passes through life. But everyone may earn immortality by admitting infinity into his consciousness. Fearlessness toward death and striving toward the infinite will provide the spirit with the direction to the spheres of cosmic endlessness. Affirm yourselves in the acceptance of immortality, and infuse into each of your actions a spark of the creativeness of the cosmic fire, and that inexorable fate will be transformed into the one call of cosmic life. Our great, just law has chosen you as participants in the universal manifestations. Cognize immortality and cosmic justice. A beautiful step is prepared for everyone. Find the path of thinking about immortality. 71. I shall clarify the law of the blending of atoms. The law of differentiation varies as much as do the forms of beingness, but the law of blending is one, and therein lies the entire cosmic beauty. The differentiation draws the origins into the furthest spheres. When in spirit the origins are divested of seeking, the magnetic force weakens and passes from the psychocosmic magnet into two sharply contrasted forms. The separation and temporary delay is occasioned by the weakening of the psychomagnet of the spirit. In a strong spirit it develops into antagonism, in a weak one into submission. But the unifying law is one. The realization of search and the forward striving of the origin strengthens the psychocosmic magnet, and the attraction grows during hundreds and thousands of years until the final union is reached. A great, great law. Thus is the universe created by the beauty of cosmic union. One may affirm that the level of human consciousness is proportionate to the planetary manifestation, but one cannot insist on comparing the level of cosmos to that of the planet. How can one admit such a ratio when cosmos is boundless and gushes like a fiery stream, dispersing its sparks to generate life in all space? One is the stream and numberless the sparks. One is the cosmos and infinite the forms. We, your brothers, know the page of life wherein is inscribed the oneness of cosmos. We affirm that the manifested evolution is created not in dissociation but in a limitless striving of harmony. The more beautiful, the more high. The more powerful, the more high. Why manifest conflict between spirit and matter when they issue from one source? Why not intensify the power and feel the psycho-life of cosmos within oneself? We call to the primary source of conception. For centuries we have applied our striving to give humanity the joy of beingness. But they who are participants in cosmos manifest a lack of discernment and dream of rest and completion in the one shell. One should understand that the web comprises many threads of yarn and that the weaving action is repeated many times. The cosmic web consists of all manifestations of psychic energy and is adorned by materia lucida. The path is adorned by the striving toward infinity. 72. We bring to humanity the most creative possibilities. We lead humanity toward realization of truth. We proclaim the cosmic life as embodiment of the principle of perpetuity. One should accept the manifestation of cosmic energy as a fact of daily life, as the herald of new lives. We manifest the brotherhood as the affirmation of cosmic power, and our symbol is the material result. The books of Agni Yoga are a gift to humanity. I affirm the gift of the Spirit. The approach of fire will give to mankind a newly inscribed line, leading to the highest manifestations. We consider as most important and valuable the high manifestation of spirit which is linked with the appearance of the fires. We respect a high straight knowledge and can impart our treasures to the spirits closest to us. If people could but understand the call of space and the true image of an arhat. Even the best people do not recognize the fire of the spirit, dimly glows their understanding of an arhat. 73. In rejecting responsibility, man deprives himself of a most wonderful feeling and of a personal, affirmed, creative force. Man, transmuting the fires of space into forms, cannot cast aside his responsibility. Each form created in cosmos will correspond to the form of the spirit. All generated forms will correspond to the forms created by the Spirit in its ceaseless striving toward perfection. The feeling of responsibility must raise the cosmic creativeness. When the Spirit develops in the direction of infinity, then the feeling of responsibility acquires the power manifested by the creators of cosmos. Begin to realize personal responsibility and strive toward cosmic responsibility. There is the step of personal responsibility, the step of responsibility for human thought, the step of responsibility for human evolution, the step of responsibility for a better future. When thinking will be perfected, it will be possible to say that the time of construction of a better future is near. In cosmos lives that power of reason which is called the cosmic rhythm, and the whole of human life depends on the cycle of this rhythm. But let us assume that the cycle, which generates reciprocally with the cosmos, has been affirmed, and that the psychic energy is defining the current of evolution. The mutual interrelation of responsibility is limitless. 74. People who circumscribe themselves by the evident, and who sense only the obvious, limit their world. The visible does not lead to infinity, and therefore a limited mind is attempting to solve the creative complexities. Infinity can be cognized. The supreme understanding can be attained only by a supreme cognizance. The highest perception is accessible only to the one who knows the spiritual world. Psychic energy opens all gates. And the best attainment of the human spirit will be the realization of infinity. The symbol of energy will reveal to humanity the unceasingness of the processes of all beingness. Could one stop the endless stream of lives moving on toward infinity? Yes, Urasvati, the power of the future life indicates that the planetary expanses are small for the synthesis of your creativeness. The synthesis of the chalice is so condensed that it must not be manifested in one domain. In your consummate life there lies, as a cornerstone, the attainment of the Mother of the world. You will build the cycle life in creation around the revealed spheres. It was necessary for you to remain because this century is in need of your attainment. No one could replace you. It is under the highest cosmic sign. I have spoken. 75. When the development of a variety of forms is predestined by cosmos, how is it possible not to apply this law to the higher spheres? The beauty of life is in the affirmation of multiformity. Cosmos does not favor uniformity. Cosmos is diffused in the consciousness of billions of forms. Eject from life the fear of acquiring varied currents. The law of manifoldness provides for all forms of beingness. Do not create for yourself the karma which results from repelling the joy of multiformity from the existing life. Accepting in consciousness the principle of multiformity, humanity will be enabled to accept new forms in the comprehension of the far-off worlds. New worlds are built with new forms. Renovate the concept of the new worlds, realizing that they will be unlike yourself and your issue. Construct a new stronghold upon better principles. Science is studying the world history, and the epochs of lowest manifestations are established as well as the gradual development. But parallel lines of advance do not present a picture of the future. Hence, let each one designate for himself a path of progression leading toward one of the higher worlds. The science which will reveal the approach of new forms of being will give humanity the subtle understanding of the infinite. Verily, why parallelism, when each one is provided with the stride of a giant? 76. We, brothers of humanity, do not admit parallelism where there is manifest a spiral of tensity. Parallelism manifested in action and in the containment of beauty is evidence of goal fitness. The transport of creation should not become extinguished because of prematureness. To each transport of creativeness of a builder, freedom and its own stronghold are offered. We, brothers of humanity, wish to help mankind to create its own place in the eternal manifest infinite. Write down, as a living record, the experience with the fires of space undergone by the Mother of Agni Yoga. Record the experiment of the Mother of Agni Yoga as a great school of spirit. As truth surpasses imagination, so is the future beyond dreams. Origen said, with the eyes of the heart we behold beingness. Only through the heart can we discern the beauty of the world manifested by the heart of cosmos. The love of cosmos actuates straight knowledge. Love of lilies or of the far-off worlds has as its basis the same cosmic principle. Yes, yes, yes. We shall measure through cosmic love. 77. How can one assert that the manifestation of the atom is bereft of psychic life? Can a living organism comprise deadness, when the manifestation of life is conditioned only by vitality? The principle of psycho-life is affirmed by the whole of cosmos. The thought of psycho-life in each atom, in all manifestations of cosmos, is affirmed by us. We affirm that even the creative consciousness is psycho-life, otherwise speaking, the fire of space. Psycho-life without end is stored in the higher worlds. The life of the atom is many-sided, and the aspects of its paths are quite varied. The courses sometimes describe a circle, manifesting conscious combinations, but at times, becoming disunited, they evince spatial striving, and the obtuse angle increases with each manifestation. But the very highest path of unification is called the crown of cosmos, when a circle of interrelated lives is complete. The most high and fiery path. 78. The process toward perfection can lead humanity to higher worlds. For this, it is necessary to affirm the understanding of non-transitoriness. When the focus of knowledge will be widened into new angles and a way will be found to transform the nets into spatial fires, then the world of new forms will be unlimited. Transitoriness reigns in the planetary consciousness, and humanity expounds the conception of a termination of all that exists. Why shorten the activity of cosmos, when the universe continues into infinity? The cosmic fires burn vividly. Distinct is the call of space, one has only to desire to hear it. Dissatisfaction and anguish often are a response to the call of space. Dissatisfaction indicates the realization of the process of perfecting. Striving affirms the right step toward infinity. 79. How can one attain the consciousness of striving toward perfection? Not by asserting the termination of the entire structure of cosmos, not by denying the interrelation of the higher worlds with our planet, not by professing that there is any deadness in spatial forces. Spirit is affirmed as fire, and the cosmic flame is without cessation. Following the law of fire, we can establish the way toward perfection. The fire of the sun and the fire of the spirit are our creative forces. The warmth of the sun and the warmth of the heart are our life-givers. Differentiation of the elements predicates the variety of forms but not the growth of antagonism. When in contact with each other, light and darkness may become co-workers. The tendency of human thought is to inject into life the conception of sharp demarcations. In the higher worlds, light and darkness cooperate. The power of cosmos spreads without limits. Humanity has violated the law of cooperation and is expiating this transgression. Each lord brought back to the planet the balance which had been lost, but the human spirit is so impregnated with the feeling of antagonism that it cannot reach the goal designated by the Lord. Thus, humanity is developing dreadful controversies, and waves will engulf the thinking, which is violated by the denial of light as the mother of the world. The attainment of the inner fire, the degree reached by the mother of Agni Yoga, is the rarest achievement. This degree of fire is called the degree of attained Arhat. This living fire was known in antiquity. The alchemist knew about it. The attainment of this higher degree of powerful flame may be manifested only by that spirit who lives the psycho-life of the whole heart. The mightiest lever of cosmos, and the most sacred, is the heart. Its consciousness fills space, its light illumines cosmos. 80. Silence may be teeming with voices and darkness may be suffused with light. Hence, he who regards space as empty will not apprehend the mighty life manifested in silence as the highest word of cosmos, nor the invisible as the manifest eye of cosmos. The law of cosmos is inviolable, and even man has accepted the voice of silence. Where speech is meager, the voice of the heart affirms silence. Cosmos in silence makes manifest the language of the heart, and the cosmic voice may become audible. Sensitiveness and vigilance can aid us in giving ear to the voice of silence. The beauty of cosmos is manifested in silence. The beauty of silence is expressed in all the higher manifestations of life. Let us learn to hearken to silence. The infinitude of cosmos creates the manifestation of the silence. 81. The transmission of thought is also a manifestation of silence. We often use it. Before the consummation of the thought manifestation, we send the ray of silence. The rays of silence call forth those sacred pains in the chalice. There are rays which are sent into the heart, invisibly and imperceptibly. They are most penetrative, and the organism must assimilate them. At first they evoke anguish, yet they are comparable to pure fire. The one who sends experiences a manifestation of the highest joy, and the one who receives will manifest the same joy after assimilation. In the most sacred mysteries these rays were called Agni Invisibili. Thus, remember. 82. The cosmic fire and its energies, which permeate all that exists, manifest affinities in everything, but these affinities are not limited to the elements and their combinations. Indeed, the affinity of predestined lives is great, and beingness and infinity are the causes behind the functions of each element, as well as the vital functions of each combination. The drive of cosmic energy in each element is there to ensure its entrance into the eternal creative process. The affinity of elements can open the conception of limitless possibilities. Knowledge of the functioning of affinity, and knowledge of the functions of elements of the universe in relation to the organism of man, will make of us cosmic co-workers. The existence of cosmic affinity is the most beautiful page of life. The study of the properties of the elements as they apply to humanity will bring the science of harmonization. The higher worlds know this higher science. If one would pay attention to the elements as one does to many other manifestations of life, then, preceding spirituality, one could find a definition of the manifestation of the pure vital principle. Striving toward the understanding of the affinity of elements will lend joy to existence. Manifest striving. 83. Through affinity, the spirit retracts within itself all joy and reflects a whole rainbow. Cosmic affinity predestines a merging for every atom. But the higher law, the sacred law, is not for many. On the far-off worlds, in the process of higher functions of refined organisms, this sacrament is affirmed by the law of cosmos. The vibration of the seed of the spirit guides the affirmation, and, I shall add, unerringly. The beauty of union affords to thought the way. In the seed of the spirit lives the realization of beauty and knowledge. The nature of the higher union vouches for better worlds. The very best picture of earthly welfare is but a pale shadow in comparison with the joy of cosmic union. The greatest creativeness can be made manifest when sound can radiate and color can ring out. Then can the spheres resound in a higher harmony. This sacrament will evince the highest principle. But the spirit aspires, and the principle will be but a higher cognition. 84. Is an aimless existence possible when nature has its destination? Can dissolution be the destination of man when even the lowest elements have their sequentiality? The existence of an object created by human hand can be ended, but a creation of the cosmic mind, in its goal fitness, is illimitable. The steps upon which humanity may stand in infinity are filled with cosmic reflections. Man is summoned to reflect the universe. Man is summoned to the affirmation of the cosmic heights and to the expression of cosmic fires. Progressive steps are provided for striving to the higher worlds, but people accept existence as an aimless transit. The visible evidence may be reflected in the assertion of illusion, but cosmic vigilance whispers to the heart of man, created are we, and creation is our destiny. The sequence of actions and the sequence of manifestations of cosmic fires of creativeness are the testimony of the symbol of infinity. 85. When a man rounds out his life path with realization that the goal of existence is preordained, it means that cosmic reason has transmitted to him its ray. Realizing the many lives passed upon earth, and safeguarding in the spirit that which is entrusted, brings one nearer by millennia. The flow of karma is cosmically beautiful. Cosmic essence affirms joy in the human heart, and in the heart of cosmos, and in the heart of an arhat. To the bearer of the sacred pledge of the future we send our might for the completion of the earthly path. 86. Man determines his own destination in cosmos. To say that destination is but the flow of evolution is to make man a ball of fate. Fate, cosmos, infinity, define it as you will, but the assertion that man is carried along by the tide of evolution without the participation of his will means separating him from cosmos. I say that the spirit, in its kernel, has a predestined infinite path in cosmos. The tendency to dissociate oneself from the affirmed path becomes the way which carries the spirit off into space. In the kernel of spirit we shall find that path which leads into infinity. Search in the kernel of the spirit. 87. In the kernel of the spirit a dissociated atom carries the knowledge of its destiny. Only that spirit who guards the kernel in pure fire can affirm his true destiny. The highest fusion is possible only in this pure burning. When the boundary is crossed and one existence terminates, then the step of higher existence begins. Thus, the perfect cosmic joy is reached in the manifestation of fusion. The vigilance of the kernel of the spirit through the span of millennia constitutes the sacrament of the highest tension in cosmos. Dissociation brings mutual handicap through cosmic reaction. Our mission is to establish upon higher worlds the harmonization of atoms and harmonization of elements. The discovery of vibrations will be our great task, gigantic task. It is a true joy to work with cosmos. 88. The ignorance of humanity attracts a like formation of the cosmic manifestations which respond to the keynote of ignorance. Ignorance prompts humanity to the belief that the cosmic horizon is affirmed on a limited planet. Ignorance, preceptor of humanity, sees the planet as beginning and end, but reason indicates that such accepted formulae, confining cosmos within narrow boundaries, will bring on catastrophe. Expecting an end, the human consciousness receives endless evidences of its karma and is perplexed over these calamities. Having entered the tide of the cosmic stream, is it not more goal-fitting to realize that these limitless chastisements have their antitheses in the infinite? I say that infinity will accept those streams of cosmic torrent which have consciously outrun human consciousness. It rests with man whether his arc of consciousness keeps pace with the cosmic stream or remains behind. Infinity provides a ladder of ascent for everyone. 89. The indication affirming creativeness on the far-off worlds is in conformity with the world tasks. The world tasks are like fires of joy, and thus the creative task is accomplished. One more task for us is the molding of the human spirit, finding helpful rays for humanity which will shape and develop beautiful abilities of the spirit. The world tasks are affirmed by the tension of the cosmic fires, and the joy of spatial achievements reverberates as the music of the spheres. We shall say, the unattainable here is attainable there. That which is rejected here is accepted there. People do not comprehend the world tasks. World construction is pictured in the human consciousness as a step of lowest co-measurement. Yes, yes, yes. Many are the new forms. Our creativeness will gather many new combinations. The cosmic might and the power of an arhat can create those unimaginable forms. 90. When the entire cosmos works for unification, why does humanity proceed in opposition to the destined? There is direct correlation throughout cosmos. Humanity contravenes itself and its destination. When one can combine the most differentiated manifestations of cosmos, then one can develop within oneself the sense of the work for the general good. Our task is to establish the harmony of existence and the creativeness of the infinite cosmos. The world, in all dimensions, is developed by conditioned human thought. Cosmos indicates a different direction. Human creation has little resemblance to the creation of cosmos. We bring to man the understanding that his task can proceed in full rhythmic accord with cosmic creation. The creativeness of the far-off worlds gathers all currents and all manifestations of the energies of the elements, and transmutation is effected in the great fiery laboratory of cosmos. The construction of higher forms is revealed to the higher consciousness, but when the formula is applied inversely an antithesis is created, as exemplified in the lower sphere. No one accepts this page of our existence as an infinite manifestation. The far-off worlds summon to labor in the great wheel of life. The page of the future is as real as is the present day. Man must live in a reality of life marked by eternity, and this realization will equip him with foresight for his actions. 91. I affirm that humanity's irrationality is inducing it to amass antagonism which will overtake it like an explosion. You correctly discern the approaching ominous page. A great reorganization is coming. The scales are now being tipped. In cosmos there is a most gigantic equilibrium. The power of the equilibrium is maintained through a harmonized psycho-life. The more errors on the one hand, the more enlightenment on the other. And the striving of the awakened spirits increases in proportion with the decline of the general trend of thought. Great is the law of equilibrium. 92. Transmutation of the elements may reach an unimagined scope. When our reason will accept infinity, it will be possible to encompass the manifestations of all the impelled processes. Acceptance of the thought of infinity will induce the development of new forms. New ways are indicated to him who strives toward new spheres. When the spirit seeks only repetitious ways, stagnation results. Repetitiousness in cosmos is manifested as destruction. The repetitiousness in human reasoning is expressed in the reluctance to apply new ways. The growth of the power of the spatial fires provides for men a creative issue. The correlation of thought with the increase of spatial fires provides a great cosmic formula. This formula will reveal the ordained realm of the higher spheres. When humanity will learn to understand infinity, then the hearing in the direction of the higher worlds will develop. Then, verily, will approach the time of the far-off worlds. 93. A concordance of actions is called a real union. Cosmic union will direct all creative forces in the future. This is the principle upon which the new manifested world will be founded. The concordance between new planets stands as the pledge of the future. The principle which will be set into the foundation of the structure will be the principle of the whole creative life. Concordance of the spirit will be expressed in the entire scope of life. When the far-off worlds will begin to live, then the highest principles of cosmos will find application. Even upon earth one may find a weak accord of affinity and establish the striving toward a successful result. Attunement of the spirit affords the needed harmony. As the affinity between elements is indispensable, so is the concordance of spirit the mother of creativeness. A great page in cosmos is the concordance of spirit. 94. Concordance of the cosmic processes is revealed in the lower spheres as well as in the higher ones. Cosmic power can be reflected in the planetary life, and the planetary life may be transmuted in the process of higher tension. When people will understand that ceaselessness of manifestation consists in changes of existence, the principle of concordance may become close to men. The laws of transmutation and cosmic bestowal coalesce. Great help may result from the realization of this principle. If humanity strives toward concordance, it will perceive all the best possibilities. By straining the will toward infinity, one may reach concordance on every step. Concordance is the unifying principle which affirms the sacred intercourse between spirit and spirit, between spirit and planet, between spirit and cosmos, between cosmos and the power of the infinite. 95. The word sacred is completely out of use. Sacrilege has replaced sacredness. Many are the possible applications of the word sacred on earth, but men have cast out the most beautiful. When thought wandered from the sacred destination of being, the very meaning of being evaporated. The manifestation of supreme concordance is a sacred act of the spirit. The sacred union is the foundation of all beingness. Thus the higher spheres reveal the loftier forms of materia lucida. When even upon earth concordance lends beautiful forms to colors, sounds, and to men, what may not be reached in the higher concordance? Maitreya sees the new world of concordance. 96. Man draws his conclusions from the facts of life, comparing the evidence, however, with manifestations already past. The conditioning of life by only what has been already experienced sets that slow pace to progress which is adopted by men. The severing of ideas from the current of life arrests humanity at the point where it manifests uncertainty of further progress. Life is comprised of an eternal succession of ideas and of manifestations of cosmic energies. How can a spirit who does not project his thought into the realm of ideas adopt the concept of infinity? When thought will take on the significance of something vital and realizable, it will reveal to men where is joy and where is truth. The quests of thought have led to unification with the fire of space. The quests of thought have led to the acceptance of the records of the past. The quests of thought will lead to the realization of higher worlds. The quests of thought will lead to the irradiance of the Mother of the world. Striving will lead to boundless beauty. 97. Verily, limitless is the beauty of cosmos, when by the way of the heart we can penetrate into the consciousness of the cosmic breath. The ascent is predestined by the manifestation of all the cosmic combinations under the pure sign of cosmic unity. Observing the occurrences on the planet, we may only say, great is your destination, affirm yourself, manifesting ascent. The heart was always considered as the symbol of the guiding one. Life expands by that symbol. The guiding one and the guided are affirming the significance of the cosmic consciousness. The expected one and the expectant are expressing cosmic reason. The calling one and the responding one are expressing cosmic accord. All the feelings of the builder of cosmos are directing the moves into the higher life. Yes, yes, yes. 98. The spirit convinced of the existence of the far-off worlds creates a universal concept. Likewise is man convinced of the necessity of realizing the chain of existences. When everything has been absorbed from the planetary existence, then whither may one strive? The forms of existence are repeated and the diversities are great. But existence cannot be completed in, nor confined to, one planetary life. As the abode of the spirit, as a new world, as an indescribable cosmic beauty, infinity calls. When this call is understood, then can space assume the beauty of the infinite. Even planetary life may express a wondrous sacrament when progress will bring close the understanding of the higher principle of harmony. When life on the planet is illumined by beauty, then the psycho-life of all that exists is filled with infinite beauty. Wondrous, limitless existence on the far-off worlds is conditioned upon the attainment of beauty. A grasp of the principle of relativity may show to what extent the attainments of the higher spheres differ from a planetary existence. 99. The creativeness of infinity on the far-off worlds manifests the most varied combinations. Each element, when combining with a kindred element, has at hand all factors required for the best combination. Instead of proceeding by way of laboratory explosions, rays will transform everything. The fires kindled by the Mother of Agni Yoga not only manifest Agni Yoga but are of cosmic scope. The fires provide the power of rays needed for limitless existence. Each fire is a ray of the creation of the future. The significance of the manifestation of fires is beyond bounds. 100. The idea of unattainableness is precluded by the infinitude of space. Naturally, one step differs from another, and what appears to be unattainable on one step may be mastered on another. Confirm yourself in the understanding of all attainableness. In cosmos all is living and all is possible. The inmost depths of the spirit will find confirmation in cosmos. The assumption of unattainableness is predicated on unfit strivings or conditions which prevent the coordination of desire with life. Transitoriness of conditions does not imply unattainableness. And the transitoriness of striving does not imply that the striving will be repeated in the same direction. When man understands the manifestation of transitoriness in himself, he will accept with ease the law of ascent. The law of ascent will illumine the spirit with understanding of attainment. Nature has the same exemplary existence. Diverse improvements call forth better forms. Higher conditions afford men better possibilities. These possibilities are limitless. The higher, the more subtle. The more vivid the understanding of the far-off worlds, the more vivid the attainments. And the way of ascent, through the kindling of the centers, is indicated to men. The entire higher transmutation, which is the threshold of the higher, boundless creativeness, is attained in life on earth. 101. All centers refined by fires serve as sources of creation. People on earth think that the organs exist only to sustain the physical body, but each organ of an arhat is as a manifested creative fire. Nothing so clearly defines the life of a fiery organism as the rays of materia lucida. The fiery centers of an Agni Yogi constitute a creative manifestation of the cosmic fire. The affirmed beauty of beingness is in eternity and in the vital force. 102. When man will consciously acknowledge that each of his organs and each of his centers is a creative force, then will it be possible to manifest the significance of each center. I see that the center of the lungs is aflame. This is one of the most sensitive centers. The fire blends with the most subtle energies and begins to create new manifestations. The quality of flame of this fire confirms a reception of pure fire from space. The action of the silent fires unites the fire of the lungs with the fire of space. The Arhat's understanding of creativeness is different from that of the people. I consider the creativeness of the spirit as the one of primary importance. 103. The kindling of the center of the lungs has afforded the yogis all possibilities, including those for the higher manifestations. This center endows one with mastery over water and air. Yogis have manifested themselves in flying and in walking upon the water, and specific gravity has become relative. The center of the lungs is at the foundation of all these so-called miracles. All the pains of martyrs disappeared through the control of this center, and, in ecstasy, only the chalice was functioning. This center may be called the fire transmuter. Pure yogism is aware that the functioning of the center of the lungs can transmute everything in accordance with desire. Of course, the present-day yogis use pranayama as a method of kindling this center. A higher yogi is not in need of pranayama. For him there exists a direct current with the fire of space. All such manifestations as walking on water and flights need pranayama, but there are higher missions. 104. How luminous is the progress of an Agni yogi, whose chalice is filled with thoughts of us. Transmutation of spiritual manifestations is granted to the one who carries the chalice. We will direct creative threads toward transmutation of the very high. Great is the wealth of cosmos. Great is cosmos. Cosmos is in need of spirit creativeness, and the psycho-creativeness of cosmos is contained in the consciousness. Conscious accumulation in the chalice, together with the Arhat's consciousness, will afford life to the psychic forms. Yes, yes, yes. The manifested spiral of the creativeness of an Arhat is without end. 105. Correct is your judgment about the forcible opening of the centers. We guard assiduously the predestined treasure. When the magnet of the spirit absorbs all fires into the chalice, then we affirm the Arhat. The treasure of the chalice consists of woven threads of pure fire. The Arhat, bearer of the fire of the lotus, manifests spirit realization, spirit knowledge, and spirit manifestation. Thus close is the contemplation of the worlds to the spirit who has filled the chalice of Amrita. 106. Verily, a medium has no open centers, and the psychovision, for contact with the higher worlds, also is unattainable for him. Man is in error about the power of the medium, and we are often distressed to see how enticing to people are physical manifestations. A materialization attracts them like a magnet. We prefer the channel of the spirit, and for sacred missions we use the channel of the spirit only. An Arhat sometimes waits for centuries to give a sacred mission. The manifestation of certain missions demands special combinations. We Arhats follow the principle of goal fitness. The experiment of the mother of Agni Yoga is distinguished not by brilliancy but by cosmic scope. The world knows about the white fire. The world knows about the invisible light. Where we wish to reveal the subtlest energies, there we act only through subtlest energies. Where the Arhat must entrust the sacred, there we manifest highest cautiousness. Where the Arhat knows the eternal law, there he rejoices, and he sends the exaltation into infinity. Record my mission to the mother of Agni Yoga as the highest concordance on the planet. The concordance of spirit and matter is the rarest cosmic manifestation. Humanity might well say, we are deprived of the highest. The most subtle energies should be treated with great caution. 107. An external cause prompting men to action may be termed accidental, but an action performed through the prompting of the spirit carries within itself all effects. When thought leads to the realization of the affirmed eternal expansion, one can then advance a step toward infinity. The thought which carries results waxes in space. People accord significance to the casual and await some impetus for their actions. But the spirit's stroke is more forceful than the casual, and life pulsates through this vital impulse. The growth of cosmic energy brings nearer the understanding of infinity. 108. Only the mainspring of transmutation of darkness into light can strengthen the spirit. The transfiguration of the spirit is called the cosmic transfiguration. Cosmos, in its eternal activity of the fire of space, transforms the elements into corresponding forms. The spirit transforms the consciousness into a manifestation of all containment. It is true that the world of creation is inexhaustible, and there is northwest hiding place for the engenderments of the human spirit. The issue projected into the wheel of life brings its consequence. He is narrow-minded who thinks that man expiates his deeds by imagining their dissolution in space. As the properties of nature indicate an unending process, so does the spirit of man, who is following an identical path. It is difficult not to acknowledge the limitlessness of transformed energies. Since the centers of men can be transformed into the most subtle energies of life-imparting fires, one may through each deed of life either attain the highest tensions or be cast into the lowest sphere. Like a whirlwind, transfiguration carries one toward infinity. 109. Transfiguration is our most wondrous foundation of cosmic fusion. That step of cosmic transfiguration, at which man consummates his earthly path, we call cosmic joy. The manifestation of consummation is the most difficult attainment. The transmutation on higher spheres is far easier. The most difficult severance is from earth, since earth is the highest in the chain of lower worlds. The very ascent to higher spheres is difficult. Hence, slowly does the spirit attain consummation, and rare are such attainments. The higher planets do not exert such gravitational pull. The spirit's striving is a moving force, and a vital and flaming fusion carries one into higher spheres. Onerous is the earthly path for the spirit nearing consummation. 110. In the higher worlds, infinity is regarded as the basic aspect of life. Then the process of thought penetrates to the center of cosmic foundation, which is called the bell. If people but knew that they live for only an insignificant number of years in comparison to eternity, and if they would stop thinking that this stage is limited by cosmic ordainment, then the beauty of cosmic evolution would unfold before them. Confining their lives, people limit their activities. People's centers are dormant, and only when the consciousness awakens is it directed to the understanding that all senses can live psychically in the rhythm of cosmos. Man expresses only a small part of his life and with minor activity of his centers. In limiting his own life he limits the cosmos. How can he advance? Shutting himself within the narrow dwelling of one life, man imprisons himself so completely that it is difficult for him to contact the higher worlds. For millennia, great has been the labor of the brothers of humanity. 111. The acceleration of manifestations will lead to the realization of the advance of cosmic symbols. Understanding of the entire scope of the manifested cosmic process is eluding humanity. Upon what can life be constructed when the principle of fiery symbols is unaccepted in life? When we speak of the principle of fire, we have in mind the manifested living force of cosmos. The symbol of life is based upon the acceptance of the fiery element, and unlimited is this principle in its cosmic application. In formulating the principle which establishes progression, we must realize how these subtle energies grow when they are apprehended in space and in infinity. 112. The generation of the different energies is correlative with the thinking of man. The subtlest energies of that spirit who affirms beauty will manifest corresponding forms. When the subtle energies are manifested, they reflect the essence which generates the form. The cosmic law answers the tensity of the spirit and draws toward the realization of subtle substances. The cosmic law reflects the manifestations of the whole world of forms. A clear conception predicates a clear creation. The one who approaches the last path, who embraces within himself the synthesis of all that is beautiful, will create those forms to which his spirit is drawn. I affirm beauty. 113. The human spirit is raised by us to the level of the highest understanding of the manifestations of cosmos. When we call toward infinity, it is in accord with the highest principle. Did the first man think about such attainment? The cosmic magnet of evolution is predestined as an eternal attraction, indicating the way toward perfection. The abolishment of the understanding of a boundless manifestation is unjustified. Each new day offers new possibilities for approaching the limitless growth. The absence of finiteness assures a direct consequence, indicating the beginning in each completion. The succession of gates which lead to new spheres we shall call infinity. Creativeness of spirit increases with each new current of evolution. Verily, the human spirit is unaware of its treasury, the expression of which spirals upward during an affirmed striving. Find application for each of the fires of space. 114. The symbol of the spiral is laid in the foundation of our creative power. The gradual growth does not permit creativeness to wane. Who then will manifest the spiral motion if not those who are united in the highest blending? The rhythm of the spiral accelerates proportionately with the ascent. The factor of time, which is so great a burden to humanity, is ascertainable in the refulgence of the power of motion of the creative spiral. People are in dread of time, realizing the crumbling of their structures, because man manifests an unrhythmic motion. The beauty of the spiral tension will be at the base of all creativeness. Cosmos manifests to the spirit that spiral. Materia lucida at the disposal of the blended heart will manifest the highest forms of beauty. 115. The subjection of the lower to the higher lies at the foundation of cosmos. In regard to the subtle energies, they should be accepted in their entire assertion of the cosmic law. The subordination of the lower to the higher leads to purification. That which should be dominant, humanity subjects to the lower. When the higher dominates, then the lower, through transmutation, is regenerated into a quality of a higher order. For an arhat, annihilation does not exist. Cosmic creation knows no annihilation. The mother of the world knows no annihilation. But only regeneration will create that precious chain which extends endlessly. In calling the yielding of the lowest to the highest, transmutation, we wish to affirm the human consciousness in the process of advancement toward infinity. 116. Upon the far-off worlds, transmutation is at the highest tensity. One may attain there the most fiery results and seemingly unattainable transmutations for all the highest manifestations of new elements. Only in the most aspiring manifestations of fusion are the highest transmutations successful. Humanity is ill with repulsion, and the earthly sphere is satiated with these suffocating horrors. When humanity ejected the concept of the most sacred principle, the reign of repulsion was established. There is no corner on the planet where there is not repulsion. The world created by the heart through the principle of fusion will create through cosmic attraction. The cosmic attraction and the blended heart create the manifested beauty of beingness. The law should be accepted in life. In life it is manifested, and through life it must pass. The beauty of cosmic magnetism can bestow this understanding. 117. In the chain of spirit creation we find manifestations of the most precise and subtle harmonies, manifested by the creativeness of cosmic fire. The cosmic fire is not solely the substance from which we derive our forms. All the subtlest spiritual manifestations, which affirm the most worthy human actions, we call fire. Beauty of achievement lies at the basis of spirit creativeness. Our Mother of the world has endowed the world with that eternal achievement which is laid into the foundation of the universe. Why does earth dissipate so much its treasures? The origin of self-sacrificing achievement is the foundation of all pure beginnings. The self-sacrificing achievement of the Mother of the world is reflected in spirit creativeness as the refulgence of cosmos. Let us accept as law the manifested sacred achievement. The beauty of life is contained in cosmic unity, and the principle of life is based upon the affirmation of an achievement. The self-sacrifice in the achievement links the spirit with the highest manifestations of beingness. Fullness of life may be expressed by the spirit who carries the chalice of self-sacrifice on his way toward infinity. 118. The foundation of creative life can be affirmed only by psychodynamics. Psychodynamics can be affirmed upon the principles of the spatial energies. Whether the spirit manifests a cosmic and conscious aspect or affirms the consciousness by its attunement with the spatial cliché, the principle of inducing the manifestations of cosmic forces by way of fusion is one. Only by this unification are the forms of space created. Diffusion cannot produce entities which are not subject to the same law. The cause of human ills is in its inconsistency of strivings. Cosmos, in creating, requires stratifications which can grow step by step. When humanity will understand that striving leads to the cognition of these steps, then one can vouch for the path leading to infinity. Centuries have been required for the filling of the clefts which have rent the earth. Instead of new stratifications, it has been necessary to fill in the earthly stronghold. Much did the lords refill and much did the people destroy. By this principle of alternating construction and destruction, humanity advances in evolution. Realization of infinity will lend progress to the consciousness, and humanity will advance. 119. The cosmic creativeness is strained in full harmony and in unison with the highest vibrations. When we entrust a mission, first we appraise the degree of tension of harmony. The scale of harmony is limitless, and limitless is the harmony vouchsafing the highest fusion. And the fusion, affirmed by the cosmic principle, is confirmed in the chain of the higher worlds. Wondrous is this chain, which forms a ring of cosmic might. We say, the arcs of consciousness, because we term the consciousness of an arhat a complete circle. But there is a still higher step of cognition upon which the arhat is not alone. Then we say, the circle is complete and fully affirmed. How is it possible to give our image to humanity when we have to conceal the most sacred page? The cosmic magnet is our sacred power. Boundless is the immensity of this power. If only the Spirit would manifest understanding, fearlessness would suffuse all hearts, and the spheres would resound with rejoicing. The arhat proceeds carrying the power of the cosmic magnet in his heart, and I affirm that when this power, of the magnet, receives both polarities, beingness radiates. Cosmos creates, it creates the beauty of beingness. I can term the manifestation of striving a cosmic magnet. 120. The cosmic magnet is reflected in everything existing. Gravitation collects those particles of the creation of cosmos which in turn reflect the cosmic magnetism. The whirl forges the contacts wherever the psychodynamic force is affirmed. Wherever the attraction weakens, severance results. Like an explosion, these breaks disperse the parts which belong to one element. The cosmic magnetism gathers nations, gathers races, gathers parts of the world, gathers aspects of evolution, gathers arcs of consciousness, gathers manifestations of all attractions. At the root of all vital manifestations may be discovered cosmic magnetism, and even behind the karmic law stands the cosmic magnet. The very thirst for existence is conditioned by the psychomagnet of cosmos. An unusual manifestation of psycho-life is in the blending of the human atom. It is manifested consciously, and the psychodynamic force draws the most subtle threads into the blending. This manifested junction of the separated halves of the atom is called the sacred action of cosmos. Therefore, our cosmic mission is sacred, fiery, and urgent. When an atom approaches the blending and is consciously motivated, the star of the mother of the world glows most vividly and the higher worlds are jubilant. The psycho-united atoms fill space with the fire of creation. When the psychodynamic force brings together the halves which belong to each other, cosmic justice triumphs and space is a-tremble with cosmic jubilation. When I spoke about the far-off worlds, I had in mind also our planet. The earthly consummation of the mission of your fire and your straight knowledge was needed for our consummation. 121. Eternally attractive is the force of the cosmic magnet. Once having realized the power of this manifested truth, the spirit immediately releases itself from weighty thought of being lost in space. Having learned how to attune to the consonance of the magnet, humanity will become affirmed in this inexhaustible attraction. This scope may be realized as the manifestation of the best blended power, which unfolds through the full radiance of the beauty of ascent. By this greatest magnet may one be affirmed upon the ever-growing summits of eternity. 122. From times immemorial, cosmic magnetism has been affirmed as the primary source of life. In the cults in which humanity invoked the source of sun and stars, and also the elements, cosmic magnetism was expressed. In ancient times, man was searching for that which could bring him closer to the cosmic creativeness. Having discovered the expression of cosmic manifestations, the spirit knew whither to direct its aspirations. Astrology is constructed entirely upon the premises of the laws of cosmic magnetism. Life and its cessation are determined by the same cosmic magnetism. So long as the correlating combinations are held together by the power of the magnetism, so long life flows. However, cosmic magnetism can respond to the conditions evidenced by the psychodynamics of the spirit. Indeed, the spirit proceeding in rhythm with the cosmic magnet can attune itself in full harmony with the attraction of evolution. The death of a man may be defined as the evidence of a powerful attraction of the cosmic magnet. It is difficult not to give life and death identical denomination, as they constitute the same attraction among incalculable changes. It is only that the combinations and their destinations are changed. So much could be derived from a realization of the majesty of this law of fusion in the entire cosmos. The beginning and the end verily meet in space. 123. When I see a vibration responding to our sacred vibrations, I rejoice. When we proceed in pace with the cosmic magnetism, then harmony is manifested. The law of assimilation is founded on the property of cosmic magnetism. The complexity of manifestations is increased when the evidence of resistance or surrender shown by the spirit is based on dormant principles. When the spirit strives to the cosmic magnet, the correlation produces the highest form of life. The fusion is found throughout cosmos, and it is reflected in all space as the highest expression of the cosmic reason. Man's strength lies in the cosmic magnet, and his loss of this powerful potential through lack of comprehension exposes that gaping abyss which men cannot cross save by plunging to the bottom and then ascending. Hence, there are so many crevices and so many people who are deprived of the higher understanding. Therefore, jubilation of the spheres is manifested when the greatness of cosmic fusion triumphs. Verily, the spheres then tremble with the highest exultation. The spheres reverberate and harmonies are borne out into space. 124. The principle of attraction is based upon the cosmic magnet. The cohesion of parts and their separation are subject to the very same law of attraction and to the principle of cosmic magnetism. When the process of separation begins to predominate, the power of the magnet then predetermines a new combination. All prophecies regarding the falling apart or the uniting of states are based upon a decrease or increase of the cosmic magnetism. The luminaries, while passing through spheres of varying spatial vistas, attract or repel kindred elements. Unlimited power lies at the root of every combination affected by the cosmic magnet. 125. A resistance of the elements to the cosmic magnet is asserted on the lower plane, but the step of cognition brings attraction toward the magnet. The manifestation of resistance to cosmic law only contributes to the explosions and disruptions. Only in pace with the law can one progress. Naturally, there are affirmed numerous resistances which are but factors of progress. All resistances which propel toward the main guiding line of striving draw the spirit toward the highest. But those which lead in the opposite direction destroy creativeness. The aim of existence is to give a direction to resistance which proceeds goal-fittingly with the creativeness of cosmos. The changes of races and lives could have been progressing by a different way. At the birth of a man, and at the birth of races, a goal-fit correlation of resistances with the creative tasks is established. The cosmic magnetism foresees all things. The results of the resistance react upon humanity as manifested destructions of overweighted structures built upon false foundations. But in creating in harmony with the cosmic magnet, we attain the principles of true evolution. 126. We have observed that the tension grows with each process of consummation. Thus, the spirit, feeling its new destination, either clings tightly to the old or reaches for the new far-flung worlds. Similarly, states, prior to a transference into other hands, show resistance to that which is ordained by the cosmic magnet. The resistances of spheres, of luminaries, of trends in different dimensions, are all for the manifestation of unity. 127. When the resistance to the cosmic magnet is for the purpose of gathering new combinations for a temporary manifestation, this result does follow. The cosmic magnet links these correlations, which are carried into the creative wheel of space. The power of the cosmic magnet, being centrifugal, repels those particles which do not suit the paramount purpose of welding into one integral whole the properties belonging to one element. The resistance of the spirit to the origins of the universe has violently plunged the vessel of knowledge into the slough of ignorance. All the lords came to disperse the spiritual resistance, and, having illumined the spirit, they further strove to raise knowledge to a higher level. Thus, the cosmic magnet gathers the highest reason, which is of infinite creativeness. 128. The very essence of the cosmic magnet is potentially so multiform that every principle enters into each of its manifested chains. All principles are based on attraction and are impelled by the power of the cosmic magnet. Throughout cosmos there is being built a life of resistance to the principles which do not lead to manifestations of evolution. Cosmic magnetism combats the diverting force. And if we follow the historical course of the development of races, we become convinced that those races which have strayed from the path of evolution were thus drawn into dissipation. True, it may be said that races are born and die, but so utterly different are the steps of each succeeding race that it may be said that the departing races include both those who have been wasters and those who have been accumulators. In speaking of races, one must consider also their adjoining sub-races. The course taken by a race is determined by the correlation with the cosmic magnet, the acceptance or resistance to the destined. 129. Astrology defines precisely the cosmic magnetism. When the events can be defined, then one can define them precisely, accepting the cosmic magnetism as the dominating motive power. All manifestations of life lend themselves to computation. One may know all events and all manifestations of spiritual and planetary beings. Cosmic magnetism collects all the highest aspects of cosmic attraction. The spirit responding to the attraction in like measure will be that part of the cosmic reason which is confirmed as the ordainment of beingness. Beauty is comprised in that ordainment. And the ordainment, liberating the spirit from the planet, affords the illumination which leads to the higher spheres. Rest must be given to the center of the lungs. It is impossible to inflame the center to a better degree. The cold of the heights has replaced pranayama. The controlling of the center of the lungs by the silvery lotus is very important. It is only these two centers that can give to a high Agni yogi that much power. But the conjunction of the centers is so powerful that it is difficult to apply these limitless forces upon the planet. There are now many of your revealed workings in the subtle spheres. If manifestations were needed, all is attainable to you through the use of one ray. The greatest lever of the cosmic heart is trust. The cosmic magnet likewise propels the current through trust. 130. The spirit impelled by the cosmic magnet is linked with the great action which builds the manifested and affirmed universe. This unison leads to the highest harmonization. The spirit which seeks to destroy the link with the cosmic magnet by creating its own petty world digresses from the path which leads to infinity. All manifestations of the human spirit react upon cosmic magnetism. All manifestations of the universe evince interdependency. All luminaries depend upon an attraction which is reciprocal. Understand that everything is held together by the magnet of the cosmos. Thought attracts a corresponding action. A benevolent inception attracts a corresponding solution. And the awaited victory is destined for the spirit which strives to the current of cosmic magnetism. 131. The self-determination of that formation which is the cosmic magnet is called the affirming will of cosmos. The quality of self-determination is contained in each generative action. Creativeness propelled in pace with the course of the cosmic magnet asserts its will in the direction of evolution. Hence the great diversity of the strivings directed toward the course of evolution, as well as of those which oppose the magnet. Self-determination leads to many inadmissible steps and imposes upon the cosmic magnet numerous combinations of universal problems. Avoiding unnecessary oppositions, the cosmic magnet can accumulate all needed combinations, but the waste of magnetism is so great. The highest reason has greatly strained the forces of the planet, but the capacities of self-determination do not always harmonize with the ordinance of the higher spheres. True, in the records of the spheres there are many which express the affirmation of the cosmic reason, and so gigantic are the achievements of transmutation that verily cosmos contains in the finest energies the seed of the planet. Thus we advance. 132. Self-determination of the spirit is evident in the assertion of a life path, and the striving advancement derives from its force. The desire to advance in current with the luminaries will disclose to the spirit its path. Of course, the desire and the quality of actions determine the quality of the path. If men could understand how great is the force of self-determination, they would evince a striving toward the cosmic magnet. When, through a span of millennia, the spirit seeks the path predestined for it by the luminaries, and when its essence aspires toward harmony, then the cosmic magnet responds and cosmos gains the highest concordance. Out of these consonances is composed a cosmic chord. The higher the sphere, the greater the power of attraction. Thus one can realize the power of cosmic reason. The power increases according to the spheres. 133. The cosmos reiterates to the consciousness of man that manifested formula which is born in space. In cosmos, all consists of forces which are projectile and attractive. If one could establish the ratio between propulsion and attraction, the resulting balance would afford the highest forms. If people could see all transmissions of the rays, they would be horror-stricken at the realization of how much they have failed to accept. The striving spirit is attracted to these sendings. And how manifold are the categories of projected and unaccepted transmissions of energies. The birth of so-called new energies is nothing but the combination and accumulation of the essence of the projectile and the attractive forces. That which is driven and that which gravitates have at basis the same principle of unity. And boundless is the manifest step which leads from unconscious receptivity to the conscious aspiration to accept those origins through which the cosmos breathes. 134. Cosmic attraction directs most clearly the movement toward evolution. In the wake of the propelled impulse is that spiral which cannot but evoke a reverberative force. And the thrust of the spiral depends upon spatial fire. The manifestation of cosmic attraction, affirming the questing force by the current of positive magnetism, at the same time generates the negative magnetism. The one beginning is to be found in the entire cosmos. The cosmic magnet, evincing the one great and eternal law, gives to the world the image of limitless creation. Hence, the world may follow this law. The advance of world evolution may be regarded as the expression of the cosmic magnet. Creation can progress with the cosmic magnet. I sense the burning of the sacred pains. In antiquity the priestesses had to preserve a quiet for a lengthy period. They were affirmed as the bearers of wings. Hence, the kindling of Urasvati is very intense, and the perception of color and sound has become very acute. In each tension is your creativeness confirmed. In each movement lies the guarantee of the future. It is a great attainment toward the assimilation of the manifestations of the far-off worlds. 135. The subtle energies collect their particles through the cosmic magnet. They are attracted fundamentally on the basis of the variety of their qualities. Naturally, there are many causes for attraction, and each new combination has its cause. When particles of one subtle energy adhere to another energy, it may be understood that the cosmic magnet has united particles of one and the same property. But it does happen that one energy engulfs another, which produces an imbalance in the resulting matter. What vast creativeness the eternally moving spiral may manifest in the action of gathering and consuming. The wheel of cosmos affirms the satiety of cumulation and asserts the subtle energies. The existence of men in spiritual and physical body makes manifest that force which is called the spiral of life principle. Let us continue this line into infinity and spirit knowledge will be achieved. 136. Spirit knowledge is that principle which indicates to men the path of consciousness. When man severs himself from the forces of the cosmic magnet, he recognizes only the expression of the physical existence. Not being linked in spirit with the higher energies, man truly destroys his best possibilities. Only a conscious acceptance of the existence of the magnet, which unites the spirit with the highest energies, can bring man nearer to the law of cosmic magnetism. The formula which centers man on the planet does not correspond to reality. The conjunction of the spatial bodies with the fire of the spirit lies at the foundation of beingness. 137. The force determining karma is determined by the same cosmic magnet. The acquired combination of differently compounded forces is what we define as destiny. Men have difficulty in understanding that confluences of cosmic combinations are induced precisely by man himself. Everything born by a man reflects all the idiosyncrasies of his lives. Very often the power of the cosmic magnet strains all currents in order to assemble that definite compound assigned to the man for his creativeness. So great is the power of creativeness that the coalescence of currents and energies may produce a formula of inexhaustible energy. Of course, the essence of cosmic magnetism should be consciously adopted. The understanding of the attraction of the cosmic magnet leads to unlimited creativeness of the spirit. 138. The centers of an Agni yogi can reverberate with the cosmic magnet. When science will begin to connect the centers with the currents of the cosmic magnet, a new page will be opened before humanity. Thus interrelated with cosmos are all manifestations. Transmutation of the fires is so difficult in the earthly sphere because man, through negation, has created a special sphere which enwraps the entire earth. These negations act like needles, and many are the battles taking place on the astral plane. Therefore, the achievement of the fiery Agni yogi is so great. When each center not only receives the fire but also undergoes a fiery transmutation for the progress of humanity, one may truly call this carrier of fires a server of evolution. He who sacrifices himself for the fusion of the fire of space with the planet is confirmed as a link between the planet and the far-off worlds. 139. The cosmic magnet assembles the predestined parts that constitute one whole entering into the chain of evolution. It is difficult to say which of the combinations of the cosmic magnet adhere directly and which indirectly to the chain of evolution. Since the earthly sphere admits a minimal part of the currents, a great surplus of energies remains awaiting application. Creativeness is inexhaustible, and when one part of the force is admitted and another part continues on in a searching sweep, the unapplied force must be discharged in time. Conditions on the far-off worlds are quite the reverse. Thus, humanity, having discovered the power manifested in the law of receptivity, can strive to further ascent. Life is determined upon the principle of unity, union of spirit and matter, union of the origins, union demonstrated by the entire cosmos. Union is the basis of the cosmic magnet. And in the manifestation of dissolution, search only for the evidence of the law of perfection. Show understanding toward the beauty of changes of existence. Strive toward union with the cosmic magnet. 140. If men were to be told that each departing form carries within itself the succeeding one, we would be considered paradox-proclaiming scientists. Nevertheless, this manifestation of continuity is very beautiful. When the atom sunders, the center, the seed of spirit, finds the cosmic magnet. These are not errant particles, but rational forces. And when the power of the seed of spirit gathers the force of an atom, then cosmic fusion may be accomplished. Beautiful is the power and also beautiful the expression of potentialities of the parts. From the human standpoint it would seem that the law is exceedingly complicated, but the Arhat says, wondrous is the law of the cosmic magnet. By higher measures we attain the higher beingness. So great is the whole manifestation that a temporary existence on the planet expresses only a meager measure of it. And the cosmic fusion is called the synthesis of beingness. In spirit one can build more than with hands. By thought one can build an entire empire. By thought one can destroy that which required millennia to be created. One can be affirmed upon the earthly crust as well as in the far-off worlds. 141. Cosmic creation collects those aggregates which can be confirmed as a potential of the highest essence. The essence of the higher force is evinced by every intense spiral movement and in each expressed and concordant combination. The cosmic magnet can assemble the properties of the elements which belong to one nature element. The magnet cooperates fully with the elements, manifesting exactitude in the collecting of energies. When you see formations of life which do not manifest beauty, know them to be manifestations of opposition to the cosmic magnet. Correspondence between form and striving is ordained by cosmos, hence, it can be said that the approaching time and the pull of the magnet will bring forth new forms. Man very frequently gives evidence of his lack of understanding of the problems of self-expression. Considering himself not responsible, he generates forms appropriate for a resisting consciousness. 142. Among these corresponding forms we can indicate those manifestations which ascertain an only partially conscious expression. These forms are created only as parts, and only a personal guiding consciousness leads to the desired form. Then, as in the whole of cosmos, by only the partial acceptance of forces sent by the magnet, only a disharmonious combination is obtained. When the spirit can assimilate for millennia the forces of the cosmic magnet, then is that spirit the highest harmony itself. Lawful is the strength of the spirit which advances through beauty, and forces yield before the creativeness of this consciously manifested magnet. The spirit unites with the magnet of cosmos, establishing itself as a magnetic power aiming in the direction of evolution. 143. How can one not understand the manifestation of an eternally moving vital process, when all energies are not only being transmuted but are manifesting new combinations? Verily there is no lull in the cosmos. All is permeated with ceaseless currents. The energies proceed in an undulatory motion wherein forces that are apparently annihilated rise as new energies. When new currents eject the old encumbrances, then verily a great interchange of energies takes place. It is correct to regard death as a life-generating exchange. How may one ease the most poignant hour? Through realization of the exchange of energies. Great is the law of exchange, and the direction of his destiny depends upon man. Cosmic decree ordains for each one a progressive step, but the spirit itself decides the rejection or acceptance of it. But the interchange of substances and energies is without end. 144. In the interchange of energies is comprised the most beautiful power of the cosmic magnet. The interchange is manifested in the striving in cosmos toward perfection. The communion of spirit with spirit reveals itself as an interweaving of the subtlest energies. The interweaving of these subtlest energies draws a line which leads to the cosmic magnet. Upon each unit the absolute reason lays its confirming hand, and the hand gathers that force of the element which is needful to cosmos. Thus the fire blends with the currents of space. Therefore, the spirit that merges with cosmic reason can verily manifest that element which, blending all contents of the cosmic seed, can become a directing cosmic force. All that consciously unites can direct the cosmic forces. The same law governs the expression of creativeness upon the far-off worlds. 145. The entire cosmic life is permeated with subtle energies. The driving force of creation creates the forms of being in eternal vibration. The universe scintillates with treasures. Cosmos discloses that stream which touches each striving spirit. Subtle energies demand the subtle understanding upon which the sympathetic vibration with the cosmic magnet is set up. In creation, the spirit unites with the cosmic magnet. The strata of the spatial fire determine the earthly strata. But it must be perceived how this confirmation differs from actual absorption. When an asserted truth runs current with the plan of the Lords, then each cosmic vibration can be discerned. But when an assertion expresses only human irrationality, then the receiving of the energy results only in an opposite manifestation. A gathering of cosmic elements usually takes place at the evincing of a most individual consciousness. Vigilant tension and unlimited striving guarantee creations of the cosmic magnet. And at the basis of the entire universe seek the heart. 146. When the heart demands the creation of higher forms, the cosmic magnet attracts all possibilities. A most mighty magnet is the heart. Thus, men have been deprived of a most high concept, that of the Arhat. If this principle does not inspire creativeness and heart, the understanding becomes distorted, and the result is not the construction of life but mediocre thinking. Men must learn the principle of self-sacrifice. As a flame, the Arhat carries in his heart all the fires of life. The Arhat maintains that space is so full, so evocative, so beautiful. Naturally, we cannot convey to humanity the beauty of the ascent of an Arhat. The highest only to the highest. Before me, as a ray, stands the sacrament of beingness, that ray which unites the path of millennia, that ray which transforms the millennia into one moment before a new path, that ray which transforms the earthly enigmas into the highest laws, that ray which transforms the burden of earthly life into the radiant beauty of cosmos. Yes, yes, yes. A great deal appears unsolvable on the planet. When this unsolvability becomes apparent to a spirit departing from the planet, this action is confirmed in cosmos as a sensible one. Yes, many are the mysteries in cosmos. 147. Immutable is the law manifested by cosmos. During creation, an interchange of energies takes place. To nature and to the spirit of man may be assigned one and the same page, that of striving toward creativeness. The power of creativeness cannot develop in space without the factor of consciousness. And consciousness, progressively gaining power, assumes the mastery over resistance. The cosmic magnet can attract toward a consciousness of the creative fire all that which is akin. The cosmic reason creates as a laboring builder. And man must serve cosmos similarly. Man knows what an impetus the infinite reason imparts to the current of life. Construction which does not impede the cosmic magnet can begin to express new forms. Casualness is not the foundation which acts through the magnet, only the sweep of reason attracts the constructiveness which manifests life. The currents which gather the subtle energies carry the igniting fires throughout space. 148. Casualness cannot guide the progress of humanity. Humanity does not realize the law which builds cosmic life. The ancient teaching which regarded the mortal remains as belonging to earth, thus indicated the kinship of men to the elements. The great teaching knew that differentiation of the elements leads but to final fusion. The cosmic magnet builds through the course of millennia, and the more pure the aspect of the matter, the higher the manifestation of the new predestination. An Agni yogi creates with his spirit that ascending spiritual step which is preordained by the cosmic reason. When the spirit can cooperate with the higher energies, we say that the life of the cosmic magnet is accepted. When the creative energy of fire remains unaccepted, we say that life is rejected. It is precisely life that is rejected, and we arhats value highly the manifestation of this inner fire which can encompass everything. With our manifestation of fire, one can ignite any flame of creativeness. Many are the great laws of cosmos, a chain complex but beautiful. Complexity and progress walk abreast. Only with an eternal tension can one reach the predestined steps, and the pain will bring forth joy. 149. Whither should men strive? Whither should the accumulated forces be directed? Whither will perfectment lead? Is it possible that the manifestation of a mighty existence can simply disappear? The spirit must acknowledge that through its strivings it lives not for one life round but for a cycle vouchsafed by infinity. It is too great a struggle for one life. The scope of the abilities of men is too great for them to be exemplified in one lifetime. The beginning and end are fused and serve men as a point of support. When the spirit is liberated from life, he assimilates the entire substance of that life. Strive to reach the understanding that the end is the beginning. Thus is infinity attained. 150. When I say that the manifestation of an end is a beginning, I have in mind the cosmic symbol of existence. When I say that pain underlies joy, I desire to disclose a page in the life of an arhat. That page in the arhat's life is unknown to anyone else. An arhat is called wise, an arhat is called a martyr, an arhat is called benevolent and compassionate. Many epithets do we bear. But people cannot conceive of an arhat as endowed with fiery striving to establish a new, higher step. Indeed, his crowning achievement is not opposed to the cosmic magnet. The higher, the mightier. 151. Digression from the cosmic foundations leads to that evident result expressed by humanity. Indeed, one cannot oppose the origins of the infinite. The propelled current, in its rhythm, confirms the perfecting process, and cosmos has armed men with the necessary power to master the potencies. Striving is the impetus of all beingness. But humanity has subjected to hideous derision the hammer bestowed for creative manifestations, the words of the Lords given for spirit creativeness, and the affirmation of the origins. True, it may be said that humanity has been struggling arduously for millennia. We recognize this, but the evidences of destruction have engulfed all strivings. The manifestation of the true rhythms of life is comprised in infinite motion. The prayer uttered by Christ when leaving earth was not heard by people. The prayer uttered by Buddha was not heard by people. The prayer that will be uttered by Maitreya knocks like lightning at the gates of the human spirit. Thus is earth stratified and the consciousness of the spirit created. When the dates approach, the work of creativeness may be entered upon. The creativeness of the origins maintains a rhythm, neither retarding nor hastening. Along with the planetary life there proceeds the construction for the higher spheres. The sweep of the constructiveness of the spirit completing its planetary life is so complex that one may truly call it a dual constructiveness, and the spirit is the guide in life. On the last step, the spirit cannot affirm itself in the existing forms. A striving toward new forms to a very great extent fills the consciousness and the spirit. The existing forms correspond very little to the beauty of the future. I testify that there are many mysteries in the life of an attained arhat. 152. When the far-off world spread out before the human consciousness, new dimensional concepts appear. When one can perceive even on our planet forms created by the finer energies, how is it possible not to manifest understanding of refinement of forms? Continuous perfectment directs itself toward infinity. Thus, the rhythm of perfecting is so drawn to the rhythm of the cosmic magnet. It is not an outer striving but a development by way of psycho-life. We know cases when creativeness was not apparent yet the spirit soared and created. The spirit, in striving to the creativeness of psycho-life, can create an entire world evolution. Verily, it is thus that the spirit of higher manifestations penetrates the spheres. But the spirit discordant with the cosmic magnet can create only contrary manifestations. The currents of the higher spheres are inherent in him who affirms the spatial fire in his spirit. This page of our constructions can be understood as that of an increase in the force of the magnet. Humanity, in acknowledging the magnet and its heightened action, must also admit the ever-growing strength of the magnet revealed by the hand of the Lord. About the act of creation, I say that every spirit creates individually. The spirit creativeness, when memory does not restrain its actions, is so powerful that it can assure accomplishment of the most difficult task. Verily, you manifest self-sacrifice, you labor greatly. You often make your appearance as a Terra, and wonderment is expressed at the new image. And so they say, the new Terra. The cliché is borne aloft and space resounds with joy. How then can one fail to act through the spirit tensed by the creativeness of thousands of years? 153. A force in action either subordinates other forces or develops a current of activity in those elements which must generate new energy. Subordination and development are so complex in their combinations. In its creative process, the magnet collects the power of the elements which contains the greatest amount of identical energies. The world sways in the eternal rhythm of submersion and collection. When humanity will adopt the rhythm which advances in step with eternity, the flux of spatial fire will be easier. The cosmic magnet is still too alien and not accepted. When the consciousness will fathom this force, which it can apply to creation, then only can be manifested the universal creativeness of the cosmic magnet, with men as its co-worker. Thus are new forms molded. 154. The action of the cosmic magnet is applied toward a designated formation. Not only creativeness through the simple principle of attraction but also the principle of affinity lies at the basis of creation, and in all its subtlety it is governed by the highest reason. The harmonization of the forces of the magnetic principle is expressed in all manifestations and in the most advanced forms. The spirit can glimpse dimly the beauty of cosmic fusion. The great sacrament can be experienced through a great spirit realization. This truth has been attested since the time when consciousness was able to unite itself with the highest principle, freely expanding its tasks. Wondrous are the threads issuing from the seed of one spirit. These are the threads which weave the treasure that, by the ordainment of the Lord's, leads to them. Thus is the affirmation of life forged. 155. Humanity at various stages of its development has known of the power of the cosmic magnet. The interrelation between all cosmic forces and men has been attested by most ancient revelations. Men is part of the cosmic energy, part of the elements, part of cosmic reason, part of the consciousness of the higher matter. Therefore, when the power is given to an image which acts and emerges from the cosmic seed, cosmos awaits the transmutation which must lead the spirit toward transfiguration. Of course, I regard the spatial fire as the highest transfiguring element. Humanity must understand that the changes of existences are not only changes of envelopes. Transfiguration does not mean in itself a completed image. And when the cosmic magnet summons to a change, it means that the transfiguration brings a new step. When will humanity begin to understand that truth attracts toward the magnet, which leads to affirmation of the principle of beauty? The law of the earthly existence of the origins holds true. After the kernel of affirmation and spiral transfiguration has been manifested, the culminating path becomes the affirmation of the creativity of psycho-life. In infinite striving seek that point. 156. It is truly told about the power of love for humanity. Can one love a garden and despise its flowers? Can one worship the power of beauty and not show respect for love? I attest that the power adorning our universe is confirmed as our mother of the world, the feminine origin. Indeed, one may cite many scientific examples indicative of the creative destiny of woman. Those who deny the evidence of woman's creativeness should reflect that woman gives voluntarily. It does not mean that those who possess the rights are the ones who affirm them. Hence is the woman's path termed one of voluntary giving. Certainly in cosmos everything is interwoven, but humanity transgresses the laws of the higher reason. Truly, the feminine origin is most beautiful. Verily, the pinnacle of beingness cannot exist without the feminine origin. How badly people have mutilated the great cosmic laws. How far people have departed from truth. The one who possesses the full chalice we call a voluntary giver. 157. So complex is the substance of the life principle that humanity must ponder over the law of the cosmic magnet. It is so complex that the concept of the substance is closely related to the expression of the purpose of beingness itself. When we will establish a rational correlation between the force of differentiation and the assembling force of the magnet, we will have found that bond upon which the universe is sustained. One should understand that each dissonance agitates a chain of destruction in the space. Each explosion sets the space a-tremble, and the possibilities which gather around the spirit often are dispersed by the waves of repercussion. Precisely the reverse happens following an action of harmony. As a magnetic wave collects different currents, so also a harmonized spirit possesses the power of uniting those streams which lead to the eternal power of beingness. 158. Striving toward destruction is not the purpose of cosmos. It is customary to regard man as a victim of the destructions manifested by cosmos. It is customary to regard the elements and the cataclysms as scourges which cause much misery, but let us discern where the catastrophes are but karmic manifestations and inseparable from cosmos. If we will cognize that power, we shall be affirmed in the realization of the cosmic magnet. Every atom that draws, by its motion, toward the chain of the cosmic magnet, restores rhythm in the cosmos. Each atom, in its motion, evokes a chain of other motions. If humanity would comprehend that subtle pulsation which strains all spatial forces, there would not be the tendency to think about predestined forces which ruin and set an end to man's life. The process of rhythm in cosmos is seen as a rational shifting. Thus, let us manifest wise understanding of the change. Parallel with departing conditions, the influx of new energies creates new life. Let us manifest joy toward the ceaseless shifting. When the cosmic magnet acts, powerfully transmuting the forces necessary for evolution, let us rejoice at the shifting. 159. We see the creativeness of the cosmic magnet as a shifting of the spatial bodies. We see how obviously lands and waters are being shifted. We see what validity there is in the shiftings in the races and in all processes of evolution. Why then not welcome this shifting? How beautiful for the spirit is the change from earthly existence to higher spheres. Those spheres which are so categorically spoken of as unattainable may verily become accessible. The cosmic shifting and the human magnet predetermine the intenseness of new forms. The creativeness of the shifting thus is one with that of the cosmic magnet. 160. The reconstruction of the world is not dependent upon human creativeness, but at the same time one cannot say that humanity is excluded from the expanding spatial power. The bond linking man and cosmos is inseverable. Thus, that which exists is expressed in forms predestined by the cosmic magnet. But man is also an expression of the existing, and thus man is revealed either as a force moving toward the magnet or as an obstructive symbol. That which is set forth as a creative manifestation will find its channel of expression, but the form of the action is bound with the karma of man. Since the highest reason has ordained the shifting, as an elemental action, it must be said that the shifting is indispensable. But, besides the shifting, there is the matter which receives the entrusted mission of construction. When the spatial fire pierces the earthly layers, there must be the understanding of true cooperation. The cosmos is one, and man's finest aspiration is to be a part of it. Therefore, not separation but unification. Hence, either the predestined will be affirmed in the measure of the creative magnet or the part assumed by men will establish the channel. Thus do the great forces mutually strive. We have witnessed how the predominance of one channel disturbed the balance, therefore, power lies not in domination by force but in union of forces. 161. Only the reciprocal course can have the full guarantee of cosmos. When space summons to achievement, the cosmic magnet brings nearer that which is undefferable. It often happens that the call collects parts that are kindred but not belonging to one nation. The partial manifestation then has the quality of a partly manifested unity. When space calls to the great sacrament, then beingness vibrates with all currents. But the highest manifestation comes into evidence there where the magnet has collected for millennia. 162. The delay attending destruction does not bring salutary results. How rhythmical are the sequences of the cosmic magnet? The retardation of the predestined means delay of the appointed date. Indeed, the cosmic magnet does not cease its creation even in time of apparent quietude. Therefore, too, the shifting which must occur does not tarry but acts in rhythm with the cosmic magnet. The migrations of peoples occurred in accordance with the action of the cosmic magnet, and at present all shiftings proceed in accordance with the same law. The great law has so many active magnets. And there, where the needle turns to indicate the direction, the striving spirit directs itself. It is precisely the perpetual motion and the shifting which determine the active magnetic force. One can determine exactly in what direction and for what purpose the shiftings occurred. The currents which determine the direction correlate with the destined future. The currents which determine the shifting itself are in conformity with present conditions. One can perceive in history the key to the manifestations of the migrations of peoples. So many are the causes and so varied are the missions of humanity, that their conditions can impart only a faint impression of the power of these shiftings. The trend of thought will not determine the course if it does not follow the eternal shifting of the cosmic magnet. 163. The shifting of the spirit is regulated by the same law. The tension and the will of the spirit propel it to its destined place, and the choice occurs not accidentally but according to a predetermined attraction. Thus, the spirit is attracted on the physical plane by the manifestation of the magnet. The strings reverberate, summoning the parts in accordance with the one law. A shifting which advances consciously is attributable to the power of the creative magnet. And the spirit manifesting the knowledge of the shifting and its direction defines that power of the cosmic magnet. When for millennia the spirit has known that it is summoned by the magnet, its trend of thought manifests only spirit understanding. 164. The cosmic magnet directs the correlation between the forces of those bodies which reach the higher worlds. Correlation between the spheres is established by magnetic attraction, and the forces are directed toward creation. Planetary force can be based on these strivings. Sparks of the far-off worlds reach Earth, and the possibilities of studying the radiance of the worlds shine with a special brilliancy. Communion with the spatial fires will afford a light-bearing science. It is impossible to conceive all that can be bestowed by the power of the far-off worlds. The psychic life is affirmed there as the action of the cosmic magnet. The psycho-life guides all expressions of existence, and it is impossible to separate the shadow from the light. If people could but understand that light force which impels each action, they would regard the creative sources with great solicitude. A recognition of the subtle energies as the source of our manifestations would inspire men to envision the power of light and not become enrooted in the power of the shadow. When the era of reflex manifestations will become apparent to humanity in all clarity, the epoch of light will begin. 165. When the reflection can be consciously adopted, the current of conscious creativeness is generated. When we see that the rays sent by us are reflected in all manifestations of the disciple, we can say, he reflects truth. Many rays are reflected but faintly, and that is why we so greatly rejoice when our near ones affirm the self-emanating rays. Therefore, we manifest the light in its full radiance to the one who affirms our ray in its full significance. It is you who did call the difficult path luminous. It is you who did accept the chalice of fires, exulting at each new affirmation. It is you who did accept a mission which no one else could have fulfilled because of its unusual conditions. Usually this experiment takes place under the exclusive conditions of monastic cells or mountain heights, or seclusion. But your striving spirit took up this chalice. If you could see the cliché of past events and the records of your fiery processes, you would understand this offering. The most subtle and pure is invisible. There is so much that is not revealed in the life of an arhat. 166. The evidence of the cosmic magnet itself affirms the tension of the forces which manifest a shifting. Conditions of necessary maintenance may require a downward step. And when the attraction acts upon the resonance of the predestined forces, the spiral of progression is established. Accidental shiftings do not occur, nor does destruction occur without a possibility of an evident restitution. The clichés of necessary shiftings exist on all planes. Of course there occur shudders of the spheres, and vortices of subterranean whirlwinds, but the causes of such disturbances are to be found in strivings inharmonious with the cosmic magnet. It is precisely the creative force of reason which gathers the different elements into dams against the unharmonized energies. The universe derives that power for all its manifestations. Thus do races assemble and unite. 167. The currents of the magnetic element are highly intensified. When the streams of a departing spatial energy become condensed and a new energy approaches, then the shifting is acutely sensed. The lines of demarcation are sharply drawn, and the streams of new energy strain the space. The cause of the approach of the new energies is reflected in sensations of the heart and all the flaming centers. The Agni Yogi responds to all currents. The outer shifting produces a reaction upon the centers of the Agni Yogi, the substance is one. And the currents, in shifting, affect all sensitive elements. Therefore, in antiquity the priestesses were isolated and were covered with an insulating veil. Fire is the transmuter of the energy. Earth is suffused with new currents. Is it possible to describe the transformed energy? A creative action is vividly experienced by the Agni Yogi when the crown of Venus is close. 168. Each striving toward action is measured by its tension. Tension gives evidence of the degree of will which underlies striving. The other property of striving is its direction, but for advancement one must direct the energy in step with the cosmic magnet. Evolution flows only because of the presence of magnetic action. The complexity of the course of evolution corresponds to the complexity of the dynamics of the cosmic magnet. The complex of evolution is likewise conditioned by human striving. The greater the striving, the more power there is. Man does not realize what a power for destruction he carries. The measure of creativeness of the shifting is in balance with the effort made contrary to evolution. Therefore, the cosmic magnet collects those parts which strive to the endless process of evolution. Man strives toward a state of fitful existence. Man holds as inaccessible that to which he must aspire for spatial existence. The two states are in eternal conflict. Thus, let us strive for boundless tension in the direction of evolution. 169. How seldom does humanity reveal an understanding of true striving? How much energy is unnecessarily dissipated? How many unnecessary strivings stratify the spheres? How many are the manifestations incompatible with evolution? Let us recall the parable of the young girl who in spirit cognized the teacher as the crown of her existence. Such a path may be regarded as an irresistible advance toward the sun. Each spirit may predicate for himself an uninterrupted path. The main rhythm lies in the desire for the common good. Thus, the way of the spirit leads unwaveringly to the affirmed consummation. We guard with great sacredness the spirit which bears the chalice of the gift of cosmic fires. Thus is the link forged between the spirit and the cosmic magnet. You said correctly that reason begets reason. Such a formula can carry the spirit up to the gates of knowledge. I will add, from reason to reason, and the beauty of Venus is in the striving to that achievement. Yes, yes, yes. Only the interweaving creates the necessary chain. Parallelism may lead to a certain height, but the chain is woven only by the magnet of consciousness. The chalice of the heart contains all. The kernel is one. People make subdivisions of that which for an arhat is one. 170. The attraction of the various parts of one principle acts through the medium of the magnet. Hence the variety of the expressions of all the affirmed principles on different planes. The core of reason is apparent in all spatial fire. Being of the same origin, the cosmic magnet carries within itself the principle of creativeness of fire, and reason builds the substance applicable to each sphere. Therefore, homogeneousness is spread throughout the entire cosmos, and homogeneousness can provide men with the key to the understanding of the existence beyond. Homogeneousness will lead then to the understanding of the highest principles. When humanity will refine all conceptions of the principles, it will be possible to affirm the manifestation of homogeneousness ad infinitum. Thus are all strata of beingness built, not by deflection from the principle inherent in the cosmic magnet, but by contribution in most subtle forms. Therefore, the origins should be the affirmed guiding principles. Let us accept the principle of beingness as the affirmation of the highest reason, and the cosmic magnet will unfold as the manifested might of the mother of the world. This concept can bring a true understanding of the existence of our brotherhood, a true understanding of the far-off worlds, and a true understanding of those principles which ordain man as a creator. 171. Homogeneousness and consubstantiality are identical. Thus only can we understand beingness. The world is created of one heart, and that heart beats through the one pulsation of the cosmic magnet. Thus, the principle which affirms homogeneousness in all things affirms unity. Thus, the principle of fusion is ordained by the creative reason. Therefore, I say that the knowledge of the beauty of beingness can further the cosmic evolution. Many are the beautiful mysteries in cosmos. 172. At the first stage of man's development, the comprehension of the nature elements as a creative force was affirmed. The power was confirmed not only in the worship of the ominous heavens, but in natural instinct. We can similarly acknowledge the same power, but with the guidance of knowledge we can draw on all principles. Just as the elements determine man's nature, so can we apply the knowledge of the subtle energies. Knowledge of the elements in their acting together with the luminaries can delineate the course of the cosmic magnet. The science of the elements and of the subtle energies is the essence of evolution. If we can destroy by fire, we can apply this force in unlimited measure toward construction. The spring of fire gushes as an inexhaustible stream. The interweaving of vibrations is equal to the interweaving of the rays. One may call the interweaving of vibrations the blending of the magnet. We call this blending force interweaving because the highest potentiality is expressed by both origins. The eternal striving to one polarity serves as the current of tension. The potential of polarity directs the parts which belong to one atom. There is so much beauty in the potential of one polarity. Indeed, we cannot give this great formula to mankind without the danger that there will result a most one-sided conception. Only the chosen ones may be affirmed in this great principle. One-sided conception is frightful. Even chemistry recognizes purity of substance. Will not he who is motivated by psycho-life exult when he selects pure power? Now about parallelism. Indeed, cosmic reason draws together the single particles of its magnetic force. But parallelism does not always proceed by the way of the origins. The confirmation, through the cosmic magnet, of a unification of the origins is called the true crowning. Thus cosmos collects its reason. Urasvedi is verily affirmed not by the planetary laws but by the laws of the Lords. The Lords see and know. The greatest law is present in the interweavement. There may be separations stretching over thousands of years. The attainment of the crown is a great complexity. 173. The paths of the spatial fire are so completely coordinated with evolutionary processes that one may say that it is fire that affirms evolution. The manifestation of fire must be studied as the lever of the cosmic magnet. And in each human action lies the potentiality of the fire of space. When the spirit kindles its torches, when man ignites his centers, when the racial shifting in all energies are impelled by one and the same fire of space, then is the fiery epoch asserted. The cause of extinguished consciousness lies in a decline in the reflection of the power of the cosmic magnet. It is difficult to detect the connecting levers which propel striving. Of course, one cannot exclude the waves of the will of spirit. Each human virtue or defect can be measured according to the intensity which impels the action. The precision is very indicative, and thus the forces of movement can be determined, be they with evolution or against the surging current. Thus, let each spirit determine for himself the intensity and the quality of his fire. Only through such measurement can one apprehend the infinite. 174. A higher tension creates a new step of cosmic creativeness. The lives which the spirit passes in low tension shed but meager light upon the earthly path. We have seen whirlwinds of will. We value the tension of will. We shall accept the affirmation of the true principle of life as the offering of the chalice of fires. Each center absorbs its own fire, and these fires can act at a distance. The functions of the centers are psycho-creative, and each center can dissolve and integrate as a creator. We have actual records left by Agni yogis. And it can be asserted that the white Tara has created much. There are numerous records of transfiguration. We shall so name the transmuting power of Agni Yoga. Thus is the Tara manifested amidst life. The step of crossing into the higher sphere is radiant. 175. Creativeness with incessancy of tension molds the better form. There exists a difference between the applied activity of an Agni yogi and that of an ordinary man. The fire in the activity of an Agni yogi is invisible and incomprehensible to the human mind, which admits only that which is visible. Hence, the great cosmic fire in different epochs was identified by different terms. When the spirit exercises its will to penetrate into the mystery of cosmic fusion, it can then assimilate the power of the cosmic energies. The invisible force becomes clear to him and, through the current of the cosmic magnet, he can sense the beauty manifested. When men will become convinced that the principal powers of cosmos create invisibly, they will then strive toward a perception of the magnet. Thus, the universe is built invisibly by the fire, and often the results also are invisible. Naturally, this manifestation occurs in the wake of most high currents. If people would ponder upon the truth that only the result is visible to them, whereas the process itself is invisible, they would grasp the meaning of the invisible. Let us recall that each sphere has its visible and invisible aspects. Thus everything advances toward the infinite. 176. For the instruction of humanity, a complete parallel comparison can be made between the activity of a medium and the activity of an Agni yogi. Humanity will soon learn how greatly it errs in regarding the medium as an exponent of the highest cosmic forces, and how greatly its existence is enriched by the Agni yogis. Verily, the fire of the higher spheres is trying to break through. We confirm the achievement of the Mother of Agni Yoga as a guiding radiant symbol. The emanations of the luminous images give joy and sustenance to the spirit. We, brothers of humanity, call these emanations the vital fiery streams. These streams are most powerful creations of the spirit, and the activity of the Agni yogi is most fiery. The fiery spirit of the Agni yogi can austerely melt down the encumbrances which accumulate upon the path. The fiery spirit of the Agni yogi creates through his own light. Each act asserts the self-sacrifice of spirit creativeness. 177. The invisibility of the very highest processes can affirm the conception of the far-off worlds. When the cosmic energies are strained for action, the spiral of cooperation is tensed in rhythm with the cosmic magnet. Usually one can determine the tension of the spiral in accordance with the result of the creativeness, but the chain of the process itself cannot be measured by men. Of course, the measurement of psychodynamics can be only in terms of the dimensions of spatial fire. Each psychic process can disclose a tense and invisible creativeness. The energies can be perceived only by those who possess the psychodynamics of spirit. The creativeness of psychodynamics of spirit is accessible to him who has transmuted his physical energies into cosmic fires. When the spirit can tread this fiery path, then those invisible processes are accessible to him and the path of truth is open before him. 178. Urasvati is right, a wondrous truth is in beauty. Cosmos affirms evolution by this formula. Cosmos directs the world to the mastery of beauty. Yes, verily, the mother of the world possesses the magnet of beauty. And wherever the spatial fire has collected the fiery affirmation of its forms, the fire of the spirit manifests itself. When the invisible process is revealed to the fiery spirit, it may then be said that the creative transmutation has been confirmed. Therefore, one may say that the psychodynamics of the spirit transmutes as a most saturated fire. When the centers can flamingly reflect the will of the cosmic magnet, then the psychodynamics of the spirit unites the higher planes with the planet. 179. The analogy between creation and creator is so clearly apparent that it is impossible not to draw a connecting line. When primitive man revealed the power of his spirit, all the images of his creativeness were expressions of his essence. True, this essence is expressed at present also. But the spiritual step in the progress of man heralds the approach of an affirmed advancement toward the higher spheres, and so fiery is the striving that it leads from the visible to the invisible. Thus, the analogy will always determine the course of evolution. The universe responds to the cosmic magnet. 180. The principle of analogy is applicable to all that exists. Life diverges along the radii of the heart because these radii correlate with the cosmic magnet. Those spirits that advance by way of interweaving are so harmonized that they manifest an analogy which creates the highest and purest harmonies. The creativeness of the spirits on the planet will be revealed as a new chord created by this harmonization. These harmonies are very beautiful, since they are related to the harmonies of the higher spheres. When one can manifest the creativeness of the spirit which is directed toward the radiance of the mother of the world, then truly reflected is the world of highest tensions. And the analogy leads to eternal striving into the spheres manifested by the cosmic magnet. The date of the future confirmed nearness is revealed by the magnet of the origins. The creativeness of the elements is greatly tensed. Today brought the melting of many beginnings and the beginning of many missions. The cosmic magnet is greatly tensed and the currents are saturated in a variety of ways. The cosmic current is strongly felt by the Agni Yogi, and the fire of space is intensely manifest. Thus, each cosmic shifting strains so greatly the fire of the Agni Yogi. Yes, yes, yes. Our Urasvedi will thus accept the joy of the higher spheres. Thus, sensing the cosmic triumph of reason and the current of the magnet, we shall say, cosmos is manifested by the heart, and we feel all the great forces of the magnet. 181. The distribution of cosmic forces is based upon the affirmation of the magnet. The choice of combinations is conditioned by the origins. When a combination demands an obvious overbalance for a designated action, a current which is subject to the law of removal is removed for the sake of a better combination. Of course, men are so accustomed to their own interpretation of balance that they reason in the same way about the distribution of forces. However, cosmic forces are not subject to such distribution. Were it so, a mutual annihilation would occur in cosmos. The cosmic magnet, acting rationally, cannot create for the purpose of mutual annihilation. Creation in the universe is vast, and there is a constant prevailing whirlwind, which carries out into infinity. 182. In this law all existences are affirmed. The beauty of beingness is in the guiding principle of the creative magnet. It is difficult for a narrow-minded man to understand the full beauty of this principle. Only a high spirit can comprehend this power. The guiding principle of the magnet merges completely with its unifying force. Therefore, creativeness is affirmed by the power of the manifested principle. The same principle verily leads men to evolution. The same principle guides the appointed spirit to the radiant majesty of consummation. Verily, the predestined and manifested spirit advances with the cosmic magnet. Therefore, we say that beingness is then reflecting the higher laws. The currents are very heavy. The cosmic worlds conform to the human stratifications. The flashes of spatial fire and of human consciousness are in correlation, and the fiery spirit of the Agni Yogi survives all. I beg you to guard health. Urasvedi carries the reflection of the highest principle, and that is why the spheres of earth are so heavy. Verily, I can affirm the nearness of the hour. 183. So strong is the guiding principle of the magnet that the forces which do not respond to the law of attraction are yet subservient to it. One may define the cosmic ruling force as the power and spirit of the creative magnet. The concept of a ruling force is applicable to the might of the cosmic magnet. And destruction is subordinated to the ruling force of the magnet. Thus is the universe constructed, and the whirl of construction is manifested as a light-bearing law. Therefore, the concept of dissolution should be supplanted by that of transmutation. The creative power is affirmed by the process of transmutation, and in the entire cosmos the guiding principle is transmutation. The guiding whirl collects all cosmic fires. The guiding whirl engulfs the opposing forces. The guiding whirl impels all manifestations toward goal fitness. Thus is the creative infinity molded. 184. The manifestation of cosmic tension is evoked by a current of planetary explosion. As does the shifting, so also the new tension reacts upon the fires of space. Likewise, it can be said that the fire of an Agni yogi responds to the cosmic disturbances. The aggregate of all combinations brings transmutation to the planet, and higher energies are collected for a new world. Thus, the stream of life is infinite, and these laws are truly beautiful. Verily, one may rejoice at the sacred force of cosmos. 185. When the spirit can ascend at the afflux of the better currents, it then reaches the higher spheres which hold the power needed for adherence to life, that power of which the afflux governs the spirit at the date of arrival. The law of departure governs the inverse force, and the magnet links the two poles. If people could know about the affirmation of the magnet and the power of receiving dates permeated with currents, their reasoning would be greatly clarified. The date links the spirit with the predestined ordainment. The date gives the departing spirit a confirmation of the path. But space is not merely an expanse in which the spirit must itself seek the outlet. The spirit proceeds according to a designated path. Thus the appointed paths are affirmed. The element of fire attests the new destiny. Many are the mysteries in cosmos. 186. The covenant is now being molded, and the cosmic magnet is intensifying its currents. It is ordained that the departing countries must build their new domains. The departing forces of one element are replaced by others. The departing spirit prepares a new form. Therefore, the confirmation of the date of transmutation is most important. 187. The power of space permeates all beings. The oneness of manifestations is revealed in everything. The chains of space embrace in themselves all expressions of life. A property in one kingdom vouchsafes that property in another, and is but its shadow. The manifestation of the spatial light presupposes the full development of the elements, and hardened matter presupposes its degrees. Hence, let us say that every property of each manifestation is dependent upon another, and that the quality of each manifestation is resultant on the previous striving. Expansion must impel people to be filled with the understanding of responsibility. The law of correlation of forms and aspirations is immutable. During the forming of combinations it is imperative to know this law. The creations of humanity bear the stamp of discord. When we speak of discord, we have in mind the difference between the indicated predestined path into the higher spheres and the path which humanity pursues. The obstruction of the path of advancement gives evidence of a very slow progress. Boundless are the higher ways, and the creative fires are comprised in them. 188. When the fires of earth are raging, the fire of the Agni Yogi responds. When the spirit responds to all cosmic manifestations, it may be said that a cosmic confluence has been established. The vibrations can thus absorb the currents which flow along with the stream of intensified currents of the Agni Yogi himself. Now we assemble the spirits of the sixth race, and Agni Yoga is the call. And the synthesis of the lotus attests a new creative step. 189. How little has humanity understood the world of effects. There is no arbitrariness in cosmos. He who takes causality as his foundation adheres but feebly to the chain of life's energy. The energy which summons to life provides the decision for the direction of striving. Therefore, an arbitrary thought will bring an indefinite decision. An arbitrary thought provides soil for destruction, but striving permits a chaotic expression to clothe itself in form. Among the forms manifested on earth are so many victims of arbitrariness. As an action sets the spheres a-tremble, so also arbitrariness shakes the world of effects. The law is so immutable that it may be said that with the development of subtlety of thought it will be possible consciously to change the form. Let us imagine the worlds as worlds of refined principles and in all their measureless beauty. 190. In the gathering of a new race, the adept who lives among men is recognized as a great spiritual dweller for humanity. Thus is the creation of the nucleus of the new race confirmed. The fire of the ordained carrier of light kindles the spirits of the chosen ones. When the spirit of the carrier transmutes his fires, he kindles simultaneously the torches of others. As everything in cosmos is transmitted, revealing rainbow spheres, so the carrier of light sows rainbow seeds. Given the foundation, the structure grows. The creativeness of the carrier of light brings the higher world closer. The synthesis of the chalice is the magnet of the heart. Straight knowledge lends to the carrier of light the symbol of the bearer of the chalice of beauty. 191. The manifestation of cosmic fires, imperceptible to humanity, is the main action of the cosmic magnet. The ascertainment of the magnet in life has become a science for the further advancement of humanity. The linking of the magnet with life provides correlation with the entire cosmic cycle. We are raising humanity out of the conditions of the lower sphere into the sphere of limitless thought. Limitations imprison the spirit by that bolted chain which destroys the best cosmic currents. In limitless thought is encompassed the whole cosmic action, and out of materia lucida Fohat creates. It is instructive to know that the most fiery process can be achieved by the spirit, and the transmutation of fires inspires to the further process. Thus, the chain of manifested strivings confirms the infinite world of mutual creation. 192. Limitless thought encompasses all human attainments. Thus, the pronounced principle of growth must apply to all things. The assembling of a race is accomplished by the law of the magnet, and unlimited thought lies at its foundation. If men would manifest fire as a conscious task of the spirit for the future, then the race could be united easily, but the conditions under which we now assemble the race demand great labor. The Agni Yogi must melt the old residue in the consciousness and direct humanity to new consciousness. So strongly propelled toward the attestation of the cosmic fires is the consciousness of the future that it is necessary to manifest a new generation through selection of the very young. We strongly arouse the consciousness. The hour draws near. Yes, yes, yes. 193. Independency of existence of men is an impossibility. It is impossible to conceive of independency of existence, since the cosmic manifestations are so closely linked by the substance of the cosmic magnet. Only the cosmic magnet can insert into a chain, for manifestation, one existence. So complex is the combining of all the elements that it is impossible for men to discern all the life manifestations. The universe is in flame and the spatial fire blazes. It is easy to observe how one link draws after it another, how one excrescence induces another, how one life predicates the next. But it is not easy for men to admit this truth of his dependence. This chain of existences cannot be broken, and it is impossible to eject oneself from or to arrest the current. The entire universe is as one stream. The freedom which so entices men is an illusion. In infinity, there is freedom of choice, and herein is contained all beauty. Freedom of choice affirms men, and man determines for himself the world of effects. Thus is built the life of dependence. Numberless are the existences, and they are linked by manifestations of constructiveness. 194. Dependence in thinking imposes upon man the belief that he cannot advance by himself. However, each one determines his own path. Striving creates life. Therefore, let each spirit find his own path. We respect greatly one's own determination for self-renunciation. When the spirit knows its destination and strives toward it, in spite of all evidence, a great chain is being affirmed. If we could reveal to humanity the records of human deeds, verily it would be horror-stricken. It is therefore very difficult to collect the new race. Submersion in darkness imposes a great strain. Therefore we take fire as a manifest symbol of pure striving. Your heart carries the manifestation of light. The lion of the desert carries a great deal. Terra of the heart, Terra of light, thus we call Urasvedi in the Brotherhood. I attest that you can sense our nearness. 195. The divergence of points of view in regard to the universe reveals an approach to varied spheres. What kind of vision has humanity? The eye of an earth dweller does not penetrate beyond the physical plane. Naturally, the search for material manifestations results in the aspiration for that which is visible only by crude sight, and the manifestation of higher spheres is thereby excluded. The world vision encompasses the creativeness of the cosmic magnet, and men can penetrate into the higher planes. The truth predestined by cosmos can be attained. When the world vision directs itself into space, it is aware of all laws. But the world vision has its boundaries and goals pertaining to it. The periphery of its striving is within the closest sphere. Its quests reach into the spheres close to Earth. But the spatial fire can be encompassed by the vision of the infinite. And to the spirit who has approached the spatial fire, the limitless vision is granted. The psycho-life of the spatial fire can encompass the spheres through the assimilation of psychic energy. The spirit who has embraced the spatial fire lives through the creative force of materia lucida. The spiritual world is without bounds, and the physical mind cannot manifest the knowledge of infinity. Only the psychodynamic power of spirit carries men into the higher spheres. The limitless vision verily opens the paths to the heart of cosmos. 196. When the vision discerns the significance of the universe, the ways to endlessly manifested existence are revealed. World vision discloses that which exists in life, but the unlimited vision reveals the boundless beingness. The creativeness of cosmos is incessant, and there where the world vision sees boundaries, the unlimited vision perceives new horizons. The sacrament of attestation of the cosmic magnet is the cosmic vision of higher reason. Thus, the complex law unravels as the mighty primary power of the heart of cosmos. The clarity of cosmic law reveals to men the beauty of the world. Urasvedi, our affirmed sacrament, attracts the creativeness of materia lucida. My call affirms the response of your heart. Thus are molded new manifested worlds. When the Terra of light will enlighten the world with revelations from the far-off worlds, then will she be affirmed as the manifestation of beauty. When the Terra of the heart illumines the world with love, then is she affirmed as the manifestation of beauty. 197. Boundless vision characterizes the Agni Yogi. The cosmic magnet is therefore so sensed by the heart that the most remote sound re-echoes in his centers. The cosmic magnet and the spatial fire strain the centers. When the centers thus vibrate, the Agni Yogi is indeed in tremor, and the centers reverberate to the currents of space. Much strength is spent for the transmissions and for magnetization of the spirits of the sixth race. Certainly the affirmed creative forces should be guarded. I attest that the centers of the Agni Yogi are verily a fiery torrent. 198. Why is humanity in such a frenzy? The universe shudders from the manifestations produced by men. And can one expect that men will advance without allegiance to the cosmic magnet? For harmony, form must correspond to form. The affirmation of evolution will increase only when men shows affinity with the development of the universe. Either men will grow and very clearly indicate an advancement by entering the stream of evolution and adopting the process of self-perfecting, in order to win a place of higher tension in the cosmos, or the realm governed by men will be destroyed. All the strivings of men promote evolution but little. If his striving is not in attunement with the universe, for betterment, for unity, for the affirmation of the general good, then the chain of his actions is unworthy. We shudder at the many structures and many battles. How many of the cosmic inceptions are destroyed, without end? But the universe is boundless, and the coming new race will bestow the cosmic fire in highest manifestations. 199. The far-off worlds possess the power of atomic energy. The universe, based on the manifestation of eternal motion, is asserted in all processes through the tremor of life. Differentiation, as well as unification, is asserted by the tremor of life. This vibrating life permeates space, and by this impulse lives are created. When the creative principle became manifest, Fohat created through materia lucida, and this granulation of being carried life out into space. Our human consciousness must be transmuted, that we may understand how the spheres are distributed. These granulations of the worlds do not represent sparks of Fohat but express vitality in various tensities. The pulse of life asserts itself in every sphere with a different tension, and with each impulse it must rise to the infinite. After the differentiation of atoms has taken place, the life throb carries the particles toward various ends. A combination of particles is carried along, moved by the force of fire. During blending of the atom, this process is subject to the law of the nature of the cosmic magnet. The consciousness gathers in the same way as the force of the magnet. During separation, instinct guides the tension of each inception as a new cosmic force. The earthly existence of the atom and its consciousness is affirmed as the psycho-life itself. 200. The centers of cosmos are identical with the centers of man. Man bears within himself all manifestations of cosmos. Significant are the evidences in man of the functions of cosmos. When he reflects in himself all cosmic functions, he measures through himself the possibilities evidenced in cosmos. The Agni Yogi, lion of the desert, bears in his heart all human lamentations. He bears all explosions of cosmos and senses all shiftings of consciousness. He bears all the streamings of cosmic currents. He possesses that synthesizing knowledge which attests the gathering of manifested spirits for the regeneration of consciousness. When a synthesis of spirit is built, from the cosmic fires and the psycho-life of the heart, then men can be told that the centers of cosmic fires show analogy to the centers of cosmos, that this parallel relation can grant a better life, and that the principle of creativeness is established as infinite fire, as infinite vision, as infinite hearing, as the all-containing heart. Strive toward attestation of the fire of infinity. 201. It is very difficult to determine the boundaries in cosmos between the so-called passive and the active. If we say that all forces are active, men will find this declaration a paradox. But a higher consciousness can understand how we perceive all forces of the origins as active. The differentiation is so bereft of subtlety that it is difficult to convey to people about the principle which dwells in the manifested power of Mula Prakriti. Likewise, the principle of life cannot be asserted without the realization of the feminine origin. Like the cosmos, Mula Prakriti is a universal principle. The origins cannot be regarded as competitive forces, only unification of the forces creates life. And we, in the higher worlds, manifest a consecrated reverence for the origin which humanity calls passive. Yes, yes, yes. The higher consciousness knows the truth and we are ready to proclaim this truth to humanity, but for this, humanity must ascend the higher step. Yes, yes, yes. When each lord had to be given to the world by a mother, how may one not revere thee, mother of the world? When each spatial fire has to be made manifest in a form, how may one not revere her who gives life? Yes, yes, yes. How then may one not accept as the highest manifestation of the cosmos the power in the intense symbol of the mother? When the Terra was affirmed on earth, the three rays of the Lords reverberated. These facets of cosmic fires can be seen on the Terra by a sensitive eye. These facets are so powerfully revealed that their radiance melts all discovered obstacles. One may truly say that the radiant image will give new understanding. 202. The spiral striving lives in the entire cosmos. Whither a striving spirit propels itself, the circles of its lives are born. Thus, the spirit itself establishes the exact spiral of its ascent. A striving of the spirit toward crude manifestations describes a corresponding circle in the cosmos. Striving of the spirit toward higher manifestations describes also a corresponding circle. This law applies to all manifestations. When we speak of the centers of the cosmos, we are also speaking of the corresponding centers of the Agni Yogi. The powers of energies are distributed according to identity, and the power of the most subtle energies will be absorbed by the sensitive organism. Hence, the absorption of the subtle energies is represented by a designated circle coincident with the cosmic circle. Therefore, the synthesis of an Agni Yogi has its circling spiral. Humanity should give deep thought to the creation of its spiral. The universe is inhabited by such worlds. Man is a world. His striving creates a world, and karma must redeem not only the worldman but also the world striving, until the world is blended in pure striving. Thus, the world without bounds sustains the course of evolution. 203. The pearl of the heart is the most subtle tension. Only with that tension do we create worlds. The world of strivings builds the future. The source of love unites all that exists. 204. Humanity cannot direct itself to any goal without a predetermined decision. This decision will be determined by those strivings which have guided men. The power of the decision is directly proportionate to the striving and to that force which guarantees a decision that moves life. Thus is the fundamental cause of human action established. Thought and striving toward a decision give the direction to the entire stream of human activities. It is impossible to comprehend how people could sink into the darkness of consciousness which denies the link with the cosmic magnet, when all is sustained by the coalescence of magnetic threads in cosmos. The legend about the dual force in one image is founded on this merging. The combining force is without limits. The two origins and the higher and lower worlds constitute the principles of the universe. Everything is fused by the creative force of magnetic attraction. 205. The cosmic force moves in a spiral. With basic might, the magnet propels forward in the spiral of the creative potential of energy. The circular motion is highly strained during attraction to the generative source. The attraction toward that point gives the impulse toward the far-off worlds. The striving to reach the ascending steps brings in the law of the spiral. And the circular motion becomes tensed, as a magnetic force, when the initial step is at a point which upon completion of the circle will coincide with the point of action. Shall we not strive to the spiral ascent, when this path leads to infinity? The evidence of the power of the magnet is called the creative principle. 206. Life is based on the motion of threads connecting the two worlds. A current magnetized by one fire is linked with a parallel current. Therefore, the evident link of an Agni yogi with the higher world is confirmed. All powerful energies must be revealed as the manifestation of one chain. The manifestation of the fire of an Agni yogi has its place on earth and in the higher spheres. Therefore, the Agni yogi is a connecting thread between the worlds. 207. The net of events is conditioned by the cosmic magnet. It is precisely a net because the creative force acts upon all waves of the flow of events. Hence, when the net gathers in its course elements antagonistic to the harmony of the cosmic magnet, it draws into the cosmic net effects of imperfection. These intervening forces often impede the flow of the stream of striving. The net of events can break up the chain into elements of various combinations. An intervening circumstance can so change the currents that, by the law of the cosmic magnet, forces can be drawn in which lead to the creation of different channels. So also with human actions. Between the net of events destined by men and the net of events destined by the cosmic magnet hangs a dark cloud. Man destroys the predestined net by his consciousness. When the consciousness strives toward the cosmic magnet, verily the link with the infinite is established. 208. An arhat gathers all the nets of events and all the threads of nations. From these interlacings there is born a new race, and this aids in creating the race synthesis. However great is the manifestation of the spirit in one sphere, it cannot accomplish this assembling of the race. Only the synthesis of the chalice can establish such magnetization. The evincing of intensified fires upon the earthly sphere may evoke a rush of various currents, and it is thus that the Agni yogi creates. The Terra of knowledge magnetizes those who aspire to knowledge. The Terra of beauty summons those who aspire to beauty. The Terra of achievement summons those who strive toward achievement. The Terra of synthesis can gather united spirits. Thus the blended heart fulfills the covenant of the cosmic reason. Yes, yes, yes. 209. The consciousness of the cosmic magnet shapes hidden forms. So much has been told about the immutability of the law of the cosmic magnet that a simple deduction is clear. The immutability of the law is perceived in the entire cosmos. The simplicity of the law must be assimilated by the human consciousness, and the fiery formula of purity will be manifested with the assimilation of the fire of space. Only the essence of reason can embrace the simplicity of this law. This law embraces the entire fiery striving of the principle of beingness. When the difficulty of understanding leads the spirit away to the spheres intensified by accumulations of opposite laws, the spirit then creates a cosmically complicated process. The inevitability of a counteraction is carried in this cargo. The immutability of the law of the cosmic magnet continues while it interweaves with all energies. And all manifestations develop in the attraction of energies. True, it is also customary to speak of the principle of repulsion, but we say that attraction is the acting force. 210. The immutability of the law guides the cosmic magnet in all spheres. The same unchangeable law serves as the base of the assertion of fulfillment. The same law operates in the attraction of atoms toward unification. The action of striving toward evolutionary progress strains the energies. This tension induces the tension of the strata of the cosmic currents. So also with the action of an Agni yogi, merging into the required spheres, he strains his energies and the entire imperfection of the strata visited is passed on to the spirit. When my brother sojourned in the earthly spheres, he paid heavily. We arhats assert that the greatness of a spirit's activity is not always assimilated by the consciousness without harm. 211. The cosmic magnet force brings into tension the psycho-life of the elements. The cosmic magnet gathers the combinations of heterogeneous fires which in fusion provide the formula for a spatial, embodied form. The immutability of the law of the creative materia lucida provides each form that appears in the universe. Its law establishes the psycho-life as the seed of the form. Hence, all that intervenes is subject to the reciprocal force. Such striving is inherent in man, and the seed of the spirit will always respond to the cosmic magnet. All other strivings of the spirit either correspond to the destination of the seed or transgress against it. Every man must correlate his striving with this law of the seed of the spirit. If people would reflect upon the law of psycho-life, which has the fire of the seed of the spirit as its premise, it would be possible to affirm the evidence of the priceless pearl which each one carries within. And, instead of striving toward external aspects, people would then strive for the treasure of psycho-life. 212. Verily, it is said that the advancing adept directs the entire stream of the fiery evolution. Only when the ordainment of the new cycle of the epoch of Maitreya is revealed can the adept advancing toward us be manifest. In the consciousness of men, a precise distinction must be made between an instrument manifested for diverse purposes and an affirmed mover of evolution. When we speak of the transmutation of the fires, it must be understood as the assertion of the most intense fire of the cosmic magnet. And when humanity will understand all the creative power of the spirit of an Agni yogi, it will be possible to reveal how all centers vibrate in response to cosmic events. The instrument used for simple photography cannot possibly be compared to an apparatus reflecting each breath of the cosmos. Therefore, let all who strive to Agni Yoga search for the higher understanding of the open centers. Many advanced spirits were consumed by their incapacity to contain all fires in an earthly shell. Not easy is the path of an arhat. Most wondrous and sensitive is the creative power of an Agni Yogi. 213. The universal substance which pervades the whole expanse of cosmos responds to the attraction of the cosmic magnet. The consciousness which responds to the cosmic fires can truly penetrate the laws of beingness. Therefore, the formula of creative power can be given to him who has willingly adhered to the higher reason and who has filled to the brim his chalice. Hence, the formula of this power cannot be asserted on this planet. The transmissions of forces magnetized by the lords, and by the adept, so far exceed human receptivity that the onrush upsets the balance, and the power of these transmissions is broken up into sparks which remain in humanity's hands. The universal substance which permeates space is not accessible to the spirit without the attraction of the cosmic magnet. By inhaling and exhaling with cosmos, by transmuting and creating with cosmos, one may discover the true formula of the driving fire. Limitless are the possibilities, and limitless the ways. 214. In the fusion of elements, so-called, which are in correlation with the attraction of the cosmic magnet, it is important that the condition be maintained of a precise identicalness or of a harmonized combination. In the assembling of the new race, the same principle holds primary significance. When the foundation of a race is laid, the assembling is established upon the best principles. The cosmic magnet impels the seed, and around it there is developed a powerful monad. Each seed has its cycle, which develops along a general principle. When the dominant element is fiery, the principle of the new race will be built upon fire. Astrology, the most ancient science, knows the disposition of each race and nation. When a new race is conceived, the basic principle directs all aspects of its evolution. Therefore, as one can formulate a calculation of nations according to astrology, one can also determine the character of the race to be born. All nuances in this are so delicate that only the highest cognizance can blend these nets of materia lucida. 2:15 The creative power of him who assembles the new race attracts all elements which are accumulated in the lotus of synthesis. The creative threads are directly connected with the striving of the chalice. Therefore, the direction of attraction is so clear. Hence the affirmation of the attraction of the lotus and the spirit's response to it. The conditions are difficult where the course of striving is divided. The spirit possessing the fire of the cosmic magnet can give impetus to all fiery currents. Thus, synthesis strengthens the predestination of the chain into infinity. 2:16 The quality of the fire is asserted through the tension of the magnet. The magnet of the spirit determines that step which can be manifested. When the spirit can ally itself with the higher spheres, then it assimilates the currents of the cosmic magnet. The same attested fire of spirit predetermines the fires of the planet. Certainly, speaking of the predestined fires of the planet, we have in mind only that fire which humanity can assimilate. There is no conformity between the transmissions and the assimilation, so great are the dimensions of the other spheres. Therefore, it is so difficult to reach unity while the race is being assembled. The races are affirmed as currents of new forces, and while the channel is eternized by evolutionary movement, each new current has its own cosmic note. Thus, the magnet is illimitable in its cosmic creativeness. 2:17 The same principles govern the ignition of the centers. The spirit cannot kindle on lower spheres the fires of the higher centers. Indeed, only the highest attracts the highest. And where only the physical striving exists, there can be only a corresponding receptiveness. In the epoch of the approach of Agni Yoga, the principle of forcibly transmitted manifestations should be known. Nature also points out that direct correlation which prescribes its limits. Only the subtle can be assimilated by the subtle. Only the finest aspires to the finest, and here also the principle of the magnet functions. As the principle of the subtle energies is inherent only in the highest Agni Yogi, so also the physical receptivity attracts the corresponding manifestation. All that is coercive, all that is crudely displayed, all that is physically manifested, yields to the subtle principle. Therefore, the beginning of the new race is based upon the affirmed principle of fire upon earth. Therefore, the creative synthesis arouses the consciousnesses. The new race is affirmed by the fire attested by the creativeness of the synthesis of the silvery lotus. Each new cosmic force is transmitted. Yes, yes, yes. Thus a new force invisibly enters the life of humanity. The Terra creates. Yes, yes, yes. 2:18 Universal correlation takes in all manifestations of the cosmic magnet. Creativeness is accompanied by a vast number of manifested driving energies attracted by the cosmic magnet. When the energies are attracted by the cosmic magnet acting as a force in correlation with the earthly crust, the manifestation of the energies is predicated upon the fact that the magnet will manifest those forces which the crust of the planet can absorb. If this manifestation were to exceed the assimilative capacity of the planet, it could not assert itself as a constructive force. Explosions and devastations would then assail the planet. Hence, the fiery tension approaches only when the planet is in need of final transmutation. Thus, universal correlation exists between cosmic manifestations. Universal correlation brings confirmation to the action and attraction of energies. The assertion of the sum total of all energies confirms the formulae of the cosmic magnet. 2:19 The correlation is so great that one may say that the one affirms the other. Thus, the appearance of fire gives affirmation to the coming race. He who through his fire draws everything together brings correlation through his very appearance. Of course, when this symbol of collectivity is affirmed as a bearer of fire of the highest tension, all energies also are manifested in the highest tension. I, Maitreya, affirm the cosmic tension of the fire of the mother of Agni Yoga. The correlation between the fire of the spirit and the fire of space affirms new life. Thus, it can be proclaimed that the Terra strives toward the redemption of humanity. The path of self-sacrifice leads to consummation. 220. Universal correlation establishes the balance which sustains the entire chain of manifestations. The indivisibility of the entire cosmic process demands precision of correlation. The more powerful is the cosmic process, the higher is the tension of gravitation to the cosmic magnet. The more resistance, the greater the pull of the magnet, the steadier, the more powerful is the attraction. Thus, the attractive force of the basic magnet acts in correlation with the universal process. As the acting force is expressed in the pull of the magnet, so the gravitational force of universal correlation collects the necessary energies. Humanity is attracted by the same process of the magnet, that of universal correlation. All human actions, being conscious factors, contribute their supplementary share to the universal correlation. Thus, the universal equilibrium can be converted by men into unbalance. Let us see how this unbalance is affected. In every epoch, in the entire course of history, there may be seen an intensified confluence of resistant circumstances which produced an unbalance. The factor of creativeness, predestined as a force inducing the attainment of cosmic equilibrium, will always be impelled by the principle of the magnet. Only the affirmation of the origins can balance the universal correlation. The ever-disturbing motion maintains unbalance. Hence, the origins and veneration for them will be the factor that humanity may affirm as the salvation of the world. 221. Correlation is affirmed not only by group striving but also by a single spirit. A single spirit is always disclosed as the herald of group striving. All the currents toward conscious manifestation of beingness, to which humanity has lent impetus, were inspired by one spirit. Thus, the creativeness of spirit of an assembler of race always instigates the tide by his synthesis alone. An Agni Yogi represents the highest balance because the self-sacrificing creativeness of his spirit leads to the equilibrium of universal correlation. Therefore, the unbalance and disharmony of the centers is changed into equilibrium. The teaching reiterates about these subtle differences. Therefore, for ascent to the next step, one must understand the lack of balance in lower manifestations and the harmony in the higher. Since we gave the mission to her, our heroic co-worker, to lead humanity to the new step, this manifestation of our bearer of fires is so lofty that likening it to any mediumistic manifestation is like dropping muddy water into a fiery chalice. Therefore, I say that the evidence of understanding of the high fires will bring one to the height of pure fire. She, bearer of the chalice of fires, will give the new step to humanity. 222. The omnipotence of the cosmic magnet corresponds to the psychodynamic power of space. The attraction of the energies corresponds to the tension of the magnet. The property of the attracting principle is inherent in each human action. The intensity of the impulse provides a formula for a determination, therefore, each action and its attracting quality can be affirmed. Indeed, forcible, coercive action attracts unsteady processes. The pull of the magnet and the response manifest correlation, therefore, the affirmation of the cosmic magnet which unites steady forces is so essential. Each fluctuation induces a vibration which disturbs the magnetic flux. Hence, the quality of attraction must have its magnetic influence on the results. 223. The magnetization of human striving is one of the most difficult conditions to achieve. The Terra knows about this most complex task. The cementing of space and the action of the magnet of the heart are the most fiery foundations. Our creativeness has such propulsive force that the magnet overcomes all obstacles. As vortices, all oppositions are whirled away by our power. Therefore we apply shifting and the race is assembled. Human conquests and the disturbance of the flow of the magnet are combined in the formula of earthly destination. Crucial is the time. We advance united in heart. Fruitless are human actions without our guidance. 224. When nations turned toward policies of unbalance, the principle of self-destruction was set forth. Resistance to self-destruction can be established only by balance. Humanity applies incommensurately the principle of creation and thus disturbs the foundations of beingness. While there is, in accordance with the law of the cosmic magnet, subordination of the lowest to the highest, it concerns only those energies whose essence demands transmutation. But since the origins are ordained for the creation of life, people cannot do away with one of the origins without self-destruction. Therefore, humanity will aspire toward conscious development when it will cognize and acknowledge the two origins. All rules of action lacking the two origins can increase the unbalance. Humanity must show understanding of the law of the cosmic magnet. Great advancement can be shown in the chain of evolution through the realization of the grandeur of the two origins as the basis of existence. 225. The cosmic magnet unites the poles of the origins for the life-imparting force. If the poles do not respond to the attraction of the magnet, the consuming of the energy ensues. There are many instances when this engulfment developed into an absorptive power which destroyed the tissues. Much destruction and sickness has resulted from this unbalance. Humanity builds its achievement through its own aspiration. As long as the spirit seeks outlet without realizing its aspiration, indeed the highest manifestations may be attained but rarely. Therefore, we imbue the space with the call of pure fire. The beauty of beingness is so full of wisdom and so wondrous. All the great principles are subject to higher dimensions. All creative principles are measured in higher dimensions. The highest is measured by the highest. Yes, yes, yes. 226. The attainment of balance takes such precedence in everything that the magnet manifests the utmost attraction for the sake of this equilibrium. The rhythm evident throughout cosmos reveals this principle, which governs all actions in nature. Constructiveness depends upon this lofty principle. How, then, is it possible not to realize this process of nature? And in the construction of life, the same principle is unavoidable. Rhythm, explosions, magnetic attraction, all these forces must be converted into the principle of equilibrium. If the passing race has given itself to transgression of the law of origins, the new race must bring confirmation to the new power for cosmic balance. True, the principle of the cosmic magnet makes for advancement in an ascending spiral, and it is impossible to disunite the majestic cosmic spirals of evolutionary ascents. When the new race will attest the power of the origins, then verily will the cosmic balance be established. 227. We, brothers of humanity, battle arduously for the balance and for the instilling of the principle of the Mother of the world. When the understanding of creation will be confirmed, it will be possible to evince to humanity the creative power of fire. Humanity has so greatly violated the magnet of beingness that the construction of new life must be established. Only thus can be stopped the generation of currents which now so completely engulf humanity. We, brothers of humanity, battle for the cosmic magnet and for the life principle. The time is complex, but great. In tension, amidst humanity's monstrous incomprehension of the principle of beingness, we give a new covenant. We summon humanity to that covenant. In that great covenant lies the principle of beingness. We say to humanity, venerate the origins, venerate the Mother of the world, venerate the awesome covenant of the cosmic magnet. Yes, yes, yes. Thus speaks Maitreya. 228. Does humanity ponder over its link with the life of the universe? The current of world events is inexorable and incessant. The bond between man and the universal manifestations is revealed as the correlation of a magnetic action. Hence, man cannot isolate himself from the entire cosmic process as an independent unit. When the universal life directed itself to cosmic attraction, all elements attracted to the magnet acted as life-determining forces. Therefore, this mutual attraction gives the formula of cosmic attraction. Thus the magnet attracts incessantly. Thus the universal life guides humanity toward infinity. 229. An Agni yogi enters the tempo of the universal current, thus directing the trend of world thought, and, by suffusing the space with his essence, he attracts spirits to the new and predestined affirmation. Most complex is the universal creativeness, and interwoven with the most subtle energies. The manifestation of the fire of space is a force propelling toward creation of universal currents. The principle of fire gives the direction to all the new cosmic currents. Therefore, the assertion of fusion will be disclosed as a key to the sixth race. The currents inset into the basis of life predetermine a new course. Thus do we confirm this great path. Thus do we build the great, the wondrous step of the universal life. 230. In regard to evolution, humanity never has considered what its progress costs the impeller of energy. It is customary to maintain that the energy expended in the progress of evolution establishes the ascent step by step. But the principal causal action should be pointed out. The cosmic magnet provides direction as well as destination. In the entire evolutionary process one must seek this destination, and the central point of evolution must be ascertained. Mere ascent is not the impelling force, as the center of evolution is the core of all cosmic activity. The chain of events accumulates upon the circumference of this core, and unless balance is established between the evolutionary and the devolutionary human striving, it will be impossible to establish a higher step. The center of evolution creates balance, and the center of human thought violates it. Therefore, during the epoch of unbalance between good and evil, prior to the epoch of Satya Yuga, humanity must show exactitude of direction. Therefore, the fiery summons gives the direction to humanity. The center of evolution, in its ceaseless flux, maintains the basis of the origins. 231. Indeed, the affirmed new race must aspire to the principle of the center of evolution. The imbalance now manifest on the planet must inevitably provoke a shift, either for continual participation of the psychic energy or for destruction. Hence, the continuance of existence is conditional upon that affirmed force. Thus the mother of Agni Yoga brings the chalice of salvation to mankind. Thus the Arhat and the Tara bring salvation into the construction of a better future. In the harmonious alliances of the origins, salvation is born to mankind. Thus we set the foundation of the new race and the step of highest fusion. 232. The psycho-spiritual levers of humanity will disclose those truths which life holds. The currents of these energies are inherent in man, but the coarseness of matter does not permit him to assimilate these currents. How humanity assimilates the currents of the spatial fire can be observed through the indicated psycho-spiritual levers. Thus, the sacred preordained manifestations can be expressed as a striving toward fiery assimilation. The psycho-spiritual levers create each manifestation of life. If humanity would sensibly follow the laws of motion of the cosmic magnet, it would undoubtedly accept the fact of psychospirituality. How is it possible to deny the power which gives rise to the entire life impulse? The impulsion of psychospirituality encompasses all aspects of the universe. Verily, immutable is the law. 233. Direct correlation exists between the Agni Yogi and the cosmic manifestations. The link between manifestations is so tense that it describes a straight line. There also exists a direct link between the Agni Yogi and the world events. The world thought is also reflected upon the manifestation of the fires of the Tara. When the synthesis gives evidence of its power, all cosmic events are reflected upon the organism, the best and most accurate indicator of cosmic and planetary manifestations. If people were aware of all the fiery signs on Earth, the duration of life would be short. Our Urasvedi has witnessed the emanations of Earth, trembling from the density of the atmosphere. The earthly crust is in convulsion, and the new step is being prepared by means of creative unification. The psycho-spiritual levers will provide propulsion for the sixth race. How tempestuous are the currents! The fires are ablaze as fiery streams. Therefore, the heart of the Tara carries within itself all vital currents and reflects all human manifestations. 234. The attractive forces of the cosmic fires correspond to the most intense direct rays of the sun. The creativeness of men is equal in power to the rays of the fire of space. Therefore, it may be said that the life-imparting force of man is measured by its own radiation. The measure of impelled spirit creativeness can furnish the scale which indicates the adherence to or divergence from the course of evolution. The measure of actions can ascertain a precise correlation of the principles, the so-called cosmic truths. The attraction of the energy of solar rays is in balance with the soil on which the rays fall. Similarly governed is the attraction of cosmic fires to the human spirit. Space is teeming with magnets, and the human aura sustains many magnetic emanations. It is established that cosmos creates through the magnet, and the power of attraction gives life to men. Creativeness is based upon this principle. An immutable law. 235. The primary source is the creative impulse of the energy of the cosmic magnet. The impulse is generated in space, and violation of the law calls up destruction. The primary source, generating the impulse of beingness, guides the course of all cosmic fire. Hence, all cosmic manifestations are based on the manifestations of fire. One drop cannot deflect the course, therefore, only the conscious adoption of the cosmic magnet can direct the spirit toward junction with the currents of subtlest energies. The cosmic constructiveness is directed toward junction with the subtlest energies and to all the processes of the invisible fire. 236. Psychospirituality is a property of all aspects of the cosmic magnet. The boundlessness of the manifestations of psychospirituality creates the cosmic worlds. It is impossible to affirm in the consciousness the creativeness of the cosmic magnet without broad understanding of evolution. Consciousness asserts the lever of the cosmic magnet so definitely that it is difficult not to make application of it. The causal principle gives impetus to life and to the development of psychospiritual energy. The basis of the life impulse establishes the psychospirituality, and attraction evinces a correlation with the causal principle. Thus, it is on the basis of psychospirituality that the life impulse is asserted. When the origins will be affirmed in the consciousness of humanity as balanced forces of the cosmic magnet, then life will be recognized as the effect of the great law. 237. The display of psychospirituality unfolds with the cosmic magnetization. When the spirit can assimilate the fires of the higher spheres, then it manifests the magnetization of cosmic fires. Psychospirituality moves all energies and establishes all conformances. The spirit and the manifested fires do correlate. Each action, being the effect of a cause, reflects the essence of the entire psychospirituality. Therefore, the Agni Yogi is affirmed to be the direct link with the far-off worlds. Immutable is the action of the fiery synthesis, therefore, we assert that the currents of the higher worlds can be transmitted only along the currents of the higher fires. There exists a so-called transmission through the envelopes of departed spirits, but one must always recognize that a lower manifestation attracts the lower. For this reason, we assert that fire is most lofty and the transmutation occurs at the highest point. Thus, she who carries the chalice of the sacred fire will give to the planet a fiery purification. Thus the creativeness of psychospirituality is implanted into the new step. When the force of the cosmic magnet will assert the manifestation of the fires, then will it be possible to say that the new time draws near. I so affirm. 238. Upon the earthly plane the psychospirituality, as the manifestation of a higher sphere, can be expressed by fire. The Agni Yogi is a link between the planet and higher worlds. The mission of bringing the predestined energies to earth is entrusted only to the spirit who knows how to manifest the higher fires. Limitless are the spheres and the currents which carry the manifestation of fires. The Agni Yogi verily lives in two worlds. The Agni Yogi verily immerses himself into the invisible spheres. Only precise investigation can assure subtle confirmation. Thus, the attracting magnet of pure fire draws the Agni Yogi into the higher spheres. Therefore, the principle of pure fire establishes the correlation between the visible and invisible worlds. 239. The occurrence of crude materialization during these manifestations is emphasized by humanity, which seeks such ways for penetration into spheres inaccessible to the eye. The process of attraction of densified spatial manifestations finds its cause in the motivation of men. Of course, in seeking densification of the form to assure its visibility, man loses the highest striving, hence the process of transmutation through fires is the most lofty. The fire of the life process is revealed as the impeller of humanity. It is therefore that we so greatly value the self-sacrifice of the mother of Agni Yoga. The impulsion of the transmuting force in the tensity of pure fire carries with it all creative means and thereby uplifts the surrounding sphere. Thus does the tension of the fires manifest the affirmation of the new steps. 240. The implanting of the magnet for cosmic principles proceeds as a most lawful action. Human activity is governed by similar conditions. The action preceding each manifestation is the magnet which draws on that which follows. Therefore, the creativeness preceding the manifestation of the magnet is that primordial source which fills space. The creativeness of the magnet is indicated as the source of human actions. The so-called unsuccessful actions should be understood as setting up a magnet which does not generate the current necessary for the effect. If humanity would follow the course of each of their generated actions, certainly the causes of failures and their direct results could be discovered. The cosmic creativeness responds directly to the delineation of all laws of the Mother of the World. 241. Indeed, in the activity of the Agni Yogi, the result enrooted in each action is affirmed most fierily when the fire begins to radiate his own color. With a special intensity glows the synthesized force. The energy of the Agni Yogi is directed into varied channels of creativeness, as a transmuting force, as an integrating force, as a piercing force opening the path where all locks are bolted. Thus is the creativeness of the Terra affirmed. 242. The universal energy relates to all that exists, hence, the differentiation between the material and immaterial shows ignorance. Thus, the existing power of energy can be asserted in the whole of cosmos. Matter is not applicable as an independent force, because active energies are needed for manifestations. Similarly, energies are needed to propel life. We call them movers of the essence. One should observe especially how the energy of psychospirituality acts. This driving energy is a growing force, and the principle of striving underlies it as a fundamental power. On this planet energies are given to humanity which can bring life to spatial bodies, but only in accordance with the striving. Thus, these predestined bodies must project themselves out into space. The formula of the ever-growing power is like that of the fundamental pull of the cosmic magnet. Thus, the space is filled with formless processes and boundless strivings. 243. When the date approaches, forms which have not been accepted are propelled into other spheres or are manifested as so-called accidental spatial bodies. The creativeness which molds these accidental combinations upholds the principle of correspondence. But there also exists a very high lawful densification which leads to the chain of better forms, and these chains are made out of the awaiting energies. Creativeness is manifested in all that exists, and the awaiting energies find application in other cycles or in other worlds and forms. Thus, the fire of the Agni Yogi creates its own forms, transmuting the forces around him. Thus, the Terra propels the current, directing the creativeness of the new step. 244. The vibrations testify to the reception of a manifestation of fire. When a ray is sent, the responding aspiration assimilates the spatial fire. The currents of all the fires of space create their vehicles. The cosmic vibration establishes an identity in all energies. Much is said about the molecular vibrations, but it should be added that there are so many vibrating elements that the spatial fire vibrates in the entire cosmos, evoking the responsive currents. It may be asserted definitely that the power of the vibrations of the creative energy corresponds to the force of the current of the magnet. In all human creative beginnings the cosmic vibration reverberates, and one causal world is clearly interlaced with the other, thus one can link the past with the future. By establishing reality as a responding vibration, a karmic correlation can be revealed. 245. An Agni Yogi sensitively responds to cosmic vibration. Each vibration evokes the kindling of the centers. Each striving calls forth a cosmic vibration. This resounding we call psychoactivity. Therefore, the striving of an Agni Yogi is a response to a cosmic vibration, thus is psychoactivity confirmed. Tension, as a cosmic force, is strained in the higher worlds. You are right in stressing psychodynamics. The so-called cosmic breath is the psychodynamic power which calls to life. The awakening to life is to be cognized as the psychodynamic energy of the impulse which is projected by materia matrix. Thus the highest manifestation strives to its destiny. Thus the thread is propelled to construction. Our creativeness is linked with the cosmic vibration, and the ray of the Terra affirms the fiery vibration on the planet. 246. The cosmic vibration confirms all creative manifestations. That consonance establishes the correlation between the source and the reception. The established consonance resolves the aggregation of materia lucida, which molds the bodies manifested by men. The records of the departed races thus have been confirmed as stratifications of effects and as evidences of sequence. Thus, all creative forces are transmitted by vibration. The consonance of the cumulations directs the energies into a tide of formation of bodies. A man striving toward consonance can develop tonality. Thus is the consonance impelled, creating limitless forms. 247. A tonality of higher consonance is revealed by the receiving of a spatial current. The cosmic current is attained only when the striving receives the confirmation of fire. The current of cosmic energy accompanies this confirmation. Its streams manifest a clearly defined chain, and this chain comprises a confirmed manifestation. The spatial process is entrusted only to the highest fiery striving. Only the highest Agni Yogi can have access to the spatial current, hence, the indications of mediums are so lacking in truth. Therefore, the attainments of the Agni Yogi are so wondrous. Knowing the cosmic vibration as the law of the creative magnet, one may affirm the consciousness. Thus we create through the consonance of cosmic vibration. 248. The correlation of vibrations reveals the creative force manifested in the form of a spatial body. The cosmic vibration is correlated with the attraction of the magnet. The energy of consonance is disclosed as a creative tension. The tension corresponds to the creativeness of the magnet. Consonance is in the tension of the two origins. Polarity is the manifest power of psychospirituality. The cosmic vibration is intensified by the attraction of the magnet and by the basic energy of the fire manifested. Thus, the polarity evokes mutual receptivity. When psychospirituality guides the drive of the magnet, the energy can be directed into the channel of the spatial fire. The human consciousness is directed by the currents of psychospirituality to its destiny. The acceptance of this principle will mean adherence to the chain of evolution. Its rejection will lead to disaster. 249. Psychoactivity directed toward creation of worthier beginnings is inherent in the subtle fires of an Agni Yogi. When these worthier beginnings are destroyed, humanity is saved by the projected creativeness of fire. Then the predestined manifestation of fire is sent to humanity. The subtle energies create new possibilities which are the direct consequence of the regeneration through creative fire. The subtle energies propel all bodies into a new sphere. The subtle energies transmute the creativeness of men, and a new aspiration is provided by the manifestation of the Agni Yogi. Thus, invisibly and powerfully, the creativeness of the Terra enters into life. Thus the ray of the Terra summons to the far-off worlds. Yes, yes, yes. At present the creativeness of the ray is greatly intensified. 250. Universal striving is directed toward assertion of ceaselessly evinced transmutation. The world of effects draws man into a current which carries him toward his destination. The chain of spatial bodies is drawn to the core of action, therefore, all unfulfilled inceptions can join the chain of higher tension. These inceptions require complete intensification and an expression of complete attunement. True, the world of effects may be so hideous that the evidence of these manifestations seems out of accord. Therefore, let us take up the frightful chain of human impulses. Wherever the force of life impulse holds, there is striving toward the cosmic magnet. Wherever a force functions which does not conform to the cosmic magnet, there may be discerned a striving toward the opposite base. Weighing these strivings, it is easy to define the world of effects. 251. By the world of causes, created by aspirations, may the quality of the world of effects be determined. Let us see how the Agni Yogi creates and transmutes. The fire of the chalice represents the psychodynamics which ignites around it all energies. Through the synthesis of the chalice, all fires, at different degrees, are directed by summons toward the cumulation of the chalice of Amrita. The fire of the spirit drives all energies. The creativeness of the Agni Yogi is thus definitely impelled. Thus does the Terra transmute into beauty. Humanity will comprehend the power of the transmutation. Verily, beautiful is the creation of beingness. 252. The shifting of energies occurs during the most complete rarefaction of a given substance. The adaptability of the energies to the generation of a new body is determined by attraction. The affinity of the elements becomes a propulsive force. The propelled spatial fire creates that chain which determines its force of attraction. The affinity of the elements intensifies the impelled formative principle. Upon this principle all actions are constructed. Humanity is drawn to the chain of affirmed fire. When humanity realizes that its salvation lies in the action of the propelled fire, the affinity with the subtle energies will afford a new step to humanity. 253. The affinity with subtle energies becomes intense when it is harmonized with him who carries the subtle energies. The current is generated when all is fused with fire. Hence, the creativeness of the fire is so precipitant. Creativeness is generated through striving toward the affinity. Mutual striving endows the forms with psychospirituality. Indeed, numerous are the combinations which endow the forms with life. The process of infusion of psychodynamics into a new planet may be manifested only through a united atom. The manifestation of the cosmic basis must be imbued by the all-containing energy. Therefore, we are united in a synthesis of cosmic fusion. Only the synthesis of a full fiery consciousness, containing all fires of spirit and heart, can affirm psychospirituality and psycho-life. 254. The fire of space is intensified by the cosmic magnet. The construction impels toward different cosmic manifestations. The attraction puts the cosmic combinations under tension. Thus are the energies controlled by the cosmic magnet. The unlimited union of all energies gives an unutterable formula, and the universal energy puts under tension all evolution. Humanity is striving to master the forces of fire, but the higher manifestation may be bestowed only when psychospirituality will be affirmed in a pledge. Attempts have been made to discover the vibration of the cosmic magnet, but only uncorrelated currents have been disclosed. Concordance may be disclosed only to him who has himself adhered to the cosmic magnet. When the synthesis of the manifested spirit creativeness will be established in life, humanity can be endowed with all the higher energies. The subtlest threads cannot be assimilated at present, therefore, there remains either a steep ascent or a steep descent. Humanity does assimilate rays which are made manifest by the fiery drive of the cosmic magnet, but only conscious assimilation will permit ascent. 255. The sent fire of space envelopes our earth like a whirlwind, but the earthly crust stands against it as a dead wall. Thus, the development of spirit knowledge will reveal the predestination of these energies. When we speak about the affirming of the subtle energies, we regard the subtle energies as spirit creativeness. The assembling of the new race is based upon spirit creativeness. The principle of the subtle energies is reposed in the seed of the spirit, and each spirit who has contacted the spatial current is thus imbued by the assembler of the new race. Thus, the vibration of the Terra awakens the consciousness toward the higher worlds. Yes, yes, yes. 256. The immutability of the cosmic magnet is manifested in those creative chains which link the past with the future. This creativeness establishes the balance between the manifestations of life. The cosmic chain of lives regulates those human manifestations which are spatially propelled toward either evolution or regression. Thus, the degree of striving is marked by the boundaries of human achievements. Thus, there exists in the cosmic progress a creative magnetic stream, intensified by the forces of the manifested magnet. Thus, there exists a taut spiral of the cosmic magnet, into which enter all manifestations of life. The immutability of the law of unity of all manifestations evinces the magnetism of the creativeness of cosmos. The currents of the manifest human actions are never annihilated, and thence are the attracting principles of creative origins derived. All human actions are affirmed by this law. 257. This law underlies the manifested cosmic forces. Since magnetization affirms the striving toward evolution, it may be said that creativeness, which generates attraction, creates through magnetization, which correlates with the force already inherent. Thus, the magnetization manifesting through centuries creates the future energy. Thus, the magnetization manifesting through many lives inevitably leads to the appointed dates. The world of causes becomes a creative impulse. Hence, it may be said that the interweavement of lives leads inevitably to completion. The magnet is implanted through millennia. Thus, the immutable law unites. Between the worlds an effulgent sphere is established. Into this sphere we are born with the affirmation of the magnet. 258. The function of the rays is contained in the blending of all energies with the fire of space. If one could resolve the solar ray into its electrons, it may be found to contain all elements that are in the cosmic, manifested, ray. The creativeness of the cosmic ray lies in the attraction and dissolution of energies. If the molecular particles could be extracted from the ray, their attraction could be utilized. Hence, one must adjust the forces of receptivity. Only striving from both ends will afford the necessary tension. Explosion occurs because of non-coordination of energies. All chaotic manifestations are only evidence of non-coordination. It may be said then that the tensive power of the cosmic ray is attracted toward Earth but meets with no responding vibration. Yet upon this foundation are all creative manifestations built. The affirmation of the cosmic ray intensifies all activity. 259. The kindling of the centers is based upon this responding vibration. When the force of the cosmic ray is intensified, the responding vibration attracts the corresponding fire. Creation always strains the centers. When the force of vibration re-establishes the correlation of the centers, coordination is attained. It is impossible to establish correlation without the responding vibration. The creativeness of an Agni yogi is based upon the striving toward vibration. The centers vibrate like most sensitive strings. Upon them, all things play, upon them, all things resound, upon them, all is transmuted. When we, brothers of humanity, had to emerge into human emanations, we encountered powerful currents. The manifestations of fires strain so greatly all centers. The subtle energies are locked within the center of the chalice, and therefore all changes are felt quite keenly. One may assert that all occurrences, manifest and unmanifest, play upon the currents of the fires of an Agni yogi. 260. The currents of will can direct people toward striving into the higher spheres. The currents may alter all events. When the direction of the course is turned toward higher worlds, the spirit must guide the currents of will to the finding of the path. The change will lead to the affirmation of the new race. The currents of will assist in the development of the new race. When striving toward a conscious impulse lives in the spirit, better forms are made manifest. Non-coordination of currents will mean a non-correspondence of forms. The cosmic magnet, acting consciously, is like an immutable law. The attraction of the currents of will gives concordance to creativeness and to the spatial fires. The spatial fires direct the flow of all currents. The energy has the receptivity to assimilate the currents of will, thus are the forces attuned to the cosmic magnet. The manifestation of the spatial fires will reveal to humanity all paths to infinity. 261. The currents of will of the tensed Agni yogi create in conformity with the course of evolution. When the forces of the fires are thus assimilated, it may be said that the fires which are sent are transmuted by the fire of space. One may trace how the will currents of the Agni yogi create. The striving impels the currents toward transmutation of the fire of space. The spatial fire is so precipitant that the attestation of transmutation is immutable. Thus do we propel the forces toward the consciousness. Thus the Terra creates. A better destiny approaches. I so affirm. 262. The magnetic currents are driving toward a union. The creativeness of the magnet collects the streams of cosmic currents. When the superterranean and the subterranean currents correlate, they are harmonized similarly as are the supermundane and the earthly spheres. When human actions will affirm the attraction of the spheres, it will be possible to establish the harmonization based on the cosmic magnet. All shiftings and disturbances upon Earth are determined by the currents of the spheres. How, then, can one fail to realize the life of space, when all currents are so tense? The current streaming from one pole can mean only destruction. The laws of psychodynamics affirm reciprocal corroboration. 263. Certainly, the psychodynamics of a fiery spirit intensifies all forces around it. Only spiritual attraction can evoke conscious striving. Only the attraction of the heart can evoke consonance. Only the attraction of the chalice can evoke conscious creativeness. Only the attraction of the synthesis can evoke conscious constructiveness. Thus do the creative centers of an Agni yogi build up the creativeness of the cosmic magnet. Indeed, an Agni yogi is a co-worker of those currents which tense all forces. Indeed, the highest Agni yogi creates without tiring in spirit. The fatigue and, often, the sense of anguish are explained by the division of spirit. Often through tension of the centers an Agni yogi creates psychically. A remarkable book could be written about the divisibility of the spirit. The spirit of an Agni yogi is aware of many cosmic mysteries. Evolution is so slow. The concept of action should be completely revised. Millions of people are asleep during their actions. The magnitude of spirit creativeness is so beautiful. 264. All cosmic forms are affirmed by the transmutation of the fire of space. This complex process is defined as a taut spiral. The currents of the spiral are tensed by the cosmic magnet. Thus, the quality of the transmutation is dependent upon the attraction exercised by the transmuting energy. The fires of space and the fires of spirit together set up this endless chain. The evolution of these qualities depends upon the impulse actually manifested. And the creative power responds to the slightest manifestation of striving. Thus does the attraction of the creative power give life to form. Immutable is the law of creative energy, and the symbol of beingness may be defined as attraction. Hence, the cosmic magnet acts through the most intense attraction. 265. The most efficacious magnet is the attraction through rays. The creativeness of the spirit is based on attraction by rays. The rays of the cosmic magnet and of true striving can create the most refined energies. Creation through rays transmutes forms into higher forms. The power of rays can attract the necessary currents. Only when the rays reach the centers through their inherent receptivity do the currents reverberate with an unshakable consonance, and this striving exercises a reciprocal strain upon the most subtle energies. Verily, the consonance of spirit and heart may reach the synthesis of materia lucida. 266. The great law of the oneness of life unites all being. The oneness of life in cosmos is expressed by the fiery impulse. The psychodynamics is asserted as the unifying force of the cosmic breath. The creativeness of this power is evident in the tension of forms. The currents of psychodynamics guide all that exists, as does the spatial fire. The cosmic breath generates forces for the process of creation of forms. Beingness, in its boundlessness, may be affirmed as infinity. The currents of all energies, when conjoined, provide the formula of the cosmic magnet. The one life in its manifest power sets up the chain of manifestations which are linked together. The endless interlinking process is confirmed in the tension of creation. The binding element of life is the principle of the magnet. In all things may be found the evidence of its inexhaustible power. 267. The oneness of the elements of the fiery centers vividly expresses the fiery receptivity of the Agni yogi. When the invisible world reveals the tensed forces, the link with the manifestations of the higher spheres is achieved. When the invisible world is reflected in the most refined energies of the fire of the Agni yogi, the link with the higher worlds is asserted. Hence, the creativeness of the striving of the Agni yogi is garbed in materia lucida. Prismatic aspiration is the armor of the intensive spirit of the Agni yogi. Spiritual receptivity is established through the prismatic ray. Thus, the ray of the spirit refracts all vibratory manifestations giving evidence of fire. Thus is the highest prismatic receptivity confirmed. The Terra, giving the direction, sees the inception of a process and its completion. 268. The law of transmutation is inescapable and is expressed in all cosmic manifestations. When the fusion of elements creates its formulae, the tensity of transmutation is extremely powerful. In its spiritual and physical aspects, life is highly intensive, both in the electing of the vital energies and in the inhaling of those already exhausted. The energies induced through transmutation create the life of the elements. The essence of the transmutation is evolved in relation to various cosmic energies. The records of transmutation assert the power of evolution, based upon the fire of space. The substance of the life impulse is affirmed as a transmutation of fire. We, brothers of humanity, assert that the cosmic magnet unites all energies. Where the origins are ignored, destruction prevails. Where is the end and where the beginning? Upon this formula we can conclude, it is in the never-ending chain of harmony. 269. In boundless harmony is contained the whole cosmic creativeness. Only harmony can reveal to the planet the higher spheres. Only harmony can establish the chain of aspirations to the far-off worlds. The conception of the far-off worlds should be applied to all which strives toward perfection. Therefore our harmonies are so powerful. The fire of the centers is harmony, the fire of the spirit is harmony, the fire of the heart is harmony. 270. The coordination between striving and its consequent definitely asserts the form resulting from the highest tension. The affinity between striving and attraction can reveal a formula corresponding to the force of vibration of the spatial fire. The assimilation and the manifestation are correlated. Therefore, the power used for manifestation of the energy will give evidence of correlation. If humanity would realize that only creativeness suffuses the space, it would apply the striving multiplied by conscious fire. Only that magnitude can be extracted from the creativeness of the cosmic magnet. Only the currents, tensed as cosmic strings, provide the formula of the manifest magnet of infinity. 271. The subterranean spheres conform to what is bred by humanity. Every action, every thought has its seeds. To these seeds are attracted corresponding elements. Therefore, all human engenderments correspond very closely to earthly thoughts. Hence, the lower spheres bring to mind strongly the aspirations of the dark ones. You have seen the earthly breed, you have seen the petrified giants which symbolize the striving of humanity. The sphere of the human engenderments is divided into strata, and to visit them a fiery armor is needed. The subterranean spheres are the reproduction of human thoughts. The mighty fire of the spirit is the smiting hammer. The fire of the striving spirit can transform the universe. Therefore, the symbol of the hammer means the development of new tensions. Earth's girders are crumbling and a new foundation is laid. Verily, the power of fire can build the striving of humanity. 272. A decrease of energies accompanies the departure of the currents of the cosmic magnet. When the tension is increased in one polarity, the influx of energy is increased. The psychic seeds are accumulated by the intensive pull of the magnet. All will currents respond to the tensity of the magnet. The will of men responds to the currents of psychic energy. It may be affirmed that when the psychic seeds are scattered over the entire cosmic horizon, only those spirits will resound who are aflame in their striving toward evolution. Those who lack the spark of the spirit certainly cannot sense the vibration which emanates from the psychic seeds. A function of the fire which is diffused in the entire cosmos is to transport, through the sparks of spiritual foundations, all psychic seeds. Thus do the subtle energies adhere to the cosmic magnet. 273. How then are the psychic seeds conceived? These creative energies may be understood as carriers of vital emanations. When the forces strive toward a life expression, these psychic seeds are drawn forth. Thought propels the manifested psychic seeds into space. The creativeness of the Agni Yogi, in his tension, thus directs the psychic seeds. What people term inspiration is often the outgrowth of an impelled psychic seed directed by a carrier of fire. Therefore, the spirit of the tensed Agni Yogi is the sower of these creative psychic seeds. Thus, our mother of Agni Yoga is sowing creative psychic seeds. 274. in the world of causes and effects, the principal law is that of identity. The property of predestination establishes that the cause will be evinced in the chain of effects. The aggregate of the effects reveals the aggregate of causes. Only identity can predetermine the approaching form. The existing elements are open to transmutation, but first they must become incarnate, subject to the law of identity, or, as it is called, affinity. Thus, from old forms new forms are born, in an eternal evolutionary process. The creativeness of the cosmic magnet asserts the law of identity. It is an ancient truth that creativeness, in attracting the needed elements, finds ratification in the infinite. 275. Identity impels the fire of space to the centers of the tensed Agni Yogi. The cosmic magnet responds only when the attraction is intensely felt. When the centers are creating psychically, it may be stated that identity is in force. The psycho-creativeness of an Agni Yogi is combined with the manifestation of the magnet, and men must accept the conception of the fiery transmissions. The psychic seeds saturate the space and testify to the creativeness. Our threads intensify the transmissions of the psychic seeds. The divisibility of the spirit is so intensified that the centers must be protected and shielded against inflammation. Divisibility of the spirit is highly intensive, hence, the heart must be protected. Much strength is expended in spirit creation. 276. When the cosmic magnet acts with all its intensified forces, all resistance is swallowed up by its power. If humanity would ponder over the forces which lead to evolution, it would surely take the direction of the current of power of the cosmic magnet. An immutable law governs the cosmic magnet, and everything which strains against it is drowned. The formula of the magnet creates by a directed current. The creativeness of the magnet is correlated to the power of beingness, and invincible is the law which leads toward evolution. 277. In the establishment of planetary equilibrium, the shifting of the luminaries is effected with the aid of the cosmic magnet. When the driving force is intensified in a constantly accelerated current, the shifting takes place. The quality of the energy is directed toward a new force when the power of an unbalance is set up. Therefore, one must say that only the subtle energies can push on toward regeneration. The spatial currents in departing from one center vouchsafe the rising of another. Thus the creativeness of the cosmic magnet intensifies all energies. The shifting becomes the step for a regeneration of energy. All planetary perturbations are results of a shifting of energies. In creating a new step we advance along the evolutionary chain into infinity. 278. In principle, shifting is based upon a decline of the power manifested for ascent. Cosmic energy has either an increasing or decreasing action. An ever-increasing energy of the cosmic magnet draws along with it the action of striving ascent. A departing energy is directed entirely toward transmutation. The fiery centers of the planet are being shifted, as it were, by the creative magnet. The fiery power of the shifting is confirmed as a force leading to the assertion of a new step. The fire of the centers of the Agni Yogi registers all geological, atmospheric, and national shiftings, hence, the sensations experienced by the Agni Yogi are so varied. Therefore, the mother of Agni Yoga experiences so many widely varied sensations. Yes, yes, yes. 279. Psychodynamics of the spirit governs the psychic seeds. The net of collected seeds determines the course assigned by the cosmic magnet. The psychic seed is present at the inception of each consciousness. The net, uniting consciousnesses, establishes the direction of those strivings which lead to evolution. The acknowledgement of the manifestations of the Lord supports the carriers of psychic seeds. The consciousness of mankind is asserted by psychic seeds. And each energy is sustained by the manifested psychic seeds. All so-called tendencies are nothing else but still unrealized energies of psychic seeds. Thus humanity gropingly progresses. 280. Fiery evolution is affirmed in the manifestations of psychic seeds. The creativeness of a psychic seed combines energies in space. When the psychic seed is projected into space, the propelling magnet collects kindred energies. The invisible process of a psychic seed is most powerful. Therefore, the fire of an Agni Yogi creates unswervingly. It is therefore that the centers are so tensed. The Terra creates through divisibility of spirit. Therefore, the creativeness of fire must be assiduously guarded. 281. The shifting of the currents proceeds in proportion with the flow of energy of the spatial fire. The propelled currents of the cosmic magnet intensify the flow which must take the place of the ascending force. Like filings are these energies, not interlinked by the power of the magnet, they fall apart. Only those energies which are propelled toward the seed of evolution can create and collect new cosmic energies. The free currents cannot gain tension, therefore, the correlation of the currents with the attractive force of the magnet furnishes the formula of a new propulsive force. It is necessary to discern all attractions in order to determine the shifting. 282. The shifting of the centers of spiritual enlightenment of peoples is likewise accomplished by the cosmic magnet. When the center of a nation is under tension toward a founding of a psychic center, our psychic action is directing the psychic seeds. Verily, thus is the life of the planet created. The creativeness of the centers of an Agni yogi acts similarly, attracting the fires of psychic seeds. Likewise, the centers of an Agni yogi respond to all spatial events. Therefore, he who knows the seed of evolution bears within himself all principles comprised in cosmos. 283. The direction of the shifting of all currents depends upon the pull of the magnet. When free currents are manifested, their attraction is directed to identical currents. All energies directed toward creativeness accelerate evolution. When the creative forces are impelled to the construction of a new step, the shifting is comprised in the collecting of psychic seeds. But when the impulsion is based upon attraction to the opposite, the power of destruction is manifested as a separating force. During magnetic attractions the strivings are full of responsibility. Therefore, space may be considered as the treasure house containing all life inceptions. Thus, infinity summons all creative inceptions. 284. The missions of carriers of the fire of space are most important. About the cosmic shiftings, it should be said that the shiftings of spiritual centers are so significant that they can determine the entire course of a nation. When the shifting of consciousness occurs, the manifestation of a new course is confirmed as a karmic decision. As the seed of the spirit contains within itself all possibilities, so the nascent fiery creativeness grows with this manifested process. When the creativeness of the fire of an Agni yogi tenses the streams of the fire of space, the attunement of space and consciousness is established. Thus vital is the creativeness of the centers, and thus do the fires of an Agni yogi ignite the psychic seeds. Thus the centers lead to achievement. 285. The principle of attraction of psychic seeds is called the pull of the cosmic magnet. The basis of attraction lies in the spatial current of identity. The one transmitting the current arouses an identical current, and the vibration of the cosmic magnet responds to the propelled energy. Hence, the psychic seeds determine the future evolution. The current of the cosmic magnet contains all elements necessary for the spatial shifting. Therefore, the preordination of cosmic events is thus confirmed. Those who sow psychic seeds can determine the chain of events and can restrain that creativeness which strives to the establishing of opposite tension. This is why the new fiery striving is manifested so intensely. In the creativeness of the magnet, the responding vibration is the chief impulse. The responding vibration affirms the attraction. The responding vibration lies at the basis of unification. Polarity creates a current of cosmic creativeness. The current of polarity is greatly tensed and magnetized by the consonance of cosmic attraction. The property of polarity determines the harmony. The atom which is impelled to fusion will co-resound with space. Therefore, the path of fusion is the highest in cosmos. Those who deny the path of consummation deny the radiance of beingness. Yes, yes, yes. The power of cosmic fusion is a true cosmic force. When the arcs of consciousness are united, the heavenly vault is affirmed. The responding vibration affirms. 286. The spheres are distinguished by their tensities. Regarding the spheres as strata of propelled energies, one may define them according to qualities. A lower sphere comprises elements which are attracted to the lower emanations. But all elements are attracted by the cosmic magnet. How then may one determine the differences between the currents of the spatial fire? The essence of the striving is revealed through its property of attracting identical currents. When materia lucida is attested, it is then possible to speak of the essence of the life energy. When we speak about the higher sphere, it means that striving is manifested in the higher tension. An identical conformity between the attraction and the evidenced tension relates to the higher sphere. Disparity between destination and impelling force manifests the lower sphere. Thus, an endless battle proceeds in cosmos. 287. The spheres saturated with fire are strained toward accumulation of the currents of most subtle energies. In the battle of the spheres, the energies are attracted by the currents of fire. The bearer of harmonized centers suffuses the sphere with fire. Only the creativeness of harmonized centers can parry the fiery attractions. Only the carrier of the subtle energies can assimilate the highest truth. Therefore we, brothers of humanity, can impart the truth to him who assimilates the essence of beingness. Therefore we, brothers of humanity, transmit a part of the truth to Urasvati. When I say a part of the great truth, I indeed mean that part which can be assimilated upon this planet. So greatly striving with our own consciousness is the consciousness of the Terra that I attest at the most strained center of receptivity. The brothers of humanity have to suffuse diverse spheres. 288. The currents of the cosmic magnet intensify all courses in the universe. Combinations of creative forces are affirmed in all spheres. The creativeness of the cosmic magnet asserts the heterogeneity of elements necessary for the union of the psychic seeds. The psychic seeds assemble about themselves those elements which are needed for the formation of a predestined current. Thus, the psychic seeds can form that sphere which is within the kernel. The currents of the subtlest energies are gathered around that kernel which contains limitless inceptions. 289. The responding vibration strains the cosmic magnet. The fire of space is saturated by these vibrations. The cosmic magnet collects the free particles of the manifested fires in which identical currents reverberate. Materia lucida is revealed as that driving force which creates the subtle energies. The spirit and materia lucida create in identical ways. The great creator, spirit, generates all strivings. If humanity would realize that the joy of striving is affirmed by the spirit, it would strive towards spirit understanding. The brothers of humanity affirm spirit understanding as a manifested power. For spirit understanding, there are no obstacles. The all-penetrating spirit lifts the veil of ignorance. Those who deny the spirit may likewise affirm cosmic destruction. Those who have accepted the spirit which aspires to the cosmic magnet may affirm cosmic equilibrium. 290. The spirit understanding of an Agni yogi establishes the direction of the psychic seeds. Creativeness is confirmed by spirit understanding. Each vibration emanating from an Agni yogi has its own special property. The ray that contacts the surroundings produces varied tensities, as if by a chemical process. These vibrations act upon the tension of the currents of the surroundings. The nature of the fiery centers thus directs the encountered energies. The creativeness of the centers of an Agni yogi asserts ceaseless transmutation. Through the divisibility of the spirit, the creativeness is revealed upon different spheres, thus, the powerful spirit works untiringly. Let us remember the creative, striving impulse of the spirit. 291. The pulsation of the life process is known as a manifestation of the cosmic magnet. All matter in cosmos is upheld by this vital pulsation. Whether these pulsations be an affirmation of one combination or the tension of transmutation, the pulsation itself is the basis. All the forces of humanity's striving are dependent on these pulsations. The creativeness of psychic energy is an expression of this pulsation. It is impossible to arrest it. And those who affirm that nothing in cosmos is made for destruction can be supported by this truth. We affirm the ceaseless pulsation in cosmos. 292. The pulsation activates the fire of the centers. The tensed fire of an Agni yogi proceeds along with that of the cosmic magnet. The currents pulsate identically. Upon different spheres the currents are driven along by the manifested pulsations. It cannot be said that different spheres are isolated, but one may assert that different spheres act according to identity. Naturally, the currents of the old forces are worked over and a new cosmic force is generated. Thus, the property of pulsation is preserved in all spheres. Thus, the fire of an Agni Yogi asserts new forces of the cosmic magnet. The fires of an Agni Yogi verily point out the path to the far-off worlds. 293. Urasvedi is right in affirming that each thought and each action generates its fluidic currents. These currents are extended over all the attractions of the cosmic magnet when the striving of the thought is directed toward the source. The fluidic currents always bestow upon the thought the property of direction. When the action assumes a negative quality, the fluidic currents spread out as helpers of negative energies. A predetermined action is affined with a free current of space, therefore, the fluidic currents combine with the free currents, drawing them into their own propulsive flow. The creativeness of fluidic currents is in ratio to the stream which generates them. Hence, space is full of fluidic energies. Thus, an endless battle rages in cosmos. 294. The fluidic currents sent out by an Agni Yogi are correspondent with evolution. The fluidic current sent forth generates its seed, which produces a corresponding action. All bodhisattvas utilized these fluidic currents in their self-sacrificing service, hence, we esteem these manifestations so highly. The constantly outgiving Agni Yogi creates the fluidic spheres. Therefore, we value so highly the assertion of fiery creativeness. 295. Humanity's understanding of cosmic reality, as well as its concept of void, is incommensurate. How can reality be assigned only to the surface? When the presence of pain provokes convulsions, how can one deny the cause which gave rise to the pain? How is it possible not to perceive reality in the conformation of all manifestations? The spheres of reality should be understood as the very substance of cosmos. The laws cannot be based on the non-existent. In infinity we should realize the relativity which governs our concepts. Thus let us close the circle of life, beyond the concept of void. Thus does reality make tense every moment of our existence. 296. Nothing can resist fire. In the sphere of evolution, nothing can impede fire. The invisible power of thought and its manifestations are intensified by the most subtle energies of fire. In the sphere of fire, the stimulus of tension actuates the process of creation. The stimulus of beingness is fire, and this element acts in each breath. The astral and material fires are affirmed physically, each in its own sphere. It is impossible to name the spheres of effects pertaining to the subtle energies, therefore, one should trace the inception of each process. The old dispute as to which energy has precedence is disposed of by the law of engenderment of fire. 297. When the essential driving force of fire is in tension, the fluidic currents of the Agni Yogi tense the creativeness of the impulse. When the stimulus of fire is projected consciously, there is no affirmation mighty enough to oppose it. Thus, the driving force of the mighty fires brings forth the necessary manifestations. All that has been asserted about the astral fire is based upon truth. Thus, the fires of the Agni Yogi, and the fire of the Terra, create the affirmations needed for evolution. 298. Many are ready to acknowledge that the universe is heading toward a point either establishing the highest achievement or leading to destruction. But they cannot consciously admit that the power of the universe is reckoned in terms of the energies of striving. If people could have a glimpse into the life laboratory which establishes all creative combinations, they would gain an understanding of the laws which invisibly govern the universe. Therefore, do not separate the invisible world from life. The invisible power should be understood as the main impetus behind spirit creativeness. Thus, in boundless striving, invisible energies are being perpetually created. 299. In the spirit creativeness of the centers, the subtlest energies are invisibly assimilated. In cooperation with the centers, the uniting of all 10 Zifid energies takes place. Thus is the propelled creation diffused through all spheres. Thus is distance covered by the striving thought. The density of matter is conquered by the most subtle energies, and the complexity of intensive creation is overcome by the manifestation of spatial fire. Thus the centers create spiritually. When a striving or willed thought permeates all strata of space, the striving of the centers proceeds with the cosmic magnet. The currents are changing greatly, the crust of Earth is a tremor, and the subterranean fires are raging. 300. Absolute reason and the perfect heart are one and the same source. When we say that the flow of life issues from this essence, humanity may accept this truth. The creativeness of the cosmic magnet is concentrated on extracting the life emanations from the surging energies. The power of the perfect heart saturates all cosmic currents. From these emanations are combined all manifestations of life. The energies which are inert act as intervening currents. The complexity of combinations does not belong to the cosmic designation. The cosmic magnet correlates the harmonious currents and intensifies all intervening energies, in order to give them the impetus for action. The so-called accidental combinations are also activated by the force of cosmic creativeness. The element which is projected into creation by attraction is akin to the impulse manifested. The perfect heart accepts all striving energies and spiritualizes them into many facets. Willfulness does not provide the formulae for creative combinations. Thus, infinity affirms all the sources of the perfect heart. 301. The perfect heart can express all potentialities of nature to such an extent that any form can find life. The perfect heart contains within itself all the nascent life manifestations of the creative forces. Absolute reason, from which humanity derives its striving essence, affirms solicitously the creative manifestations. The constructive work of the cosmic energies is directed by the perfect heart. The duration of action in cosmos is termed perpetuity. Why then is it not possible to apply this concept to the energy which impels the spirit into higher spheres? When efforts are made to refine even the plant life, why not apply the same effort toward humanity? The perfect heart strains all its energies for this ascent. The cosmic fire is in eternal motion, directed by absolute reason and the perfect heart. 302. All manifestations of the perfect heart are correspondent with the fires which the spirit directs toward the general good. The fires of the spirit are intensified by those of the highest spheres, hence, the intercourse of the spirit with the spheres is confirmed. The magnet of the perfect heart foresees the intercourse with the striving spirit. Whither will the light-imparting ray of the perfect heart be directed? Each conscious response is a vibration of identity. Therefore, in turn, the emanations of the centers also propel, evoking a conscious striving. The centers of creative fire build the steps of humanity. The fires of an Agni yogi are therefore impelled with such diversity. 303. The possession of the knowledge of higher laws confirms the brothers of humanity as the leaders of evolution. When a planet is in the process of birth, the manifestation of all energies is concentrated toward affirmation of new cosmic laws. The possession of knowledge impels humanity toward better interrelations. Every energy must be intensified by another, the directing and attracting energy. The energies are strained in identical manner upon the physical and spiritual planes, hence, the laws are in mutual correlation. The brothers of humanity outline the plan for human evolution, working with cosmic energies and in conformity with all courses of the luminaries. Revealing all the chosen ways of progress, we, brothers of humanity, confirm the best interweavings. The attraction of the cosmic magnet can effectuate our manifestation and direct humanity in ways of the radiance of materia lucida. Thus, the brothers of humanity are those propellers of evolution who teach humanity the conscious attitude toward the karma of the planet. Therefore, one should understand that there is a uniting power in operation between all manifestations of the cosmic magnet. Thus, let us regard the brothers of humanity as the link binding us with the universal manifestations. Thus, let us accept the covenant of the Lords. 304. The luminaries foresee the most exact dates of life and of its expiration. Since the end is also the beginning, the manifestation of a new life is affirmed by the one and same law. The date is indicated by the one law of the life impulse, hence, the luminaries create in accordance with the attraction inherent in them. Thus, at the time of the great passage into the conscious state, the luminaries predetermine the entire path, but in the conscious state one is not always aware of one's direction, and through the power of yearnings there are attracted rays of luminaries which correspond with the tensity of the senses. Only that spirit which senses the highest tension can strive toward the preordained, thus are the best destinations so often missed upon the human path. The luminaries are designated as guides to mankind. 305. The centers revolving at the back of the head strengthen clairaudience. They are located at the crossing of the two main channels of the surging currents of life. The centers are affirmed as the carriers of energies needed for communions with the far-off worlds. These centers tense the center of the ear and for this reason are most important. The moderator does not stop the work of a center. The moderator protects the physical body from premature conflagration. The manifestation of the creative action of the centers continues as transmutation. Thus is the creativeness of the centers impelled, and the consummation will be evinced on the appointed date. 306. A prevalence of subtle and creative energies affords possibility to the entire cosmic fire to manifest itself as a life-generating force. A prevalence of all positive substances provides the life-generating force for all inceptions. Thus, the cosmic fire exists as the great collector of energies. The affirmation of a consciously manifested substance strains all threads. How is it possible then not to admit that the law of balance is not a law which confirms equally evil and good? And the unbalance between light and darkness gives to humanity the sought formula of life. Of course, life is unbalanced to a great degree, the evidence of which is established in a variety of ways. But one must be imbued with the mystery of life to understand that amidst the suffocating emanations of the planet there is nevertheless a power maintaining the predominance of the currents of the subtle energies. During past epochs of greater purity it was possible to direct these energies for the construction of the better steps. But during the present period we, brothers of humanity, strain the energies to sustain the planet. Thus, the predominance of good over evil prevails in cosmos, and through it the entire infinite life breathes as the fire of space. 307. In the creativeness of fire, all strivings for the creation of a more perfect form are manifested. In the creativeness of an Agni yogi, the strivings to the affirmation of the highest realizations are manifested. Thus, the brothers of humanity and brothers of the affirmed evolution march under the banner of materia lucida. These fires are identical with the currents of subtlest energies. A predominance of striving toward refinement intensifies the manifestation of the radiant rays of materia lucida. Often people wonder why a man does not drown in his own engenderments. Our answer is, the fire of the spirit of your brothers dissipates the suffocating forces accumulated by you. Thus, the interweavement of red and black sparks indicates a battle. But those who know of this battle, through their fiery striving toward us, cling to the silver ray which severs the encumbrances. Thus the Terras and brothers of humanity are united in battle in their striving to help mankind. 308. The cosmic magnet is based on the attraction of the particles of all energies, therefore, it is not possible to exclude one energy from the manifested harmonized units. The tipping of the balance is determined by incommensurability or insufficient harmonization of energies. There is either intervention of extraneous forces or a parallel course, which provides direction for the currents of the cosmic magnet. The currents present a page of the cosmic creative process. He who receives today will give tomorrow. The scale will dip on the opposite side. The archives of space are filled with these records. These records are replete with human perversions. Only service to evolution can prove a creativeness which corresponds to the cosmic magnet. Thus, we create identically with cosmos. 309. When we summoned to cooperation, the cosmic magnet affirmed the manifestation of the tasks. When we pointed out the chosen course of the luminaries, the magnet indicated the direction. Knowing all the fluctuations of planetary strivings, we bestowed the might of a new impellent. Thus has been determined a new and predestined step. We bestowed upon the best country the best destiny. Hence, it may be told to humanity, manifest understanding of the pronounced covenants, only by those covenants shall you pass. 310. The foundation of life is asserted by the attraction of the cosmic magnet. The principle which creates in concordance with evolution is so immutable that only the power of fire can propel it in the channel of action. All other forces can serve only as friction for stabilizing the predestined path. Great has been the discussion among scholars as to whether in cosmos a return to the lowest state follows the attainment of the highest grade of development. It is wise to apply the understanding of karma to everything that evolves in cosmos, not in the conception of karma customarily applied by humanity, that of a reward or settling of accounts, but of karma as the highest action which furthers evolution. All creative inceptions are predetermined by the law of this karma. Many inceptions do not apply to these laws, but the inception which takes place in realization of the karma of evolution lives in space and is carried forward by the currents of the cosmic magnet. 311. Truly, an inception which is set down as a foundation for the advancement of the general good must endure. Indeed, the inception which has at base the principle of the regeneration of spirit and the upliftment of the level of consciousness must be advanced by those who strive to evolution. Those inceptions which are propelled toward the principle of beauty must live. Those inceptions which are implanted and affirmed by us must flourish. Never was there so true and wondrous a fairy tale as that of the constructed step. Therefore, let us say, we carry a precious stone for the construction of the great future. 312. Karma acts as a life-generative force wherever the course of the luminaries is affirmed. The current of karma which is in line with evolution is revealed as a manifestation of the cosmic magnet. The creativeness of the luminaries is so definite that its aspect of immutableness is comparable to that of the impulse that determines motion. All dates are set by these karmic predestinations. The course of the luminaries and the highest reason govern all cosmic dates. Hence, when humanity rejects the possibility sent by the cosmic magnet, destruction ensues. The planet is covered with the emanations of these unaccepted transmissions, hence, all creative tensions are not expressed according to predestination. All inharmonious processes are thus generated in space. Hence, it is so imperative for humanity to be imbued with the currents of the great spatial transmissions, only thus can the link with the far-off worlds be established. 313. Karma, which is preordained by the currents of the cosmic magnet, also ordains the fiery inundation of earth. When the centers of a flaming Agni Yogi are ablaze, it can always be ascertained that the subterranean and superterranean fires are strained toward manifestation. The process of the flame of the centers can intensify various manifestations. When the cosmic magnet affirms a striving toward a definite point, it may be asserted that streams of karma are converging in that direction. When there is affirmed a merging of the magnet with manifestations of the fire of space, the highest manifestation of beingness is made evident. 314. The course that aims toward evolution conforms to the tensity of the task when the rays of the luminaries work in the direction of the cosmic magnet. In this way the creativeness of the cosmic magnet conforms with the course of the luminaries. Verily, those tasks which are in the direction of the surging materia lucida are recipients of all the subtlest energies. How, then, does cosmos differentiate its rays? The building ray will also be the repelling one. The collecting ray will also be the dispersing one. The constructing ray will also be the destroying one. For the creation of a better formula, better combinations must be assembled. For this purpose the cosmic magnet collects the correlations which correspond to that formula. For this, humanity must keep in mind that one and the same ray transmutes, purifies, and repels. A thought directed toward evolution has similar qualities. The ray of thought is powerful. Hence, creation is boundless. 315. Certainly, the rays of the luminaries predetermine the course of the necessary currents, and it is thus that all prophecies are fulfilled. The luminaries propel everything emanating from that which is predestined by the cosmic magnet. Hence, what is ordained by our covenant corresponds to that which is determined by the cosmic magnet. Verily, in the records of the luminaries may be found the enumeration of those chosen and sent by us. The manifestation affirmed by us is recorded. If through knowledge men could find access into higher spheres, the solution to consummation could be deciphered. But these sacred solutions are guarded by the lords. When the human spirit will rise, the knowledge will expand. Hence, the highest is accessible only to the highest. 316. The destiny of men on this planet is but little understood. The existence of a cosmic being certainly should have its predestination, but humanity is striving so blindly to its own narrow horizon that it cannot discern its cosmic destination. The creativeness of cosmos grants a purpose for being to even the smallest worm. Everything in cosmos creates with a purpose, and, as the relative connection between men and the lower beings is evident, so does there exist the relative connections of the higher spheres. The creativeness of the cosmic magnet predetermines each action, as well as the role which the beings are predestined to enact. Thus, the human spheres are designated for cooperation. The great reason strains all cosmic spheres, hence, the destiny of men has as its basis the cooperation and beauty of infinity. 317. In the cooperation of all spheres the creativeness of fire is laid as the foundation. The currents of the spheres are transmitted by the fire of space. Those who affirm the creativeness of fire may say that they serve evolution. Hence, the centers of hearing are connected so closely with fire. Each manifestation of the striving center discloses clairaudience. In turn, clairaudience affords to humanity an evolutionary move. The lords have been always in need of receptive co-workers and witnesses. Thus, all life manifestations must have witnesses. Only thus can truth be established. Hence, the flaming Agni Yogi strives so ardently toward manifestation of fire for the aid of mankind. Truly, the manifestation of the flaming center serves humanity. Therefore do we guard so solicitously our messengers. Theirs is a most difficult mission. It was difficult for us to find a receiver of the pure fire. One may rejoice when the mission of the Terra is so full of radiance. 318. A coming achievement upon the scroll of human attainments is the conquest of the spheres of highest tension. When humanity will accustom itself to the realization of the transmutation from the lowest to the highest, then the spirit understanding may be sent. The meaning of life is constructed according to the patterns of the cosmic rays. Are not the patterns of life woven by rays? Are not the patterns cumulated through millennia? These cosmic patterns direct all the strivings of life. When the rays are fixed by manifestation of the cosmic magnet, the pattern is powerful and unalterable. Thus, in the records of space there exists the pattern of each spirit. Only that spirit can record his own achievements who by his pattern has adorned the ladder of life evolution ward. If the spirit considers his achievements as a reward, then, of course, a channel of personal strivings is the result. Upon the record of lives one's progress into infinity is determined. 319. The self-sacrifice of the Agni Yogi is recognized by the record of fiery achievements. When we assert that the power of the flaming design of the Agni Yogi impelled toward evolution is identical with that of the fire of space, we affirm his manifestation as a cosmic cooperation. The design of the cosmic magnet is thus manifested in space by the rays of the luminaries. When the luminaries distribute the tension of the rays, the cosmic magnet absorbs all the attractions. When a country destroys patterns which are laid into the foundation of evolution, the design directs that which is being destructive toward reorganization. When the human spirit is directed to the cosmic magnet, it may be asserted that cooperation has been manifested. Thus, the Terra and the Arhat manifest cooperation and spin the best designs, I so affirm. Thus, we respond to the cosmic magnet. 320. Cosmic patterns are distributed throughout the whole of space, and since the luminaries predetermine the properties of the currents, the striving of materia lucida guarantees the intensity of the tide of evolution. The energies of all principles are directed toward a beautiful balancement of the predestined inception. Manifold propelled energies are rushing along in the whirlwind of spatial fire. When the cosmic design is laid out for the affirmation of evolution, all creative energies are attracted to it. All propelled energies must be applied in cosmos. In the human creativeness, all energies must be strained. When the two concepts will be accepted as the only salvation, one may then stand on the step of ascent. And consubstantiality in cosmos will reveal the attainment of the infinite. 321. Consubstantiality in cosmos has been affirmed in the words of the brothers of humanity and of all lords. When one speaks of consubstantiality, it must be understood that each lord is a part of the chain of life which confirms the course of life. Each lord in the chain which directs evolution suffuses the stream of the cosmic magnet with creative emanations. Indeed, each lord bears within himself all tension and directs the vital emanations. Therefore, the cooperation of the lords with cosmos is unbreakable, and the entire trend of thought issues from this source. The creativeness of spirit is immutable. I like your formula about the significance of invisibility. Verily, life is created only by the power of thought. It is not the voices heard from platforms that create the future, not uttered words borne out in space. It is the power of thought radiating with cosmic striving. Thus, the carriers of fire in spirit and heart powerfully affirm our will. 322. Only in tension can the cosmic design be brought into existence. Only when all strings reverberate can the cosmic design be brought into existence. Only when the design assumes a tense form can the predestined be brought into existence. When the abutments of cosmos sustain by their attractions the dome of the earthly firmament, the firmament can stand. But when the abutments upset the mutual attraction, the dome feels the fluctuations of unevenness. Thus, the abutments can uphold or destroy the design. The abutments can always link together the most diversified energies. The cosmos propels its energies in accordance with polarity. The negative and positive together provide the combination. 323. The sequence of events due to the tension of the magnet is conditioned by the attraction of cosmic vortices. When the streams of events flow along with cosmic attractions, vortical rings steadily accrue. But when the sequence of events seethes as in a whirlpool, the spiral of the vortical rings is driven into irregularity. The same formation of rings is perceived in the action of thought. When thought encompasses the same regions coincident with the cosmic currents, then certainly a harmonious concordance is generated. But when the cosmic magnet is not perceived in the course of events, the tendency of thought then is indeed like a dispersed spiral. Thus, let us learn to perceive the undisturbed spiral of cosmic events. 324. Consecutiveness in strivings creates streams of cosmic fires. When the fires of the centers of the flaming Agni Yogi create, all the intensified strivings are responding. When the centers respond to the pull of cosmic attractions, it may be said that the substance of the planet gathers much of the pure fire. When the flaming Agni Yogi directs the fiery striving toward the accomplishment of the mission, it may be said that the entire cosmic might is cooperating with him. Where is the end, and where the spatial boundary? This may be defined by the guiding Agni Yogi himself. These spirit transmissions are verily most powerful, therefore, the creativeness of the rays is highly valued in our tower. The fire of the spirit is the best conductor. We know all its power. Thus, we see the creativeness of the spirit. 325. The creativeness of cosmos is saturated by the attraction of the magnet. All impelled atoms are attracted to the seed of the spirit, as each creative manifestation has its kernel. The seed of the spirit comprises the entire striving and expression of creative tension. Truly, all energies are affirmed in the seed of the spirit, and therein also is the conformation with the cosmic direction. But striving toward a variety of combinations sets up a process of inverse tension. Only a tensed vehicle affords a direction conformable with the cosmic aim. When an energy akin to the striving of the magnet gathers around the seed of the spirit, it is comparable to the assembling of the atom around its kernel. All life processes act from inner impulses. When the impulse ceases to be sustained by the attraction of the cosmic magnet, the force of cohesion is dissipated. When the seed of the spirit is covered by encumbrances, there follows a separation from the pure current leading in the direction of the attraction of the cosmic magnet. Hence, the seed of the spirit is the link between the spheres. 326. The seed of the spirit is manifested upon the affirmed actions. Its power is manifested upon the affirmed actions. Its power is most vivid in the manifestation of the fire of the Agni Yogi. When the seed of the spirit of a flaming Agni Yogi is strained for the assimilation of the spatial fire, then the course of conformity with evolution is affirmed. Thus is built the creative power of the cosmic magnet. It is said that the human spirit contains within itself those energies which are inherent in the planet. True, this formula is interpreted as meaning the correlation of man with the planet upon which he exists, but this conception must be broadened. The seed of the spirit comprises those energies which are inherent in its luminary. The luminary which ordains the birth bestows these affirmed energies and predetermines the development of the seed. 327. The realization of the attraction of the cosmic magnet directs the energies toward creativeness. The property of attraction fuses the energies, and this combination is to so great an extent correlated to the striving that it may be affirmed that the combination is a corollary of the attraction. When the energies are striving to their seed, the link with materia lucida is established. The compound constituted by the magnet in fusion with the energies calls up currents which are contained in space. The abundance of cosmic currents affords a continuous chain which links and embraces all vital manifestations. Thus, everything in cosmos gathers itself around its vital seed, and all which is vital is drawn to its seed. And in a limitless circle the seed lives as the center. 328. All molecules move in conformity with the attraction. All spatial fires move in conformity with the attraction. It is the cosmic seed which attracts all atoms to itself. In truth, each atom is a seed, but there are cosmic seeds. Thus, each luminary attracts energies into its vortical rings and permeates them with its rays. Hence, the spatial fire is not uniform but of varying tensions and properties. In rotation, the luminaries attract and enfold the energies in their orbits, hence, the creativeness of the luminary saturates the universe. The quality of the seed of the spirit is established for an entire manvantara and comprises an essence identical with that of the luminary. Certainly, the monad is likewise saturated by the luminaries, as it constitutes the seed of the spirit. 329. The movement of the vortices is determined by the attraction of the cosmic magnet. The power of attraction of the propelling cosmic magnet gives confirmation to all cosmic energies. When the vortices are imbued with the creative impulse, the drive of the energies toward manifestation corresponds to the increasing power of attraction. Thus, the spirit in its seed corresponds to the power which saturates it. The relation between the direction and the saturation is determined by the magnet. Thus, identical striving is defined by attraction. The reciprocal striving within the energies of the seed forms that substance which determines the tension of creativeness and its manifestation. The seed of the spirit and the fire of space express reciprocal attraction. Thus does the cosmic magnet ceaselessly saturate the infinite. 330. The seed of the spirit forms a part of the magnetized power of a luminary. The rays penetrating the determined and manifested energy intensify its properties by their striving. Therefore, the seed of the spirit carries within itself every impulse contained in the luminary. The energy which combines with the impelling force of the magnet induces the development of this fusion. Thus, when the creativeness of the ray saturates its surrounding space, the energy of this circle, striving to life, attracts other energies, and the fusion of the luminary with the life impulse gives power to the seed of the spirit. Thus shall we conclude about the law of attraction of the seeds toward life. 331. The combination of the energies with the tensed magnet presents the power of creativeness. There is no engulfment in cosmically manifested creation, there is only a fusion of the energies in a new combination. Thus, the passage through all karmic steps intensifies the development of various properties and results in a striving, manifest activity. Therefore, the seed of the spirit creates the design of each round which is striving evolution-ward. But by reason of the accumulations that are inharmonious with the activity, not every spirit can reach the higher step. In this case, the seed of the spirit is in correlation with the cosmic magnet but is physically tardy in rooting out its imperfections. Then, the manifestation of imperfection can be redeemed through striving. This is not an engulfment by infinity, it is the path to the infinite. 332. The energies which collect around the seed are impelled along the attraction of the magnet to the manifested ray of the luminary, and the property of the ray transmits its potency to the seed, hence the affinity between the seed and the luminary. The spatial fire varies in intensity and in the quality of color of the ray. These basic qualities express the manifested energies which link the various currents correlating with the cosmic magnet. Thus, our luminary intensifies these currents which flow in harmony with evolution. Indeed, the rays which are collecting a new race are directing to a new world and, naturally, they annihilate everything which does not conform with evolution. And our luminary certainly develops the principles of the nascent new race. Hence, the spatial fires are so intensively absorbed by the Agni Yogi. When Uranus strains the rays, a new step is affirmed. Through many discoveries, many shiftings, many perturbations, many researches aiming toward investigation of the highest energies, many astounding attempts of research into psychic energy, investigations of the properties of a ray and of spatial irradiations, humanity will be affirmed in its new researches. The rays of our luminary prepare a better step for humanity. Yes, yes, yes. Thus does the ascendance of the ray bring an unavoidable shifting. Thus do the rays create. 333. The energies are distinguished according to their potential. The more powerful the potential, the more powerful the striving of energy. The more powerful the potential, the more powerful the attraction. The energy is intensified in proportion to the rising of the spatial fire. A like correspondence exists between the seed of the spirit and its saturation by the luminary. Thus, the potentiality of the spirit depends on its saturation by the luminary. The generation of energies in this manner results from the saturation by the luminary. The vortices which draw the seed into a spiral transmit to it their energies, and the life impulse carries it along further into the sphere where the attraction sets its direction. Thus does the impelled seed acquire its life path, and the manifestation of an everlasting life impulse confirms existence. Thus limitless is the path of life. 334. When the propelled seed is attracted by the cosmic seed, fusion occurs through intensification by the magnet. When the propelled seed is attracted by the cosmic seed, the direction of the path of the seed is determined. Upon the fusion depends the creativeness of the potential. When Uranus draws into coalescence the currents of the subtlest energies, it may be said verily that Uranus confirms all manifested paths and that its currents impel evolution forward. Thus the currents of the luminaries quicken the march of events, and the spirit of our Uranus accelerates the movement of the chain of evolution. Thus, acute are the angles of correlation. Powerful are the sun's rays at a direct angle, and likewise the attraction of Uranus. A fiery assimilation then takes place. It is a very serious time. Uranus is acting. We are preparing that step. 335. The unlimited creativeness of cosmos is intensified by all energies. The currents of the luminaries provide the magnet with all manifestations of the creative fire. When the elements of nature are strained, the propelled energies are affirmed by the current of the magnet. When the creative chain is saturated with striving energies, then indeed occurs the rotation in an orbit which collects identical currents. Only by the intensified attraction of the magnet can the combinations of cosmic energies be explained. The attraction of the luminaries saturates the space, and the seeds which are propelled to life bear the creativeness of the tensed magnet. The basis of the cosmic seed is contained in the creativeness of the propelling magnet. The cosmic seed is attracted into the sphere which is permeated with the ray of the luminary. Thus, the course of a striving luminary preordains the tensity of the life impulse. 336. Truly, the luminaries act upon each other. Certainly, the power of the striving of the rays, and their effect, depends upon the combination of the luminaries. When the structure of a luminary is based upon the manifestation of pure fire and of the subtle energies, the luminary possesses an advantage and can attract to itself the saturated spatial fire. Thus, Uranus, possessing the properties of the subtle energies, transmutes other energies. Great is the occult power of the rays of Uranus. The tensed cosmic magnet determines its tension by the currents of the spatial fire. Thus, the manifestation of the rays of Uranus evokes varied tensions, and the epoch of the rays of Uranus is under tension through its correlation with the cosmic magnet. Yes, yes, yes. 337. The free energies are attracted by the fire of space. The striving response to an attraction is a property inherent in all substances of the cosmos. The creativeness of the cosmic magnet is intensified by the striving of all energies, and it is necessary for the construction of the universe. That aspect of the cosmos can be defined as the creative magnet, therefore are all cosmic energies attracted to their seed, and infinity encompasses all vital manifestations. 338. When a battle occurs between Saturn and Uranus, the aspiring Agni Yogi, suffused with the rays of Uranus, feels all the currents of the cosmic tension. That is why the Agni Yogi so intensely feels the present battle. Uranus, entering into rulership, strongly evokes the tension of the opposing forces. 339. The motion of the molecules sends out the vibrations of currents of identical energies. The cosmic seeds are being saturated with the energies of the vibrations of impelled molecules. In speaking of the cosmic seeds, one may call creation a state of magnetic consciousness. When energies are attracted to an identical center, the cause of this attraction may be discovered. Whether the energy be called an impulse or a whirling vortex, its base is consciousness. Indeed, when it is possible to define an energy as one impetuously surging toward fusion, the driving force of the magnet is confirmed. The driving force of the magnet attracts all vital manifestations. 340. There are currents which fill the space with discordant emanations. These currents fill the lower layers, and space is often the battleground of discordant emanations. The sensitive organism of the Agni Yogi, aspiring toward pure fire, definitely responds to the tension. The chalice of affirmation, as a vessel containing the threads of all the subtle energies, certainly reverberates to all discharges, and the heart is in tremor. Hence, in the lower layers the high Agni Yogi is confirmed as the self-sacrificing bearer of pure fire. Thus, the non-correlation of the spheres evinces such tensions. 341. Materia lucida clothes all aspects of the cosmic energies. The flux of the fire of space can envelop for manifestation that region which is subject to the cosmic attraction. The seed, strained toward life, is subject to this great law of attraction. When the power of impulse drives the seed toward creative fire, the striving of consciousness bestows life. The consciousness of the energy is the current of fire. How, then, can priority be given to one energy over another when the fiery tension can occur only in fusion? He who knows the law of beingness can affirm that the acknowledgement of the two origins is the foundation of cosmos. Even the most ancient conception viewed the cosmic laws as being impelled by a two-tongued flame. The indication in ancient writings concerning the manifestation of the dual origin is also based upon the knowledge of polarity in each energy. Cosmic creativeness can be manifested only through the dual origin. Thus, in deposing the Great Mother, humanity robs itself of the privilege of conscious cooperation with cosmos. 342. The luminaries suffuse the space with their energies and imbue the life of the cosmic seeds. The striving energies can permeate all vital manifestations. Each vital manifestation contributes to the creativeness of the cosmic magnet. Thus, the thought comprised in a creative striving intensifies that energy which aspires to life. Thought has its creative energy, and the core of the magnet propels the manifestation of life with equal power. All creative energies depend upon the impulse of the seed. The manifestation of creativeness contains in itself all vital manifestations, and the propelling force of the seed evokes the attraction of the energies. In the cosmic consciousness, there is a coordination which correlates all the energies, and the foundation of all fusions is the impulse of the seed. Thus, the creativeness of the infinite depends upon the life impulse. 343. Striving toward development of consciousness depends upon the impulse of the seed of the spirit. The cumulation of striving intensifies the growth of consciousness. If the energy lacks striving, the manifestation of the intensity of energy is considerably weakened, and the attraction cannot result in fusion. Thus, the seed of the spirit is in need of striving. The best sign of the tension in the seed of the spirit is the intensified fire, hence, the centers of the mother of Agni Yoga are so aflame and the tensity of fire is so great. Only the influx of fire bears witness to this fire, and creativeness of the centers is very flaming. When the flaming rings of the third eye increase in number, it is a sign of the power of the spirit. And the chalice, which comprises the entire synthesis of fires, corresponds with certainty to all receptivities. The increase in the number of the rings is proportionate to the striving of the fire of the spirit. When the tensity of the fire is so great, all interweavings of the luminaries are strongly reflected upon the solar plexus. When the centers are keenly sensitive, all cosmic spatial fires are reflected. A mirror of cosmic fires is contained within an Agni Yogi, therefore, the rays thus create and intensify. The cosmic magnet shifts many things. The battle between Saturn and Uranus is naturally reflected upon the fires of the chalice. Therefore, the pull of the centers is active at present. 344. The creative principle impels all energies toward fusion. The heterogeneity of the striving energies manifests the power of attraction. Thus, each propelled energy is not lost in space, and the power of each energy increases through fusion. Each energy attracted by the creative principle multiplies its power through this impulse, and each coalescing and striving atom generates energy. Hence, all cosmic energies manifest the potency of creativeness. Infinity affirms the generation of energies and multiplies all cosmic manifestations of the creative principle. 345. The creative principle affirms each new center and determines its correlation with world events. The potential of the striving center intensifies the fusion with the magnet, and the consciousness which strives toward the blending confirms a new aspiring energy. The blending of these energies is precisely in conformity with the pull of the magnet. Thus, each center can direct its own energy. Each energy is determined by its center. And when the space is strained in the creation of a new center, the correlation attracts new energies. Hence, the centers of the Agni Yogi are able to reverberate to all cosmic manifestations, then the centers respond so flamingly. A conscious creation intensifies the centers. Indeed, many currents intercross in the chalice. Therefore, the fire of the centers is so powerful, a powerful assimilation is taking place. 346. Fusion of the energies pertains to cosmic creativeness. When two energies are attracted to each other, a combination of striving magnetism is generated. If it is possible to correlate the creative principle with the principle of the cosmic magnet, it is possible to correlate the striving with the attraction. Hence, the assertion of the striving energies in space is termed the course of the magnet. All cosmic manifestations are thus correlated, and the creativeness of cosmos strains the flux of the energies. The attainment of tension is correlated with the tension of the fire of space. The rays generated in space create their parallels, and the activity of all luminaries tenses the spheres with multifold energies. All spatial manifestations have rays as their basic impulse. The generation of the power of the cosmic magnet gives birth to all energies. Thus, manifold and limitless possibilities saturate the space. 347. The generation of energies in space is confirmed as the manifestation of the life impulse. The energy of spirit acts just as does the energy of the cosmic magnet, each on its own plane. The energy of the cosmic magnet creates cosmic forms. The energy of the spirit creates the existing forms. Thus, the world of forms correlates all manifestations of the cosmic energies. If we could look back over the forms of the cosmos, we would clearly see how all forms have been combined in cosmic creativeness. The energies of the spirit give to cosmos all the best manifestations. When the spirit becomes refined, the forms are created in accordance with the tension of the spirit. Therefore, when the transmutation of the centers is so strained, the emanations of the centers are verily creating. There is a direct ratio in the interrelation between the centers and the manifestations of creativeness of the energies. Thus, we term the creativeness of the spirit of an Agni Yogi the highest cosmic creativeness. The fire of space blends with the centers of the Agni Yogi. Yes, yes, yes. 348. A most powerful stream is diffused in the combinations of the magnet. True, when reason unites various energies, then forces are conjoined which produce a powerful energy. The manifestation of cosmic rays is the straining of energies responding to the attraction of the magnet. The universe is filled with such manifestations. The creative principle gathers potential energies and propels all the manifested energies into a channel. Hence, each energy is intensified by creative tension. Without limit is the magnetism of the creative principle. 349. One of the most powerful magnets is the magnet of the spirit. A most powerful force, which transmutes various energies, is the magnet of the heart. All currents are transmuted by this magnet. Man is attracted to this magnet, therefore, the power of his transmutation lies in the heart. The sun seen in the region of the solar plexus is that powerful magnet. Its location is certainly in the heart, and its reflection is great. It is a most powerful force. Its rays penetrate all strongholds and can be manifested as a most radiant magnetic force. Hence, the sun of the heart is the force which determines the balance. In ancient times this truth was as well known as the laws of attraction. Therefore, we value the centers which glow as the sun. The luminaries rise as banners. 350. There is a direct ratio in the correlation of cause and effect. Intensity laid in the cause gives intensity to the effect. The cosmic law affirms that intensity which is at the root of each action. Therefore, each energy generates as much striving as is contained in its seed. On the physical plane there is the same correlating power. The manifestation of the spirit is subject to the same law. The spirit is strained in accordance with its intensity, and it pursues this course as do all energies. Therefore, among the energies one should distinguish those which are intense from those which are passive. The passive ones seek to assert suspense, hence, unstablished causes are very important. When the attraction of the cosmic magnet gives the impetus to action, the battle between the passive and the striving energies asserts itself. On the path of evolution, humanity manifests this battle, and it is necessary to give evidence of this intense creative activity in boundless affirmation. 351. The intensity of the centers of an Agni yogi is strained by the affirmation of the cosmic magnet. The centers of an adept are subject to the same law. The brothers of humanity sense this intensity through a strained magnet. In our work for humanity's progress, we are constantly under an intense current, and all harmonious and inharmonious currents are refracted in us. Our work for humanity consists in ceaseless activity of interweaving and correlating the currents. Therefore, we regard as most low the manifestation of passivity. In passivity may be discovered an antagonistic seed. Everything out of step with evolution is opposed to our tensions. In the cooperation of an Agni yogi we have the highest intensity. In the fiery centers we have flaming co-workers. A new step approaches for humanity, communion with the far-off worlds. 352. There is a law under which are created the strivings along which moves the spiral of light. Upon the tension of the vibration of light is based the law which unites all energies. Since the given law holds over all energies, the drive of this impulse encompasses all energies. Only materia lucida can develop all the forms that exist in the space. Only intensification of the energies can bring the task of the cosmic magnet to realization. Only the spirit can give expression to all strivings by manifesting identical energies. Thus, when a new step is vouchsafed to humanity it can be consummated only through assimilation by the spirit. Thus, the human pages are inscribed by the hand of humanity, and often the pages are only partly filled or inscribed with inapplicable signs. Yet humanity is summoned to limitless knowledge. 353. Humanity should ponder over how it is clothing its monad. With what is this eternal seed being wrapped? People dwell too little upon this problem. Along the stretch of each round, one should trace the current of karma and its reaction. The predestined follows as a result of the accumulations gathered by the past deeds. These wrappings can stifle the voice of the seed, and the path of life can alter the preordained manifestation. The cosmic seed inherent in each being should be clothed with great care by humanity. Upon the aspiring seed is evolution built. And unlimited is the path of the power of the seed. 354. The highest raiment for the monad is attained in pure fire. If the monad can be encircled by fire, it means that it can attain the highest spheres. The Agni yogi and the Arhat both clothe their monads with materia lucida. When the fiery centers transmute life, we say that the spirit is striving toward ascent. The law of fiery ascent is immutable. When the striving of the cosmic seed ceases to show pulsation, then the energy of life has ceased to exist. The psychic energy is closely linked with the cosmic seed. Hence, when the pulsations of the seed are stilled, the afflux of psychic energy ceases. But when the fire of the seed is active, the psychic energy has a powerful pulsation. The fiery centers pulsate with the cosmos, hence, the centers of the Agni Yogi create in response to all currents. Invisibly, powerfully, the fires of the Agni Yogi create, and the records of the creativeness of fire are inexhaustible. 355. The consciousness of the creative principle lends consciousness to the entire constructiveness in cosmos. When the cosmic seed is gathered, the consciousness of the creative principle is made manifest. The compound of the striving seed gathers always in such a way that the impulse shows the quality of striving toward conscious creativeness. The creative impulse always corresponds to the law of attraction. The spatial fire generates its seeds. Humanity generates its seeds in each intent. The growth of consciousness will propel humanity toward creativeness with cosmos and will tense all spiritual levers. When the consciousness of the seed acts against the affirmed magnet, different currents are manifested. When construction is directed in line with the creative impulse, evolution may be discerned. Hence, the earthly ties must be constructed most solicitously. The seeds determined by cosmos bestow consciousness on all energies. The seeds sown by humanity are impregnating the course of the cosmic magnet. 356. The creative principle directs the currents of fire and propels the energies. Therefore, all cosmic manifestations are reflected upon the centers of the Agni Yogi. Each fiery manifestation resounds upon the centers, evoking varied sensations. Often anguish and depression are due to the fiery tensions. The reason for these sensations is a discordance of the currents. These unharmonized currents beat upon the centers, which resound in a dissonance. When the unharmonized currents are born in space, a great deal of creative power is used by the energies for the establishment of equilibrium. The manifestation of unharmonized currents calls forth in an Agni Yogi a reaction, as it were, on a level with the opposing energies. Magnetic needles quiver in changing direction. High tides are the natural result of a change in the direction of the magnet. The spatial fire strains its magnetism and the subterranean fire is ready to break through. Hence, the workings of cosmic forces are most intensive. The decisive manifestations will occur in the battle of Uranus with Saturn. Therefore, although many currents are difficult, they are of much benefit. 357. Evolution directs humanity through the affirmation of fire. Upon each evolutionary step humanity advances through different impulses. The power of the intensity directs the seeds of the monads and all the energies toward the creativeness of fire. When the immutable law prevails in the vortex, the striving of the energies obeys this law. The vortices of creative energy always intensify the affirmation of the energy. When humanity will assimilate all manifestations of the creative fires, the power of the spirit will begin verily to be drawn toward cosmic creativeness. When the human spirit will cognize a part of the cosmic energy as an active force, it will become a co-worker of cosmos. The endlessness of the path is so very beautiful. 358. The free energies greatly influence the cosmic combinations. When we speak of casual occurrences, we refer to these free energies. Each energy which joins the propelled drives of the cosmic seeds determines a new combination. An Agni Yogi often feels those processes which strain the space. A property of the energy is that it is drawn toward fire and toward strained centers. At present the perturbations assume a very tense state. A most unusual time, a threatening time, a decisive time. The experience of the rotation in the center of Brahmarandra is a very important manifestation of the fusion of the fire of space with the fires of the centers. It is a rare manifestation when the consciousness retains memory of this process taking place. It is necessary to observe all sensations because it is so rare an attainment. I affirm, I affirm, I affirm. 359. The planetary focus, as a manifestation of the magnet, is shifting. When the change of energies occurs, not only are the parts shifted but the entire orbit is involved in this shifting. Each acting force is subject to this shifting, and all spheres are strained in a saturation by the magnet. The visible and invisible energies are drawn toward the shifting spiral. The spatial fire encompasses all vital energies, and the lower spheres as well as the higher ones are permeated with this fire. Verily, there is no corner where it would be possible to escape these shiftings, and the potential of fire can affirm a new step. Therefore, when the earthly orbit unites with the spatial fire, the cosmic magnet begins the shifting. 360. When humanity will come to understand the cosmic oneness, the cosmic construction will be affirmed. The chief task of humanity is to unite the world of matter with the world of spirit. The demarcation line between the spheres is very sharply drawn, hence, the correlation of the predestined with the mechanical world in which men are submerged is rare. When the planetary consciousness is directed toward unification of all factors, the manifestation of cosmic shiftings overtakes all spheres. Hence, the planetary consciousness establishes the cosmic energy. The striving of an Agni yogi and the work of the centers help to determine the cosmic consciousness. Therefore, the most important affirmation of the energy is the broadening of consciousness. The creativeness of our brothers is directed toward the development of cosmic consciousness in humanity. Therefore is the cooperation of the centers so affirmed by us. Verily, we value the transmuting power of the fires. 361. The reconstruction of the world is accompanied by currents which overspread the old manifestations. Each shifting of the magnet intensifies all human actions. The spatial fire which permeates each strained spiral gives confirmation to each new striving. Therefore, when a powerful country is temporarily veiled with sands, then a driving current is manifested for ascent, because there is no unsteadiness where the creative hand of cosmos does the shifting. There is one place where the magnetic needle never fluctuates. The scientists know that it is in Asia. We shall broaden this concept. Certainly, there is a focus on the planet which is attracted by the cosmic magnet and which holds all the threads of the common good of humanity. The existence of this center affords equilibrium for Earth. 362. Since the equilibrium of the earthly crust is established by the attraction of the subterranean fires toward the focus, one must not forget those psychomagnetic forces which establish the equilibrium in the supermundane spheres. Which, then, are the sources manifested as psychomagnetic forces. Three sources are manifested as these forces: the spatial fire, the rays of the luminaries, and the spiritual magnet. Therefore, it may be said that the current of the spiritual magnet is manifested as the creativeness of an adept and of an Agni yogi. The spatial fire affirms each energy. The luminaries confirm the cosmic source of fire. I bid you believe in the creative forces of the Agni yogi. If you could see the work of the spirit and the heart, you would verily see the creativeness of the magnet. When the consciousness retains the process, which is a mental one, the boundaries between the physical and the astral have been erased. Truly, cosmic creativeness is invisibly beautiful. 363. The declination of the magnetic needle indicates an intercepting vibration. The progression of the manifested magnet of humanity depends upon the magnetic declivity and the corresponding force of the fire of space. When events are accelerated, the importance of the correlation of the cosmic attraction is increased. The consciousness of humanity penetrates into the fiery fluids, and that is why the acceleration is possible. When the coarse early human forms were unable to penetrate into the pure spheres, all evolutionary cycles became prolonged. Now that the consciousness has become refined, even though only in a material way, the understanding of the cooperation of the spheres is within reach of humanity. When straight knowledge and spirit understanding will be developed, humanity will understand the significance of consciousness and the correlation of the subterranean and the superterranean spheres. Verily, spirit understanding will lead to the next step. 364. The psychic eye, with the knowledge of the spirit, certainly affords the perspective of cosmic motion. The attraction of the basic impulse of the subterranean magnet transmits the property of striving to the spheres. The chalice, which contains the entire cosmic experience, reflects all cosmic ordainments. The synthesis of the lotus contains in itself all the cosmic threads, and under varied impulses are gathered all the different fires of the lotus. The psychic tension of fire puts forms into the space. When the seed of the spirit is clothed in the fiery currents, the propelled fire tenses the entire substance of the seed of the Agni yogi. The cosmic creativeness is directed by the cosmic reason, impelled through the manifestation of materia lucida. The Agni Yogi links the cosmic currents with the fire of the planet. The rhythm of Mahavan is the throb of the pulse of the cosmic flame. The rhythm of Mahavan is transmitted only to him who feels the throb of cosmos. Yes, yes, yes. Only the heart which embraces the world can beat in rhythm with cosmos. Only the heart which embraces the world can beat in the rhythm of Mahavan. Verily, the heart which embraces the world and the flame of the striving spirit affirm the best heritage for the races. Hence, the bearer of fire feels all the cosmic tremors. Hence, the heart of the mother of Agni Yoga is so much in tremor. Hence, the hands of the Agni Yogi are covered with sweat. But all of us in the tower feel each tremor of the fiery heart and each drop of sweat. Therefore, I will say that the currents of the heart fill the space with rays of light and each drop of sweat cements the space. 365. Cosmic creativeness collects those aggregates which come under the fiery manifestations. Thus, the contents of the highest spheres are imbued by the correlation of the manifested units, and the contents of the highest forms are conditioned by the blending of the creativeness of fire. Cosmic creativeness unites those fiery energies which give the best results. Therefore, each energy which is attracted to its seed contains an identical attractive power. If only humanity would understand that each energy toward which it is being attracted expresses humanity's substance. Therefore, the brothers of humanity, in increasing battle, strain all forces in order to better the human essence. 366. The power of creation weaves its nodes and creates according to the law of the cosmic magnet. It may be said that the assertion of creativeness is based upon cosmic attraction. When the nodes are strained, the saturation is created, manifesting the vital impulse of the energy of the fire of space. The participation of energies establishes the property of accretion. Thus, creativeness in its inception manifests the preordained energies. Humanity, binding the nodes of its karmas, intensifies the cosmic creativeness. The attraction to the seed of the spirit imbues the energy with those currents which are preordained by karma. The forging of each consequence determines the property of striving in each quality. Therefore, one may create inexhaustible effects in infinity, refining their quality. 367. The power that unites those who are spiritually aspiring is determined by the cosmic magnet. In the cosmic law there exists the manifestation of creativeness which has an established arc of ascent upon which the spirit strives. The law of attraction acts upon the entire cosmic affirmation, therefore, in the higher tension of the fire of spirit, one may act only in ascent. Beautiful is the law. 368. Cosmic creativeness gathers combinations which are saturated by the fire of space. The cosmic creativeness imbues the striving energies by the impulse of attraction. When new combinations which are saturated with fire manifest the vital energy, the impelling magnet assembles these spatial energies. Explosions of fiery, impelling magnetism occur unavoidably when the energies are attracted in incidental fusion which generates dissimilar energies. The free energies are inherent in cosmos, and they have northwest definite drive, therefore, the casually entering elements give incidental formulae. As in cosmos, so also in the human consciousness, the entrance of incidental energies provides a new formula. When the spirit cannot determine its direction, the incidental energies take the upper hand. And the striving of each manifested link of karma is altered by the manifestation of incidental energies. Therefore, humanity on its way to evolution must strive to the cognizance of the seed of the spirit. 369. The striving to the cognizance of the seed of the spirit is so essential, each spirit must strive toward it. When the direction of one's own fires is clear, then one can strive along the predestined path. The free energies can mold the karma of weak spirits, and the space abounds with such tossing spirits. As in a driving whirl are born those who have realized their destination. But those still unaware of it are scattered as feathers. Hence, the course of the striving spirits toward that which is destined by the cosmic magnet will be as a link of the great evolution. The mighty seed of the spirit provides a new current and a fiery link. Thus walks our tense Agni Yogi. Thus resounds the fiery, striving Agni Yogi. Thus creates the flaming Agni Yogi. Thus does the Agni Yogi construct the steps of evolution. 370. The elements are strained by the gusts of spatial energies. When the tension is projected toward the primary seed, the elements manifest creation. But when the elements are strained in free currents, the weak forces are overcome and the elements are carried along in an impetuous stream. When striving prevails upon the manifested elements, it directs the energies according to the force of attraction and creates affirmations of harmonized currents. When the elements manifest explosions, there occurs a disruption between the cosmic fire and the attraction of the energies. The spirit of creative impulse creates conformably with the principle of the elements. 371. The creativeness of the spirit, proceeding parallel with the attraction of the cosmic magnet, is manifested as the impeller of evolution. The carriers of fiery energies give humanity the direction. We call them the guardians of light. Upon all of humanity's paths stand these fiery guardians of light. Upon all paths stand the appointed guides. When the one appointed for an achievement carries in self-sacrifice the chalice, it may be said that a great step is being accomplished. When the cosmic magnet intensifies a new step, true cooperation is displayed, and the guide, in self-sacrifice, stands at the gates. Thus, the straining centers endow humanity with the striving for transmutation. Verily, without these subtle energies our towers are inaccessible. When the manifested step will come to life, then the page of evolution will be beautiful. Hence, the fires impel the consciousness toward a better destiny. Thus a great step approaches. 372. The symbol of fire is found in all teachings, and in cosmos fire is affirmed as the manifestation of life. The substance of fire is so radiant that it is impossible to define and describe it. The cosmic breath is the fire of space. All cosmic manifestations are permeated with fire, and human thought is fire. Thought gives form, thought gives direction, thought gives life, thought imparts creativeness, thought imparts the attraction of a drawing magnet. When the spirit kindles its fires, thought creates through the accretion of materia lucida. Cosmic thought is comprised in the fiery communion. The spatial fire contains the striving energies. Cosmic fire is boundless in its saturations and its manifestations. Thus, the cosmic fire strives with the cosmic magnet. 373. Verily, in the creativeness of the spirit is contained the fiery potentiality. Behind each visible act stands the invisible creativeness of spirit. The energy of the spirit possesses the fire of space. Creativeness of spirit is affirmed by us as the psychic seeds. In the seed of each spirit is inherent the striving energy of spirit creativeness. Hence, one must search the invisible for the stimulus of all manifestations. The creativeness of spirit is verily the constructive force of evolution. 374. In cosmic creativeness energies are fused at highest tensity. The combinations of fusing energies multiply with the increase of tension. The synthesis of tensity is confirmed by the power of the higher fires. Throughout the entire cosmic creativeness the law of tension is immutable. Only the power of a rising tension can create a new combination. With the increase of tension different energies are involved. When the energies which join in the magnetic fusion attract to themselves identical currents, the harmonization of the energies may be established. But when the energies project themselves in different directions, then occurs an evident dissipation of the energy of the magnet. It is similar with human actions. Why is the human spirit attracted to inharmonious currents? True, the currents which strive to the fire of space can afford the better formula, but this formula must be established through self-action. 375. Self-action must be understood. In it is comprised the entire synthesis of activity. Verily, self-action is self-realization. When the spirit can discover its seed and discern the shells that surround it, it can comprehend the beauty of cosmos. The husk which gathers about the human spirit clogs the paths to affirmation. Therefore, our co-workers must understand that a husk is not applicable to our conditions. One must understand the unworthiness of manifesting the garment of spirit as a husk, when we so greatly revere the radiance of the veil of the Mother of the World. 376. The chiaroscuro intensifies the evidence of different energies. The radiating energy which directs itself to creativeness collects currents that are propelled toward life. Verily, when the realization of chiaroscuro is accepted as the confirmation of truth, the energies of the luminaries will be understood as an active force. The luminaries, which strain the vital energy, adjust every evidence of tension which leads toward the affirmation of life. The intercourse of energies is so powerful that death and life are subject to one and the same law, which is ordained by the cosmic magnet. Chiaroscuro links the two states of being, hence, it is difficult to dissociate the two poles of human existence. When the boundaries are erased, the projected energies intensify new cosmic combinations. The chiaroscuro of life and death may be expressed as the interchange of energies. Hence, the cosmic force is one in all things, and creativeness is limitless in the direction of chiaroscuro. 377. The boundaries between the poles are erased, thus do we express it when the life impulse is shifted. The transition from one world to another is called the utilization of all energies. These shiftings constitute the cosmic progress of the spatial fire. The so-called death provides the possibility for a new combination. And this power exists throughout the entire cosmos. 378. The pull of evolution gathers energies which strive toward the cosmic magnet. The creativeness of the cosmic magnet is revealed as the will of the highest reason. The fusion of aspiring energies by the will provides the creation in the forms of the intensified fire. When the element of driving fire, speeding toward the vital manifestation, encounters currents in harmony with the cosmic tension, then this element collects more striving fires. But when the energy is rushing to affirm a contrary aspiration, an explosion in the space occurs. The manifestations of infinity and of human impulse are equal. Thus the ways coalesce. 379. All sensations of the Agni Yogi have cause. Each tension generates energies. Each tension brings to life the fire. Macrocosm and microcosm create identically. Hence, when the centers of fire thus radiate, a spatial process is expressed. Hence, when the centers manifest tension, the coalescing energy also manifests tension. During such tension of the centers of the Agni Yogi, it is useful to permit rest. The link with the far-off world strains the centers. The subterranean currents are highly strained. The spirit is strained and the centers reverberate. 380. The awakening to life of the energies is accompanied by striving toward the magnet. All forces comprised in the seed of energies are tensed for action. The seed which is conceived through attraction will be suffused with the emanations of the magnetism of the cosmic fire. Hence, the cosmic law is fixed as a mighty, impelling magnet. The luminaries, which imbue the seed of the spirit with the essence of their energies, remain the designated rulers for the entire Manvantara. Hence, the substance of the seed depends upon the luminary that is bound with the spirit. The bond between the affirmed seed and its source is established as cause and effect. Hence, when the force of the luminary is impelled into the impulse manifested by the life energy, the seed will respond to the luminary's striving. Thus, the link with the impelling luminary is tautened by the magnet of cosmos. Hence, it may be said that life is generated from the energy of the luminary. 381. The bond between the spirit and the luminary is so powerful when the designated date nears that the evidence of striving is expressed at every intercrossing of light. Therefore, when the step is ensured by the increment of the rays, a specially powerful vibration is established. With the attraction of the magnet, these vibrations create the necessary striving. 382. Hierarchy is affirmed in the universe by cosmic law. The cosmic magnet has placed the highest might above everything, thus this law is based on cosmic affirmation. How, then, can one fail to apply the highest might, which guides the planet? Only reason can direct the cosmic magnet. Therefore, cosmic reason, which permeates everything, brings tension to everything. The energies that differ in potentiality take their proper place in cosmos, affirming their role according to the level of their developing power. Thus, the degree of potentiality of the energy determines its position on a higher or lower step. Similarly, is the evolutionary step of the human spirit determined, the cosmic magnet intensifies the quality of the spirit, leading it into the infinite. 383. The hierarchy impels humanity to boundless affirmation. When the spirit in its growth is imbued with this realization, then its path is determined as a near one. Therefore, so much is assigned to the spirit to whom a place in the highest flight is accorded. The spirit who stands on the highest rung in the hierarchy penetrates the most distant worlds. But we have to speak of those who discern only a partial truth. Hence, we, brothers of humanity, measure the progress in proportion to its proximity to truth. Thus, the spirit striving toward the far-off worlds is the bearer of the full truth. 384. Attraction to the center of the generating fire imparts consciousness to the energies. Each attraction and emission of the fire, to and from the center, leads to conscious expression. The center is the core comprising in itself the entire potential. In life these centers are manifested in everything. The teacher is the core embracing all your strivings. All that exists in cosmos and aspires to progress is intensified by that center which is the fire impulse. All that lives in the seed of the spirit and aspires toward light is propelled by the teacher to that center which is the magnet. The teacher directs all issue of the seed to the center. Space is permeated with these centers. All energies strive to the center of spirit, and the center of spirit can dissipate all assaults against the purity of striving. All efforts against the seed of the spirit may be transmuted by the manifestation of fire. A well of pure might imbues each action which, by the power of the seed of the spirit, casts out the human thoughts that creep in. The conflict of energies either confirms victory of the spirit or engulfs weak strivings. 385. As do the cosmic centers, so also do the centers of an Agni yogi have their determined power. With the action of our rays upon the centers a two-way conduit is set up. The sender receives the answering vibration and blends in the fiery creation. The transmitting source and the receptive center of an Agni yogi are mutually strained. Therefore, the power of fire may be affirmed only upon attuned currents. The centers receive and transmit. 386. Is not the greatest process in cosmos that transformation wherein all forms are generated in materia lucida and are affirmed as the highest creation in cosmos? The great transformation creates all the highest cosmic manifestations out of the subtlest energies. Thus are the forms of the infinite generated, and the course of evolution is constructed upon these designs. The complex transformation takes place through the cooperation of all energies. The subtlest energies assist the subtlest forms. The human spirit manifests a like striving toward transformation, but there are many who do not assist the course of evolution. The transformation of the spirit can intensify everything which furthers the progress of evolution. But that force depends upon the potential of the seed. Thus, all transformations of cosmos are intensified as evidences of the fire of space. The creativeness of the symbol of fire brings the confirmation of infinity. 387. In spiritual striving, the greatest task is the creating of man. Man's material form does not answer the whole plan of evolution. The creation of the human form is regarded as the highest cosmic task. When the whole of mankind will comprehend the tension of the creativeness of spirit must be expressed, the planet will advance. Only the acceptance of the manifestations of spirit as the basis can propel the entire stream of humanity into the direction of light. Upon the spiritual plane all the subtle manifestations of materia lucida may be applied. Matter has definite physical limitations, but the forging of the spirit is so powerful that even a coarse envelope may be transformed. 388. The substance of the planet's self-encirclement depends upon the potency of the psychic saturations. Thus, the planet surrounded by a gas which is imbued with the evidences of the most primitive consciousness creates a self-encirclement determining the nature of its attraction. The manifestation of attraction can create, with saturation, those conditions which will draw forth the energy necessary for the formation of new affirmations. There is a law in cosmos by which it is always possible to direct the energy to a better construction. All destructive energies possess also the creative properties, if goal-fittingly applied. All poisonous gases may be life-giving. All depends upon transformation. The creator of a cosmic center foresees all things, and even that which seems to be an insignificant factor proves useful. Hence, among the energies speeding through space there are numerous valuable life-givers. These life-givers must also be affirmed by men. But among men they often pass unnoticed, often unrecognized, often rejected. Yet often these carriers of truth and of law create evolution. 389. Creativeness is so multiform that it may be asserted that forms are created by as many energies as constitute their potentiality. But creation is divided into the visible and invisible. The transformation of cosmic forms is certainly visible in its effects, but the highest and most intense process is an invisible one. Upon realizing the levers of creative power, we can summon the invisible fires, then, indeed, is the highest law affirmed. Therefore, in ordaining Agni Yoga we envisage the affirmation of the invisible might. The link between the potential of the spirit and its luminary intensifies action. Hence, when the centers are strained, the fiery potential is in communion with the fire of the luminary. Thus shall we remember the mother of Agni Yoga. The potential of the spirit is great. 390. Verily, the builders of life create incessantly, in cooperation with the cosmic magnet. These builders subsist by the creative impulse. These builders strain their fires to nurture humanity. By their sparks these builders expand the consciousnesses. Verily, these builders aid the consciousness to encompass the cosmic laws. They battle under our shield. But where are those who are protected by our shield? From our towers threads are spread, from our towers hands are outstretched and rays are flowing. But people prefer to tread the path of life in loneliness. Like naked branches in the wind, they sway aimlessly, preferring the darkness of self-punishment to the dawn of the infinite. 391. When a new mission is confirmed, bristling needles are always apparent. However, these needles of antagonism become but blunted intentions. Those who battle under our shield walk courageously and, having accepted the rhythm of the course of the cosmic magnet, can verily know victory. True, voices will rise against the great truth of Agni Yoga. The zealots of the church and the servants of darkness will not prevail against the sparks of Fohat. Certainly, the affirmation of Agni Yoga smites the encumbrances under which people nest. Therefore, Agni Yoga challenges all servants of darkness. Thus true evolution is created. Verily, it is difficult for the quivering mother of Agni Yoga. Verily, it is difficult for the warrior, the Agni Yogi, but the ascent affords an increase of all forces. Thus, those who turn the rudder of the cosmic magnet affirm the point of attraction. Those who walk united in heart assuredly conquer. 392. When the center of the lungs is thus powerfully kindled, the utmost precautions must be applied. This center is connected with the chalice and with the center at the nape of the neck. Hence, there is such tension in the entire network of the nerves. The larynx is also within the area of this net of the centers. Therefore, this center must be very carefully protected against conflagration. Precautions should be taken. 393. Fire should be invoked as the transmuter of life. Humanity concerns itself so little about the elements, its fellow travelers. Yet life is crowded with these companions. Why not, then, turn to them and attempt to cognize truly their qualities? Fire is the transmuter of all vital manifestations. Each ray affirms life and each ray strikes upon space. Hence, when humanity will learn to utilize radiant matter, the cosmic ordinance will be asserted. 394. When the centers of the lungs are so flamingly kindled, the manifestations of various ramifications take place. The vision of the flames of the candles united in a circle is a symbol of the work of all centers. Thus, the centers of the lungs are designated as reverberating strings which carry the fiery sparks into all the centers. The lungs, of course, do their work in inhaling, transmuting, and exhaling. These functions indeed suffuse the centers of the lungs with prana. The triple creativeness is so powerful that it relates to all functions. 395. The structure of life is based upon the affirmation of the impulse of the cosmic magnet. In each epoch a seed is planted which leads to a soaring evolution. That world which is set in the foundation of the epoch coordinates the currents of all energies. Hence, when the lords were permeating the seed of each epoch, the consciousness of the epoch was established only by its saturation with the Spirit of the Lord. But humanity accepted only a part of the truth and clothed itself in the darkness of denial. By rejecting all the best transmissions, the planet tolls out its own date of destiny. 396. Naturally, the lower spheres apply their powerful forces to precipitate the fate of the planet. But the progress of humanity outweighs their efforts so greatly, in confronting the spatial energies, that one may say that light engulfs darkness. But the assertion of karma demands free expression. 397. The cosmic dates are ruled by the assertion of subterranean and superterranean fires. This correlation is linked to the spheres of human actions. When the date approaches and action begins, it may be observed that always the human consciousness is shifted together with the cosmic perturbations. Certainly, the immutability of the law links all spheres, and the intercourse of all cosmic forces is evidenced in the affirmation of a rational action. Thus, the date is infused with all effects and is not confined to the one sphere. 398. The cosmic dates are reflected upon all the subtle energies. The appearance of the subterranean fires is under such tension that the centers of the Agni Yogi verily reverberate. Hence, the fire, straining to manifest itself, stirs unrest in the Agni Yogi. Indeed, at the present time, the fires of all spheres are highly strained, and the cosmic decision thus manipulates events. The centers of the Agni Yogi sense all that occurs and all the elements which are finding their way through. When the centers are kindled, the Agni Yogi senses especially sharply and a fiery manifestation is evoked. The centers must be particularly protected and they must be permitted to rest. The magnetic currents strongly attract the subterranean fire. Today you witnessed an explosion of the subterranean fire. When an explosion gathers, the centers give warning, a most precise indicator. 399. The ancients knew of the one infinite element. The teachings of Greece and Egypt maintained this truth as the cornerstone of the foundation. The assimilation of this realization issues from an understanding of the principle of an affirmed fire. While the elements of nature do pass from one state into another, it may be affirmed that the source of life lies in the highest sphere. The disconnected energies are attracted to other combinations. If one would observe the different combinations in cosmos, one would become convinced of the law of goal fitness according to which they are combined. Since all planetary combinations of all surrounding energies are gathered under the law of goal fitness, one may approach an expanded conception of infinity through the understanding of this great law of reciprocal action. 400. The goal fitness of cosmic creation extends over all manifestations of constructiveness. Hence, at the base of the creativeness of fire lies goal fitness. When the flame of the center is evoked, a new function is always outlined. Thus, each kindling carries its own special predestination. Hence, each kindling is affirmed by its predestined assertion. Thus, each flaming aspiration leads to one's destination. Therefore, rest is very much needed. The currents are greatly strained. The cosmic instability and the planetary equilibration result in the discharge of unharmonized currents. These currents inevitably reflect upon the sensitive organism. Approaching Agni Yoga, we strive unwaveringly into infinity. The all-pervading element leads toward the far-off worlds. It is impossible to express limitless magnitude in one book. We must first mold the cognition of infinity. Just as striving conquers space, so also consciousness leads into infinity. A tremor not of terror or confusion grips him who enters the abode of light. Thus, without delay and without retreat, let us hearken to the voice of the dawn and let us strive toward the threshold of transfiguration. One may receive the key to the next gates, but first one has to strengthen the spirit in the realization of the grandeur of infinity.